Chapter 1. Two daughters traveled through time and came to call daddy. Woo woo wah wah wah. I finally found my dad. Where did you go, Dad? Woo. As soon as Chu Tian opened the door, he saw two little girls, one big and one small, standing at the door. There were two little girls, one looked about 7 or 8 years old, and the other was only 4 or 5 years old. Although they are of different ages, what they have in common is that they are both extremely cute and beautiful. It is simply Newbie's perfect graduation project. Both of them had pigtails with pink bows tied on them that fluttered. She was wearing two identical white dresses with small lace on the hem and a little dust on her knees. Chu Tian looked at the two little girls. Although he was confused, he still guessed the general idea. It's probably someone's little girl who got lost and she recognized the wrong person. But I have to say that the first time Chu Tian saw these two little girls, he felt a sense of familiarity. This feeling was very subtle, as if it was there and not there, and it made Chu Tian's heart twitch. Little friends, are you lost? Do you want your brother to help you find your parents? Chu Tian showed a very kind smile, completely forgetting that he had just reached the red temperature while playing the game just a minute ago. If he spoke to the two little girls using the same voice he uses in the game, it would probably scare them. So when he said this, he deliberately clamped his voice. Perhaps this is the innate closeness to human cubs. Wow, Dad, why don't you want Yeye anymore? Woo woo Yi will never eat candy again. Daddy, please don't be angry. Yi will only eat food from now on. Chu Tian was confused. What's going on? Why did you call me Dad right away? Although the child is small, he is not stupid. This age is the age when people learn things the fastest. What's more, even if the little cutie of 4 or 5 years old recognized the wrong person, the big cutie of 7 or 8 years old should be in elementary school. At this age, he shouldn't recognize the wrong person again, right? Is it possible? But I am only 20 years old. I have been Xiao Chunan for 20 years, so where did these two children, one big and one small, come from? If these two little cuties were really my children, wouldn't I be? Chu Tian rejected this ridiculous idea at the speed of light. Although he really hopes that God will give him two such lovely daughters. Chu Tian's father died early, leaving him and his mother to depend on each other. The family was not particularly poor and could barely support Chu Tian's college education. Just as he was in a daze, two little cuties hugged Chu Tian's thighs, one on the left and one on the right. Chu Tian really had no ability to defend against this move, and his heart immediately melted. The anger I had just felt from playing the game has now completely disappeared. Chu Tian was held by the two children and couldn't move. His calves were shaking. The younger one's tears stained his trouser legs, and the older one sobbed while crying. Dad, don't abandon us. Chu Tian had never coaxed a child in his life. He held his hands in the air for 2 seconds, then gritted his teeth, squatted down and hugged the two kids in his arms. For little arms immediately tightly wrapped around his neck, and their hot foreheads pressed against his chin. The cloth on the chest quickly became wet, and the coolness mixed with tears flowed down. Chu Tian patted their backs awkwardly. Hey, stop crying. The little head in his arms nodded vigorously, and the long hair tickled his neck. Chu Tian touched the back of the hiccuping little girl's head and suddenly thought that being a temporary father for 10 minutes might not be a bad idea. When I looked down, I saw the glowing watch face on the cute girl's wrist. He quickly patted the cute girl on the back and said, "Your name is Yaya, right? Can this watch make calls? This watch looks like a smartwatch. Although I have never seen this style before, it should have the contact information of the two little girls' parents." The cute girl sniffed while taking off her watch strap, wiping her tears with the back of her hand and mumbling, "My dad gave it to me for my birthday." When I just took the watch, the screen lit up and the watch face showed that facial recognition or fingerprint recognition was required. Chu Tian was just about to put the watch in front of the cute girl to unlock it, but before he handed it over, the watch face lit up and the screen jumped directly to the main interface. Chu Tian held up the watch in shock. Doesn't this thing require face recognition? Or is the recognition system of this smartwatch just for show? Is this just a no-name watch? Chu Tian cursed in his heart, these parents are such bad guys. Not only did they lose their child, but they also bought such low-quality products for them. Parents like this don't deserve to have two such adorable little girls. As he was cursing, the wallpaper on the watch face made Chu Tian's pupils shrink suddenly. The photo of 3 people on the homepage wallpaper looks like a family portrait. The two little cuties, one big and one small, are naturally the two in front of us. Chu Tian's hands shook and he almost dropped his watch. The man in the photo holding two kids. It seems as if, maybe, it is him? Chu Tian looked closely and found that the man looked exactly like him, even the small black mole on his earlobe. No. This is photoshopped, right? He turned off the watch with a shiver, and turned it to his face again, and the lock screen was instantly unlocked again. Could it be that? Isn't this a pirated or inferior product? But, the recognition system of this watch can recognize his face? Watches, group photos, and two cute little ones, one big and one small, who called him daddy the moment they met. Damn it, didn't he do anything and I became a father? The next second. Byte. Detected that you have the potential to become a daughter slave. The system of spoiling daughters is now online. You can become stronger by completing the tasks issued by the system. Release task, make the two daughters happy. Complete the task reward, Newbie gift pack. The light screens that appeared one after another in front of him made Chu Tian's eyes sparkle with light. System? This good thing is finally my turn? I, Chu Tian, am also dead? Moreover, this is a system for pampering daughters? Etc. This means that these two little cuties are really my Chu Tian's daughters? So, did they both travel back from the future? That's not right. I am the father, then who is the mother? Chu Tian has already begun to look forward to who his future wife will be and what she will look like. But one thing is certain, that is, she is absolutely beautiful. This can be easily seen from the looks of the two little cuties. If his wife was average looking and only inherited Chu Tian's handsome face, she wouldn't have given birth to these two adorable little porcelain babies. Chu Tian opened the photo album with curiosity. I hope to find a photo of the child's mother in there. Opening the album, the latest photo is a picture of a middle-aged woman and two little cuties. The middle-aged woman was Chu Tian's mother. The photo was taken in the year 2100. It is now 2050, which is 50 years from now. They are two cute ones. They probably traveled back from the year 2100. Further ahead. The cutie came over, lay on his knees, and pointed at the screen with his little finger. This is Dad taking us to the zoo. He still looks as handsome as ever in the photo and doesn't seem to have aged much. He was wearing a military uniform and judging by the medal on his chest, he was a major general. He was holding the big cutie in his left hand, with the little cutie riding on his neck, and he was smiling so hard that his back teeth were exposed. Chu Tian's hand holding the watch was sweating, and his fingers were moving back and forth on the photo. Why? After flipping through more than 10 photos, there were only the two lovely ones, Chu Tian and Chu Tian's family. No picture of a mother of two babies? In the future, it probably hasn't evolved to the point where a single male can reproduce, right? Or, in the future I will be a poor man who is hated by everyone and dogs, unable to find a wife, and my two babies came through special channels on the black market? Not really. Even though my talent in martial arts is a little lacking, it's not that bad, right? Chu Tian's fingers kept slipping across the screen, and he became more and more nervous as he scrolled. Until I turned to the last one. A beautiful face that would stun you at a glance suddenly appeared before your eyes. In the photo, the woman is squatting and tying the shoelaces for her cute baby, with sunlight streaming down the back of her neck. The woman has big, spiritual eyes, and is extremely charming and alluring. Her waist was so thin that he could pinch it with both hands. Her legs, wrapped in tight combat uniform, were long, straight and thin, like jade pillars. But the northern and southern hemispheres are so round. It's like the sea is constantly rippling with waves. It is true that the sea embraces all rivers and is great because of its tolerance. This body exudes the aura of a goddess in every aspect. The most annoying thing is when he looked up and smiled at the camera. The fluttering of her eyelashes made his heart feel hot. These eyes are exactly like the two girls, even the position of the small teardrop mole at the right corner of the eye is exactly the same. But why does this person look so familiar to me? Chu Tian took a closer look. Isn't this the campus beauty of Suzhou University? Chapter 2 The child's mother is a school beauty? This is. Chu Tian's throat tightened and the screen crackled as he poked it with his fingers. The older girl rested her chin on his shoulder, and the hot, milky breath blew into his ears. It's mommy. Chu Tian was a little at a loss. The campus beauty of Suzhou University is like a big star in Zhangchang. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a great talent for martial arts, ranking among the top 3 in the whole school. Although Chu Tian himself is handsome, his talent can only be described as mediocre. One of them has been admitted to Wuhan University in the provincial capital in advance, while the other is still considering whether to take the martial arts examination. Before this, they had no interaction at all, not even eye contact, let alone falling in love. It can be said that the two of them are not from the same world or dimension at all. Logically speaking, there will be no intersection in this life. The only connection between the two is that the campus beauty of Suzhou University is often the material of Chu Tian's dreams. But on second thought, looking at the Major General's uniform in the previous photo, it might also represent some great opportunity or noble person I will encounter in the future. The rank of Major General can only be obtained by a 5th-rank general-level warrior. There are no more than 10 Major Generals in the small county of Jiangcheng. He is worthy of the school beauty Su. Thinking of this, Chu Tian immediately gained confidence, his ears turned red, and he wanted to confirm his wife's name again. Yeah, what's your mother's name? The little body in her arms suddenly froze, the older girl's mouth drooped, tears streaming down her cheeks. My mother's name is Su Li. Didn't my father say that my mother went to a very far place? Why can't I remember my mother now? Woo. Chu Tian was a little at a loss. He was still a child and had no experience in taking care of children. I don't know how to coax a child. No, Dad just wants to test whether Yaya has forgotten her mother. Then, Yaya, do you still remember Dad's name? Yaya wiped away her tears and answered in a sobbing voice, my father's name is Chu Tian. Yeah, they all match up. But, Mom went far away? Isn't this the common phrase adults use to comfort children after someone dies? Does this mean that my future wife died before the two girls came here? So, I'm not only a father, but also a single father? Moreover, due to military duties, the two little cuties can only stay with their grandmother and only see me, their father, once every few weeks? The sky is falling. He picked up a beautiful wife for nothing, and thought he could use his daughter to control his wife. Maybe in a few days, I will be able to buy the train tickets with her and enjoy a fulfilling life decades in advance. And you tell me that my wife will die in less than 50 years? You have to know that in this technologically advanced world, the life expectancy of ordinary people is 150 years. A 5th-rank general-level warrior could live up to 1,000 years. Therefore, the only possibility is that school beauty Su died accidentally in the fight on the battlefield. But now, it is a peaceful and prosperous era. After decades of struggle, the alien beasts have been basically eliminated from the core human gathering areas. People's lives have even improved compared to before the catastrophe. What exactly happened in the future? What made you a widower? No matter what, now that we have the system, everything in the future will be rewritten by Chu Tian. Now let us think about how to coax the two little girls and complete the system task. Chu Tian looked at the two little girls carefully with a kind father's gaze, and the more he looked, the more he liked them. As expected, he is my kind. The two sisters are so pretty that they can gain millions of fans by taking a daily video and posting it on a short video of musical notes. Chu Tian looked down and saw that the two girls' stomachs were rumbling. He reached out and poked Yaya's bulging cheeks. Come on, Dad will take you to eat fried chicken. Although Chu Tian knows a little about cooking, it is not convenient to eat at home because his two lovely grandmas are about to go home. Chu Tian hasn't figured out how to explain these two girls to his mother yet. If my mother knew that Chu Tiankai already had two children at the age of 18 or 19, given her hatred of evil, she would probably kill her own son for the sake of justice and send him to the police station. Yi immediately jumped up and swung on his arm. Yi wants one too. The counter of Lao Tu Chicken was crowded with elementary school students who were just finishing school. Chu Tian held one in each hand and squeezed in front of the ordering screen. The two girls poked at the screen with their four little hands. The lady at the counter perked up immediately when she saw the two cute little porcelain dolls. They look like brother and sister. Although if one's cultivation is high enough, one can always maintain the original appearance. But Chu Tian's face was not only a little childish, the most important thing was that his eyes were clear yet a little stupid, which did not seem like that of a strong man who had experienced many hardships. I can't help but sigh that the genes of these young parents are so good that they gave birth to these three such great faces. While looking for a seat with her food tray, Yeye rushed forward holding an ice cream cone. After finally finding a seat in the corner, Yi had already grabbed some French fries and poked them into the ketchup, her hands covered with the sticky sauce. Dad, help me blow it. Yeye put the hot chicken nuggets to his mouth, and oil spots splashed on the clothes he had just changed. Chu Tian blew air with a grin, and Yi suddenly climbed onto his lap, holding up the corncob that had been gnawed into pits, and shouted, "Dad, look. Not a moon." The middle school student at the table diagonally opposite was taking a secret photo of them. I guess he was also surprised by the good looks of this family of three. Chu Tian glanced at the phone screen and saw that his head was covered with French fry crumbs and there was a greasy girl hanging on each arm. The older girl was standing on tiptoe to feed him coke and the straw poked into his nostrils. The younger one took the opportunity to put the ice cola on the back of his neck, which made him jump up on the spot due to the cold and almost overturned the plate. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, making the two daughters happy. Complete the task reward, Newbie gift pack. Do you want to open the novice gift pack? Open. Rewards: Xiantian Dao Tai, top grade blood breaking pill, Taiwang body tempering technique. Except for the blood breaking pill, Chu Tian had never heard of these things. Moreover, he had never heard that there was a top grade blood breaking pill. He usually only came into contact with medium grade ones at most. But he was not worried, because what the system gave him must be reliable. Chu Tian immediately took the blood breaking pill with a cup of coke. The next second, he felt that his energy and blood values had directly jumped to a higher level. Open the system panel. Name: Chu Tian. Age: 20. Realm: Early Second Realm. Constitution: Congenital Dao fetus. Original Dao: Taiwan Dao. Qi and blood value: 50. Bone tempering: 10-206. Kung Fu: Taiwan body tempering technique. Martial body foundation: Qi and blood furnace. Each time you kill a beast, you can extract 5% of the beast's Qi and blood. Fighting Saint method: predict the opponent's move within 3 seconds, copy the talent of the killed beast, and multiple low-level beast talents can be combined into a high-level beast talent. This reward is simply incredible. Other rewards need to be gradually realized in battle. But the Qi and blood value actually jumped from 5 to 50. This means that the theoretical maximum force of his punch has jumped from 100 kilograms to 1,000 kilograms. Bite. New task released: let the two daughters meet their mother Suli. This. It's a bit difficult. First of all, he had no idea how to explain it to Suli. This was a bit beyond anyone's understanding. In this era of genetic technology explosion, people can reach for the moon and the sky and catch turtles in the 5 oceans without any protective gear. If genetic drugs are taken, it is possible for the male's organs to develop earlier. But for the woman, even in this era, it was a fantasy. Secondly, they don't even know each other. If he said it bluntly, he would most likely be beaten up by Suli as a hooligan. It is even possible that you will be expelled from the school. However, no matter how difficult it is, Chu Tian is determined to give it a try. After all, Yaya hasn't seen her mother for 3 years. Yi hasn't seen her mother since she was 2 years old. Chu Tian felt extremely distressed that his 2 cute little kids didn't feel much maternal love. When Chu Tian thought about how happy the 2 little babies would be when they saw their mother, he was willing to pay any price. If you get beaten, you get beaten. If you get fired, you get fired. Chapter 4: Strange Beasts Attack the City. Everyone on the street looked up at the same time, and more than a dozen white smoke trails were passing through the clouds. Looking in the direction where the sound came from, everyone discovered that a black cloud suddenly rose from the northwest. A closer look revealed that they were densely packed flying monsters. The crowd suddenly became chaotic. Get out of the mall. Get out of the mall. The counter girl wearing high heels almost screamed so hard that her voice broke. Not only do the strange beasts have strong physical functions, some of them have also developed intelligence and know how to cause the greatest damage to humans. Of course, the Beast King did not expect to rely on these low-level monsters to break the defense of an entire base city. They are here purely to harass and annoy, and then run away after being beaten. While having a full meal, it can also kill human life. Like an ancient nomadic tribe. Only when summoned by the Beast King will multiple tribes launch an attack on the base city from land, sea, and air. This is the Beast Tide. Although Chu Tian is young, for him who is determined to take the military examination, this kind of scene is very familiar. When faced with an attack of this level, the first priority is to stay away from crowds. Before, even if his HP was only 5, he would have no problem protecting himself in this situation. But now, he has 2 children. It is quite difficult for all 3 of them to escape unscathed. Chu Tian held Yi and hid under the eaves of a street shop, while Yaya held the corner of his clothes tightly. What surprised him was that the 2 little girls didn't cry, perhaps because they were used to this kind of occasions. Faced with such a situation, shouldn't they be crying so hard that they can't even walk? Very spirited, and has great potential to be a warrior. But on second thought, they didn't cry now, but when they couldn't find their father and mentioned their mother, the two girls burst into tears. Comparing the two, Chu Tian felt even more guilty. It also made him determined to let the two babies see their living mother. Make up for the regret. At this moment, suddenly a dozen red dots appeared in the sky, rushing up like sky-high monkeys, trailing white smoke. It was the Night's Watch troops stepping on the flight pedals and taking off into the air. The warriors in black uniforms were holding various weapons, including cold weapons for close combat and pulse guns specifically for dealing with low-level monsters. It's the Iron-Winged Eagle. Someone shouted, pointing to the sky. Chu Tian looked up and saw that the black spots had wings as big as trucks when they spread out, and their feathers were glowing with a cold metallic luster. This flying beast of the first to second realm is 7 or 8 meters long, and can fly at a speed of up to Mach 2. Its dozens of tail feathers can be used as flying knives. Bang, bang, bang. The thing in the night watchman's hand began to show its power, and blue light shells were thrown at the monster like they were free. The iron-feathered eagle that was hit was blown into iron chips all over the sky, which fell to the ground with a clanging sound like rain. In just a few minutes, the group of strange beasts in the sky was almost cleared out. An expected scene. In the entire sky, there was only a seriously injured iron-winged eagle flying around in panic. When the crowd saw this scene, they all put their minds at ease. Thank you, Night Watchman. Humans are awesome. It's so satisfying. These stupid monsters come to our buffet when they have nothing to eat. Were they caught this time? That's awesome. I want to be a warrior and kill monsters when I grow up. The tension in the air suddenly eased. Instead, there was joy. Everyone picked up their phones, took pictures of the scene, and shared them on WeChat moments. Some people even started live broadcasts. Being able to survive such an occasion will surely be a big topic of conversation at the dinner table in the future. Especially some middle-aged men, who obviously did nothing but won by doing nothing, but can still brag about themselves. Surprisingly, the attack did not cause much damage. No wonder the people were so excited as if they had won a victory. Looking at the mess on the ground, the two girls in Chu Tian's arms trembled. Yaya buried her face in the crook of his neck, and Yi clutched his collar tightly. Chu Tian hugged the two girls. Yaya, Yi, don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Yaya's whole body curled up into a ball, with her forehead pressed against Chu Tian's belly button. Although her body was shaking, she still answered in a trembling milk bubble voice, Yi is not afraid. A little internet celebrity was moving around in the crowd with a selfie stick in hand. The fill light on her phone case was dazzling. Did you see that, guys? Just now, that iron-feathered eagle, my buddy slid and tackled it. The phone screen was covered with spit and comments flew past 666. Family members, give me some red hearts. He posed by leaning against the window of a fried chicken shop. I'm not bragging, I saved a little boy in overalls 3 minutes ago. The live broadcast room was suddenly filled with wow. Hearing this, Chu Tian rolled his eyes. This guy's performance just now was not as calm as his two daughters. He is the most cowardly one. My friends, I've told you before that these crappy monsters can't hurt humans at all. As long as you stay in the city and don't run around, you'll be fine. Chu Tian took the two kids and crouched down into the alley, ready to leave. Suddenly, I felt a chill on my back. The sixth sense he had developed from years of martial arts training made his hair stand on end. This feeling is very subtle, as if it is there and not there. Perhaps it was a warning given to him by the system. Hey, your luck can't be that bad, right? There was only one iron-feathered eagle left in the sky. There are so many people here, they won't necessarily come towards me, right? Next second. The half-meter-long iron feather swooped down towards Chu Tian's family of 3 from a height of several hundred meters like a javelin. I fuck you. Before Chu Tian could finish his national curse, the entire street was shaken by the sonic boom and all the glass was shattered. The young internet celebrity who had just been making big statements was also shocked and thrown 2 meters away. A large cloud of dust and smoke was created near where Chu Tian was. The sky was filled with dust and sand, obscuring everyone's vision. This. The internet celebrity collapsed on the ground like a dead fish, and the live broadcast room exploded with comments. Didn't the anchor say that all the exotic beasts are noobs? Did you pee your pants just now? The camera flashed by. Did I see it wrong? There seemed to be 3 people at that position just now. Oh, he's probably dead. The host is fully responsible. His nonsense killed passers-by. The counter girl collapsed at the door of the fried chicken shop, her lipstick smeared on her chin. It's over, it's over. The two porcelain dolls that took a photo with me just now, and that handsome tall boy, this bastard is so blind. He had to pick the best looking ones. An old lady in the crowd slapped her thigh and said, "What a sin. Such pretty kids." A few middle school students in school uniforms were trembling as they held up their cell phones, the cameras still waving around in the smoking cement pit. The Night's Watch killed the last iron-feathered vulture that attacked them. When they killed him, they didn't kill him with one blow as usual, but instead they cut the neck and let the blood drain slowly. Obviously filled with anger. They saw it when the iron-feathered eagle's tail feathers attacked the crowd, but it was too late. I could only watch 3 flower-like lives pass away before my eyes. These are 3 lives. 2 of them were not even 10 years old. How could they not feel heartbroken when their duty is to protect the citizens? The night watchman flew down one after another, and broken glass was still falling from the door of the fried chicken shop. Captain Lee jumped down holding a pulse gun. Those who were chosen by the Night Watch's frontline members were at least warriors of the third realm. My fellow countrymen. He took out his handkerchief and wiped the blood and tears from his face. Don't spread the video just now. The scene is too bloody. Give some respect to the deceased and the child's family. The white-collar worker in a suit was the first to nod. Deleted. Oh, what a pity, 3 such wonderful little kids. Damn monster. Chapter 5, Pretending to be awesome in front of my daughter. Gradually, the smoke and dust dissipated bit by bit, choking people and making them cough. The crowd gradually dispersed and prepared to go home. Suddenly, an old lady noticed something was wrong and shouted in surprise, "No, this is a human figure?" The junior high school student in school uniform squinted his eyes and looked into the pit, and suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice, "Did anyone move in there?" Captain Lee Kongshan of the Night Watch originally wanted to gather his team and leave, but after hearing the exclamations of the crowd, he put his pulse gun behind his waist and rushed in on the concrete blocks. He used his spiritual power to tear open a gap in the smoke and dust, and when he saw the scene inside, Lee Kongshan suddenly froze. A tall man about 1.85 meters tall, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and an upright posture, stood in the center of the smoke. He crossed his right arm across his chest, and held the half-meter-long iron feather tightly between 2 fingers of his right hand. The skin on his finger was scratched and blood dripped down the edge of the iron feather. The tip of the iron feather was only 10 centimeters away from his eyeball. Next to this muscular man, 2 girls had their faces covered in dust, but they looked safe and sound, without any harm. Yaya hugged Chu Tian's thighs tightly, opened her mouth and looked up at her father. "Dad is so handsome." E was held in his left hand, with French fry crumbs still stuck to her cheeks, and her eyes were as big as glass marbles. "Daddy, your fingers are bleeding, would you like E to blow them for you?" "Dad, aren't you tired of holding this feather all the time?" Puff. Chu Tian chuckled and his skill was immediately broken. He threw Tieyu to the ground and wiped the blood on the seam of his trousers with his fingers. There are 2 possibilities when holding this iron feather weighing dozens of kilograms between 2 fingers for dozens of seconds. The first is to be frightened and stand there, at a loss as to what to do. Although Chu Tian is a warrior, he is also a human being, and just a high school student who has never had any actual combat experience. This was the first time he had experienced such a life or death situation where a slight difference in height could mean the loss of life. So it makes sense that he would be frightened by such a scene. The second possibility is that he simply wants to show off. There is no doubt that Chu Tian belongs to the second type. Seeing the 3 people escape unscathed from such an attack, Lee Kongshan was so shocked that he was speechless. Lee Kongshan held the walkie-talkie in his hand but didn't dare to get close, his back teeth making a creaking sound. What the hell unit is this person from? Such reaction speed and strength, I didn't have such momentum even when I was in martial arts school. Judging from his age, and with 2 young sisters, he can't be more than 20 years old, right? The key point is why his realm is obviously not high, but he can burst out such terrifying power? The onlookers at the scene also burst into heated discussions. Is this a fucking human? Without any equipment, catching the iron feather with bare hands? What level of martial artist does this have to be? With this reaction speed, and the fact that he was able to hold the baby with one hand and withstand the impact of the iron feather, he must be a warrior of at least the second or even third realm. A warrior at the third realm is 1 in 100, and is qualified to be selected as a regular member of the Night's Watch. The lady at the counter wearing high heels sat down on the pile of broken glass. Oh my god, which school is this boy from? Chu Tian looked down and saw the two girls were still in a daze. He squatted down and put one hand under their armpits. Are you scared? The two girls said almost in unison, no, Dad is so awesome. No matter how happy Chu Tian was, the praise from others was far less than the praise from his two daughters. Chu Tian was so happy. The internet celebrity who was holding a selfie stick diagonally opposite was also shocked by the scene and stood there in a daze. I was just bragging when I saved the child, are you serious? The title of the live broadcast room was instantly changed from Dare to Fight Strange Beasts to Kowtow to the Boss. It's your turn to eat this meal. Just now the internet celebrity live broadcast the entire process, from the moment the iron feather fell to the moment the smoke and dust dispersed. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room that witnessed the entire process exploded. My father asked me why I was kneeling down to look at my phone. Paused successfully. Take a screenshot and use it as a screensaver. Kill the baby with one hand. This guy doesn't look that old, how come he's so awesome? The gap between people is indeed greater than the gap between people and pigs. The mother of the little boy in overalls was holding a children's watch and taking pictures. The voice memo was recorded beeping, Dad, look. Witness the Mangzhou Street God of War with your own eyes. A young lady stepped on 10-centimeter high heels and slid towards the edge of the pit. The camera of her mobile phone almost pointed at Chu Tian's back, such a sweaty back. Such a waist-to-hip ratio. Such a boyfriend power. Captain Lee came over to shake his hand, but pulled it back halfway and wiped the sweat on his pants. Brother, where are you doing? Your reaction speed must be at least at the 3rd level. Are you interested in joining the Night's Watch? I will take you there myself. Although he was not very clear about Chu Tian's background, based on the scene he had just witnessed, he concluded that Chu Tian must be a promising talent. Chu Tian picked the French fry crumbs off his head and replied with a faint smile, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Senior Grade 3-9 class. After saying this, he walked towards the alley with his two daughters, and there was a burst of surprised gasps behind him. Damn it, he really got it right. Chu Tian said that when he was still a high school student, Captain Lee was already scared silly. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School is the best comprehensive university in the entire Jiangcheng. So he knew very well that the names of the talented students in the school were on the Night's Watch's consideration list. Most of these geniuses will be admitted in advance by major organizations in Wuhan University in their first year of high school. In the end, the only ones who can stay in Jiangcheng to work as night watchmen are those left over from major martial arts universities, multinational corporations, and major military commands. But he remembered that among the geniuses in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, there was no one named Chu Tian. Moreover, aren't the key classes of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3? There are 15 classes in each section of Jiangzhong. The first 3 classes train candidate talents for Wuhan University, and students in the last 12 classes can choose the college entrance examination mode by themselves. Such people shouldn't exist in an ordinary class like Class 9, right? Such talents can become talents with a little training, so they must not be missed. Captain Lee leaped to the entrance of the alley and almost stepped on Chu Tian's shoe. Brother, stay. Join us, the Jiangcheng Night Watch. Our district cafeteria will provide you with 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. Chu Tian lifted Yi up and said, thanks. I haven't decided which path to take in the future. For talented young martial artists, some will choose to study at a martial arts university, while others will choose to join the army directly. For true geniuses, most of them take the first path. After completing 10 years of study at a martial arts university and then joining the army or a city defense team like the Night Watch, one can directly obtain the rank of major. However, if one joins the army directly, one has to start as a private at the bottom and climb up step by step based on military merit or seniority. Officially hired. Monthly salary is this amount. He made a 3 gesture. Equip yourself with a full set of equipment. You'll get commissions for killing strange beasts. Captain Lee glanced at Chu Tian's clothes and found that the total value of his clothes was no more than 300 yuan. You have to know that in this era, the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. Even if other geniuses come from poor families, the school will invest resources in their training. If he is really a genius who was being trained by the school, it is unlikely that he would not have any protective equipment on his body. So Captain Lee determined that Chu Tian was a genius who had not yet been discovered. He was so lucky to meet such a genius. Even if you are the captain of the Night's Watch, you will not have more than 2 vacancies for direct recruitment without passing the test in a year. With so many people nearby just now, the video will definitely be spread all over the internet. By then, he won't be the only one coming to snatch this young man. All Wuhan universities, enterprises, and military regions. It's better to act early. Chapter 6: How did you come back to life? Looking at Chu Tian's shabby equipment, Captain Li instantly gained confidence. The 3 he gestured was not 3,000, but 30,000. The most important thing is the formal establishment. Getting the good treatment and high status of the Night's Watch as soon as you reach adulthood is indeed very tempting for others. Someone else might have agreed immediately. But Chu Tian had obtained the rank of Major General in his previous life. Joining the Night's Watch too early might not be a good choice. Although 30,000 a month is not a small amount, he now has 2 precious daughters to support. And he was determined to train both of his daughters to be warriors. 30,000 is really just a drizzle. Watching the 2 adults talking, Ye suddenly leaned over Chu Tian's shoulder and stuck her head out. Ah, are you Uncle Li? Didn't Dad say you died in the battle? How did you come back to life? After these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Captain Li looked confused because he had never mentioned that his last name was Li. He changed his mind and thought, maybe my heroic deeds have spread to the children's circle? Captain Li tilted his lips and immediately became confident. Little sister, have you also heard of my story? Chu Tian reacted quickly and his brain worked rapidly. Does this mean that, according to the normal timeline, I would be on the path of the Night's Watch? Then, the Captain Li in front of me is one of the benefactors in my life? Otherwise my daughter wouldn't know him. Yeah, don't talk nonsense. Captain Li, I'm sorry, the kid got the wrong person. Ye puffed up her face and said angrily, Ye is not wrong, he is Uncle Li. It was Dad who told me in person that Uncle Li has already. Chu Tian hurriedly covered Ye's mouth and said, sorry, Captain Li, we have something to do and we'll leave first. We'll contact you when we have a chance. Chu Tian carried the 2 girls and left the scene at the speed of light, leaving Captain Li alone and disheveled in the wind. So, will Captain Li also die in battle in the future? In the future, Chu Tian and Suli moved to the provincial capital after they got married. If Captain Li stayed in Jiangcheng, there was a real possibility that he would be killed in the defense of Jiangcheng. After all, in that beast tide, less than 1% of the people in Jiangcheng survived. As soon as Chu Tian opened the door, he saw his mother Fan Lihua with her hands on her hips, her face as black as the bottom of a pot. You little brat. You don't answer my phone calls or text messages, and I've already reheated the food 3 times. The spatula in my mother's hand banged against the shoe cabinet, you. Before he could finish his words, 2 little heads suddenly popped out from behind Chu Tian's legs. Grandmother. Ye's eyes lit up like little light bulbs. She jumped over and hugged Fan Lihua's knees. Ye misses Grandma so much. Was not to be outdone, she kicked her short legs very fast, her cream-colored leather shoes making a clacking sound on the floor. Grandma, hold E needs to be lifted up high. Fan Lihua stood there stiffly, holding the spatula, looking down at the 2 pendants hanging on her legs. The greasy little paws left 2 handprints on her pants. Her little face was tilted up, with a bubble of snot teetering under her nostrils. Whose child is this? She glared at Chu Tian. Where did you kidnap these 2 little kids from? Grandma, eat candy. Stood on tiptoe and stuffed a sticky fruit candy into her apron pocket. The candy wrapper was crumpled into a dried pickle. Grandma loves orange flavor the most. Ye used her hands and feet to climb onto Fan Lihua, and the scene was very chaotic. Chu Tian looked at more content on the smartwatch. In the future, he will be busy with military duties and can only go home once every few days or even weeks. So the 2 little girls follow their grandmother most of the time. No wonder the 2 babies were so excited when they saw their grandma. Fan Lihua hurriedly caught Ye who was about to slip, and 2 warm balls were instantly squeezed into her arms. Rubbed her greasy cheeks against her neck, and happily grabbed her collar and shouted, Grandma, how come you've become younger and prettier? Fan Lihua looked at the 2 babies with joy in her eyes. That is to say, why do they both look a bit like me? And her mouth is so sweet, and she sounds very familiar when she speaks. It's nothing like Chu Tian when he was a child. When he saw strangers he felt like he saw a ghost. The difference is obvious. At this moment, Fan Lihua even hoped that these 2 little darlings were her granddaughters, they were so adorable. However, she never thought that the 2 babies were her granddaughters. It's really outrageous, the ages don't match at all. As for calling her grandma the first time they met, that was actually quite normal. Children who are not related by blood call their elders of the next generation either grandma or grandma-in-law. Mom, this is my classmate's younger sister. Chu Tian scratched his head and started to speak. Something happened at his home, so the two girls are staying with us for a while. Yi suddenly took out a crumpled tissue and wiped it randomly on Fan Liu's face with her chubby hands. Grandma is not angry, Dad is stupid, Yi will help you beat him. After saying that, he turned around and punched Chu Tian in the air, his cheeks puffed up like a hamster. Fan Liu looked down at the two girls, her eyes full of love. They are both so cute and beautiful. She herself didn't know why she felt like she was meeting someone again after a long separation when they first met. Is it an illusion? Every time her grandma called her, her heart felt like it was soaked in a jar of honey, so sweet. She was also thinking about saving money to prepare a dowry of 388,000 yuan for Chu Tian. As a result, he didn't spend a penny and got 2 granddaughters for free. It can be considered as a chance to fulfill my granddaughter's wish in advance. So cool. Eat first. She bent down, picked up a child in each hand and rushed to the living room. Grandma made you some steamed egg custard with shrimps on top. It must be said that Chu Tian didn't expect the two girls to be so greedy. I just had my meal and then had a bowl of egg custard. In the evening, the two girls kept pestering their grandmother and watched TV all night. When it's time to go to bed, trouble comes. Maybe because they rarely see their dad, the two girls are clamoring to be with him. What a clingy little devil. Chu Tian couldn't persuade his two daughters, so he had to move the folding bed from the guest room to his own room. Lying in bed, Chu Tian learned from his smartwatch that the future would be more cruel than he had imagined. Anyone with some martial arts skills was drafted to the front, so the non-essential education system was completely shut down. So Chu Xie and Chu Yi have been on hold for a long time. The only advantage of this is that they have become accustomed to staying at home and don't have to worry about the two girls' schooling for the time being. Chu Tian was lying on the folding bed and browsing his phone when he suddenly heard a sniffling sound coming from under the quilt next to him. He jumped up and saw in the light of the desk lamp that Yaya had buried her face in the pillow, her little shoulders twitching. Yaya? Chu Tian reached out to touch her head. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? The muffled voice under the pillow was filled with tears. Dad. When will Mom come back? Chapter 7. See you tomorrow, Mom. Chu Tian's hands froze. Yi was already feeling sleepy, but when she saw her sister crying, she joined in. Sister, don't cry. Mom will definitely come back. The year Suli died, Chu Yi was only 2 or 3 years old. So she has almost no memory of her mother. But Yaya is different. She was already 5 or 6 years old when Suli died. Yaya suddenly threw away the pillow, her face flushed red. A few days ago, Xiaopang said, that Mom died a long time ago. Chu Xie is already 7 years old and is in the 2nd grade. Children of this age actually already have a certain degree of independent thinking ability. Sometimes she wondered if her mother was really gone as her other classmates said. But she always kept endless thoughts in her heart. She couldn't imagine what the consequences would be like without her mother, so she kept telling herself that her mother would definitely come back. No, this. Chu Tian didn't know how to explain it to them. Mom is on a mission far away. How far? Yeye asked with sobs. Farther than the moon. You'd have to ride a rocket that spews fire to get there. This lie is not that false. In that era, humans had already opened up colonies outside the solar system, and there were many alien battlefields. Chu Tian thought for a while and decided that it was better to let the two babies see their mother as soon as possible. Firstly, I can get system rewards, and secondly, it can make my two daughters happier. Seeing them like this, Chu Tian, as a father, felt so distressed. Chu Tian looked determined and said, Yeah, I will let you see your mother tomorrow, okay? As soon as these words came out, Chu Tian felt his scalp tingling as he was stared at by 4 bright eyes. This news was such a surprise for the two girls. Dad, is he true to his word? Chu Tian nodded, raised 3 fingers, and said in a deep voice, okay. Chu Tian really wants to know what his relationship with his wife will be like in the future. But the two daughters may not know about this. He knows himself very well, and if he has a bad relationship with his wife, he will not show it in front of his children. It is even more impossible to quarrel in front of the children. Yeah, how is the relationship between Dad and Mom usually? Do they quarrel? Yaya hung her head. They don't quarrel. Mom and Dad have a very good relationship. Mom even eats dad often. Ah. What to eat? It's not what I think, is it? Shouldn't it? Can children watch this kind of thing? Chu Tian was puzzled and asked carefully, what does Mom often eat dad? Why did Yaya see it? Yaya said seriously, Mom and Dad didn't let Yaya watch it, it was Yaya who peeked, It's over. Peep? Is there anything else that children shouldn't watch? Chu Tian looked embarrassed, so, what did Mom eat? Daddy's blood. There were times when Mommy bit Daddy until his entire mouth was covered in red blood. Oh. Chu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not that. I was wondering how we could be so careless. He didn't even lock the door when doing that. Etc. That's not right. Why does my wife drink my blood? Could it be that Suli was practicing some special martial arts technique? Or does she have some special physique that requires her to use other people's blood to suppress something in her body? That's not right either. Why do you have to suck my blood? Aren't there tons of blood in the blood bank? And according to Yaya, Mom was chewing Dad directly while holding him. It must be extremely urgent. Otherwise there's no need for that, right? Is it that only my blood is useful to her? Looking at Yaya's watch, he discovered a bigger problem. Suli is indeed the granddaughter of the head of the Su family, a noble family in Shihai province. And the entire Su family was almost wiped out in the Great War 50 years later. Almost all the strong members of the Su family, including the head of the Su family, died in the battle. This is also the reason why the two daughters can only follow their grandmother. After thinking for a while, Chu Tian suddenly realized. If the system hadn't suddenly appeared, I would have been a complete waste of martial arts in the future. Logically speaking, he really shouldn't be able to marry a wife like Suli, who has such a great family background and talent. Could it be that Suli discovered that my blood was useful to her, but out of a sense of responsibility, she had no choice but to marry me? And then, I was able to get the rank of Major General by clinging to the Su family and relying on my wife's gigolo? Aren't we together because of love? Does she simply think of me as a blood bag? Chu Tian was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. I see. Looking at it this way, everything makes sense. He had previously fantasized that he and Suli would have an unforgettable love in the future. Now it seems that it is just a matter of each taking what they need. After all, I overestimated my own abilities. He also fantasizes about winning the love of the campus beauty from Suzhou University. I thought she loved me. I didn't expect that she was actually greedy for my body. Literally greedy. I was saying, how could someone like Suli be a love-brained person who would marry a poor boy? But on second thought, with her family's status, she could actually half-force Chu Tian to be Suli's blood bag. Just give the money. You can even imprison him and use him as a tool for life. But Suli did not choose to do so, but married him. She also gave birth to two precious daughters for him. It can be considered as fulfilling one's responsibilities and a kind of value exchange. Despite this, Chu Tian wanted to know whether Suli had any feelings for him. It is very likely that Suli did not marry me out of love at the beginning. But no one knows what Suli thinks after getting married. Although in the adult world, things are judged by actions rather than intentions. Suli did not feel sorry for herself. However, Chu Tian still has an indescribable sense of frustration. Daddy is so nice, kiss Yaya. Chu Tian was in a daze when Yaya suddenly took out a lip balm from under the pillow and drew a heart on her and her sister's foreheads. Daddy wants to kiss here. Okay. He bent down and kissed them one by one. Just as he was about to stand up, the two girls suddenly kissed him on the chin at the same time. After that, the two girls laughed and rolled into bed. Yaya stuffed the smartwatch into his hand. Yeah, I can see mommy tomorrow. Chapter 8. This man is so outstanding. When the two girls finally fell asleep with smiles on their faces, Chu Tian tiptoed to the balcony. When the night wind blew, he touched the lip prints of the two girls on his chin and smiled bitterly. If I don't see Suli tomorrow, I'm afraid I'll be drowned by my girls' tears. But this is a bit embarrassing. How on earth should I start? Suli is a school beauty, the kind that half of the boys in the school have a crush on. Moreover, she has an extremely cold personality and a high-class face that looks like it keeps strangers away. Chu Tian still couldn't figure out until now how he managed to trick such an icy person into getting his hands on him. If I told her directly that she and I had two children, she would definitely slap me and think that I was sexually harassing her. Su Li is also extremely persistent in learning martial arts and entering a martial arts university. She is talented, beautiful, and a real curler. It is said that she studies the written examination content for 2 hours every day, and spends the remaining 10 hours in the practice room. Such a tough guy who has extremely high demands on himself and has infinite aspirations for the future. Chu Tian was really afraid that even if she knew that he had 2 daughters, she would refuse to acknowledge them. If that really happened, the 2 girls would probably be heartbroken. This is not impossible. Having 2 children before going to college is undoubtedly a burden for her. Her originally planned life was completely disrupted by the 2 little angels. But Chu Tian had to do it. He just wanted to change Su Li's life trajectory. Otherwise, she would most likely die in 50 years. She is his future wife. Although I don't know how I will catch up with Su Li in the future. But he knew that if Su Li did not choose him, but chose someone stronger than himself to protect her, she might be able to avoid death. As a future husband, I naturally dare not let my beloved down again. The next day, before dawn, the 2 girls were already rubbing against each other in Chu Tian's bed. Daddy, wake up. The sun is shining on your butt. Chu Tian squinted and touched his phone. It was 6 to 5. He tossed and turned until the late night before falling asleep, and now his eyelids felt like they were glued together. Ancestors, have you always gotten up so early? The 2 guys pried open his eyelids from the left and right. Yeya's little face came up to him and said, Dad keeps his word. Mom said that if you stay in bed all the time, you won't grow taller. Chu Tian was dragged off the bed by his arm, with his slippers on backwards. Fan Lihua was frying eggs in the kitchen. She poked her head out and exclaimed in amazement, the sun is rising from the west? You can get up at 6 o'clock? Grandma! Daddy wants to take us to find Mom. Yeya ran around the house holding a piece of toast, and Yi was shouting that she wanted to bring a gift for her mother. The 2 girls were more excited than each other. But it's easy to understand. Yeya hasn't seen her mother for several years, and Yi has hardly seen her mother at all. How can I not be excited? Only Chu Tian had a worried look on his face, not knowing how to face Su Li, his future wife. You can't just go up to me and say, I'm your husband, we have 2 children, and you're going to die in 50 years, right? While eating breakfast, my mother couldn't help but ask, why do the 2 little girls keep calling you Dad? Doesn't the biological father of the children have any objection? Isn't this a bit bad? Chu Tian barely sobered up a little. It's nothing, the 2 girls like to call me that, maybe because I look a lot like their father, let them do whatever they want. After saying goodbye to his daughter, Chu Tian came to school. As soon as he stepped into the school gate, he felt something was wrong. Usually at this time of year, only the students on duty were at the school gate, checking school badges listlessly. But today, a crowd of people gathered around. As soon as his left foot stepped onto the stairs, a shout suddenly broke out from the crowd, the god of war is coming. The clicking sounds of the cameras were like firecrackers, and several girls pointed their phones at his face. Damn, I'm even more handsome in person than in the video. The muscle lines, the way he holds the baby with one hand and resists Tieyu's arm strength. The 2 kids next to him yesterday were his sisters? Their genes are too good. Chu Tian was blinded by the flash and his heart was pounding. What video? What god of war? He was busy coaxing his daughter last night and had no time to check his phone. Suddenly, a boy wearing glasses jumped out of the crowd, holding his phone and speaking incoherently with excitement, Brother Tian. You are on the trending search. The phone screen was pressed against his face. The title is Ejiro High School Students Catching the Iron Feather with One Hand. The video has been viewed over 10 million times. In the video, he was holding the iron feather between 2 fingers, and his 2 daughters were hanging on his body like 2 koalas. The barrage of comments floated past, human evolution has forgotten me again. Student Chu. Can you sign an autograph for me? Just sign on the school uniform. The man with glasses handed over the pen tremblingly. Sign a shit. The dean's roar exploded from behind the crowd. The morning reading bell has rung for 5 minutes. Everyone, go back to the classroom. Turning around, the dean of studies smiled and said to Chu Tian, Student Chu, go to the classroom first. When the principal arrives, go to the principal's office with your class teacher. Oh. The crowd dispersed, leaving only a few brave girls hiding behind the trash cans to take pictures. Chu Tian took the opportunity to rush to the teaching building, and it was like he had stirred up a hornet's nest along the way. Senior, look here. 7 or 8 heads popped out of the second floor window. Student Chu. Can we take a photo together? Student Chu is awesome. I have always been paying attention to Chu Tian. He is indeed handsome, but I have always heard that his health value is only 5. How did he do it? Could it be that someone has taken over his body? Are you stupid? You can only take away the consciousness when you take over someone else's body. The body is still the same as before. Then how did he do it? He kept pretending to be weak? Was there any need for that? What do you know? They call that low-key. Do you understand low-key? That's right, do you think everyone likes to show off in front of girls like you do? As soon as I entered the back door of class 9, the whole class stood up and applauded. Yesterday's video had already gone viral on school forums and major class groups. While catching Tieyu with his bare hands, he also saved 2 little girls. The most important thing is that he remained calm throughout the whole process and didn't even move his hair. He doesn't look like a high school student at all, but rather like a super strong man who has been on the battlefield for a long time. So cool. He is truly a young hero. Chu Tian, who had been busy all night, did not check his mobile phone all night and did not see the question marks sent by his classmates from all directions. Although Chu Tian has a dream of martial arts and works very hard, he really has no talent in this area. In an ordinary class like Class 9, it can only be considered below average. It turns out you were hiding your incompetence. This move also attracted the favor of many girls in the school. Although Chu Tian is extremely handsome, what is the point of being handsome in this era? Handsome, as long as he is paired with any of the talents and family background, he will be a king bomb. But if you play alone, it will still be a dead end. Unless he can be cruel enough to be McGrady. So even though Chu Tian is handsome, not many people like him. In previous relationships, the other people were just after his body. But Chu Tian had always kept himself clean, so they couldn't even take advantage of him, so they all dumped him. But now, things are different. Chu Tian is not only handsome, but also extremely talented. The most important thing is that he is not like other boys who show off just because they have a little talent. They can't wait to show off their charm in front of all the girls in the school. This kind of boastful boy will not be liked by others. Chu Tian is just the opposite. He never reveals his strength and is extremely low-key. If it weren't for this accident, he would probably have kept his talent hidden until the day of the military exam. This kind of talented yet low-key personality is so likable. This man is so outstanding. Chapter 9 Beautiful Head Teacher. Therefore, all of Chu Tian's ex-girlfriends felt a little regretful. Why dumped him so early? Wang Beichen, his best friend who always mocked him as a piece of trash, rushed over holding a broom as a microphone. Interview the God of War. How does it feel to catch the iron feather with your bare hands? Get out. Chu Tian kicked him away. Wang Beichen showed a lewd smile on his face. Chu Tian, you guys, you usually pretend to be weak, but you want to soar to the top in the martial arts exam and shock the whole school? Another close friend, Lu Chuan, came over and said, that's right, it's really unfair. It's okay to deceive others, but you even deceived us. Chu Tian scratched his head, it was just luck, just luck. Wang Beichen's face was full of disdain, as if he was interrogating a prisoner. Fuck you, I watched the whole video. You caught a half-meter-long iron feather that swooped down from hundreds of meters high with just 2 fingers. You call this a fluke? You're just fooling a fool here? You are at least a second-level warrior, right? You are quite good at hiding things, kid. Chu Tian still said stubbornly, it was just luck. To be honest, if you really reach the second level, you will definitely be the top student in the ordinary class, and you can even compete with the top 10 students in the whole school. There is still half a year before the college entrance examination. Have you ever thought about changing classes? If you want to go to a good Wuhan university, sparring partners and resources are very important. I can ask your family to support you with resources, but you have to go to key classes to find sparring partners. Wang Beichen looked so serious in his suggestion that Chu Tian felt a little uncomfortable. This guy usually speaks in a sloppy manner, but now he finally says some sensible words. Although Wang Beichen's talent is not much better than Chu Tian's, he has a mine at home. All of Chu Tian's martial arts equipment was provided by Wang Beichen. I don't have that idea yet. Let's take it one step at a time. Chu Tian said seriously. He really had no interest in changing classes. The increase the system gives him is far greater than the resources that the key class can provide him. Of course, if I could transfer to Su Li's class, I would consider it. Lu Chuan poked Chu Tian's arm with the cap of his pen, winked and pointed to the front row of the classroom. Chu Tian, look. Your ex-girlfriend's eyes are almost glued to your back. Chu Tian lazily opened his eyelids and caught a glimpse of the evasive gaze diagonally opposite him. Jiang Han turned her head in panic, her ponytail swinging like a convulsion. None of my business. His chin fell back onto his elbow, and a tuft of silly hair stuck out from the back of his head. Wang Beichen came over with a sly look on his face, half of his body pressed on his desk. Why are you pretending? Weren't you sad when you were dumped? You even used to secretly follow Jiang Han's Weibo. That's right. When the video went viral yesterday, 8 out of 10 posts on the forum were digging up your love history. Jiang Han must have been kept awake all night by you. Why don't you go and take care of her? Chu Tian picked up the textbook and covered his head with it, cursing under the book, "Get lost, I'm so sleepy." Their separation was just a normal breakup, nothing happened, and there was no question of who was sorry to whom. Chu Tian would never do anything like "I must live a better life than you or I will definitely make you regret it." We are all parents now, so we are not so childish. I was sleeping soundly when the clicking sound of her high heels on the ground startled a few boys who were dozing off in the back row. Chu Tian. Chu Tian opened the textbook in a daze, and saw a pair of slender legs wrapped in black stockings. Looking up, you will see a beige business suit with a nipped waist. Further up, head teacher Lin Shui held the lesson plan book in her hand, smiling, her red-framed glasses sliding down to the tip of her nose. You slept well? The whole class could be heard breathing heavily as they were trying to hold back their laughter. Wang Beichen was poking his waist wildly from below, and just as Chu Tian was about to stand up, he was pressed down on the shoulders by the teaching plan book. Lin Shui is the head teacher of Chu Tian's class. She is only 27 years old and has a top-notch appearance and figure. Maybe because there is not much age difference between her and the students, Lin Shui usually does not put on airs at all and gets along well with the students. Although Lin Shui is not the type that Chu Tian likes, she is the type that Wang Beichen likes. Wang Beichen even admitted many times that Lin Shui was his enlightenment teacher. When Lin Shui bent down, her long hair brushed against the back of his hand, and the fragrance was so strong that it choked his nose. You are so capable, classmate Chu? Even I, your class teacher, was fooled by you. My phone was called 3 times this morning. It's not the teacher, that video. Stop it. Lin Shui slapped him on the back of the head, and a small fragrant breeze blew in his face. It's clearly shown on the video. The principal is walking around in his office right now, saying that our class 9 has produced a hidden genius. I am really in the first realm. I don't care what realm you are in. Lin Shui grabbed his school uniform and dragged him out of the classroom. The school leaders are very interested in you and want you to go for a trial. Hurry up and smooth down your messy hair. Chu Tian looked back and saw Wang Beichen staring in this direction. But of course he was not concerned about Chu Tian's future. Those eyes were fixed on Lin Shui's beautiful legs. A colorful one. He only hated that he had average talent, otherwise Lin Shui would be targeting him. The heads of the people watching the fun in the corridor were crowded like a string of candied haws. When passing by the window of Class 8, a girl screamed and threw a pink envelope at him, which hit Chu Tian's face. Lin Shui chuckled, "Great, Chu Tian, not only do you keep a low profile, but you've also maxed out your skills in picking up girls?" "Teacher, I really didn't. Chu Tian really wanted to show off yesterday. But he just wanted to show off to his 2 precious daughters, so that they can see how awesome their dad is. Well, at most add 1 passerby at the scene. How could he know that Lao Lu was there live streaming the entire thing? He also uploaded the video, and now I guess everyone in the province knows him. Stop talking nonsense." Lin Shui suddenly leaned close to his ear, and the scent of perfume mixed with hot air sprayed towards him. "When the principal asks you about this later, remember to tell him that I will practice with you until 10 o'clock every day. Did you hear me?" Chu Tian replied helplessly, Okay, I got it. This teacher Kobayashi is really good at taking advantage of me. He doesn't consider himself an outsider at all. Lin Shui and Chu Tian came to the principal's office. The air conditioner in the principal's office was blowing cold air. As soon as Chu Tian stepped into the door, he saw the dean of studies circling in front of the coffee table with a thermos cup in his hand, like an ant on a hot pan. Come on, Xiao Chu." The principal jumped up from the leather sofa, his shiny head almost hitting the chandelier. "Hurry up and sit down, do you want a Coke?" Lin Shui almost laughed out loud when she twisted her high heels. She had never seen the principal like this before. Whenever I see him, he always has a dark face and is giving me a lecture. She also benefited from Chu Tian's help. That's right. If you only look at Chu Tian's performance in the video, he is definitely a second-level warrior. Even more than the early stage of the second realm. In the entire Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school, there are only 19 people who can reach the level of a second-level warrior, and all of them are in the key class. All of these 19 people have been admitted in advance to national key martial arts universities. Even the cultivation resources were jointly provided by Jiangzhou, the city, and Wuda. The investment of resources is more than 10 times that of ordinary students. If Chu Tian is included, there will be 20 students admitted early to Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school this year. This result far exceeds that of previous years. The higher the school's admission rate, the smoother his political career as a principal will be. The point is, Chu Tian achieved this without any allocation of resources. There is not a trace of moisture. With a little training, he might become a leader in the school. How could the principal be unhappy? Chapter 10, Transferred to another class for trial training. Chu Tian had just reached the edge of the sofa when the Dean of Studies suddenly rushed over and held his hand. Heroes emerge young. The two-finger zen to catch the iron feather in the video is more exciting than the movie. Thank you, thank you. Chu Tian laughed awkwardly twice. The principal slapped the dean away and turned around to laugh with his teeth showing. But how did you do it, Mr. Chu? Did you sign an agreement with some big company to be trained as a specialist? If that's the case, we at Jiangzhou are willing to contribute double the resources, and we can also help pay for the liquidated damages. The principal knew that if Chu Tian was reserved by a company in advance, the credit for his promotion to a key Wuhan university would not be attributed to the school. Lin Shui suddenly cleared her throat. Chu Tian caught a glimpse of her eyelashes frantically shaking and immediately understood. No, I just taught myself. Also, Teacher Lin has already seen my potential and forced me to practice until 10 o'clock every day. Look! What did I say? The principal slapped his thigh in excitement. Xiao Lin is a very competent class teacher. You must be given a star in this year's outstanding teacher selection. Lin Shui adjusted his glasses. He was so happy inside, but his expression remained calm. I was so happy to be praised by my leader. Because of what happened to me by those brats in Class 9, all my performance bonuses were deducted. Now, wouldn't it be easy to get promotion, salary increase, awards and honors? Afterwards, Chu Tian really needs to be rewarded well. We have prepared the transfer procedures for you. As long as you pass the trial training today, you can report to the key class tomorrow. The matter of changing classes. Chu Tian just opened his mouth when the principal suddenly approached him mysteriously and asked, "Do you know who your tryout opponent is?" Who? The principal looked constipated. Just a reminder, Class 1. Looking at the principal's somewhat obscene expression, Chu Tian fell into deep thought. Can't it? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Chu Tian scratched the back of his head and asked tentatively, Shen Tianyu? Shen Tianyu awakened the S-level all things talent, the only one of its kind in the entire school. It is said that he can decompose any object he touches into its most primitive energy particles. The titanium alloy ring in the training ground was once wiped into thin air. The principal smiled crookedly and shook his head like a rattle. It's not him. Is that Zhao Wuji? Chu Tian counted on his fingers. He awakened the S-level indestructible body, and even if a monster bites him, his teeth would break. He even once smashed a force gauge with one punch? Oh, he followed the military special training team into the mountains to fight the beasts. He's probably grinding his teeth on the monsters right now. The principal crossed his legs and sipped his wolfberry tea. Chu Tian grabbed the collar of his school uniform. It can't be Bai Yi, right? His Tianyan Xinggue can predict all the opponent's actions and always be one step ahead of the opponent. Still not. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and said, it can't be Yi Guanchao, right? His time-in can go back 2 seconds in a small range. Last week, he ended up playing with someone and ended up replaying the game endlessly. Don't mention it. This guy is now used by the military as a human detector, specifically to find hidden weapons in the monster's nest. Ah, could it really be that person? Chu Tian suddenly had an idea and stuttered, could it be Su Li? The principal slapped his thigh, splashing wolfberry tea all over the table. Finally you figured it out. It's her. Chu Tian's heart almost jumped out of his throat, but he pretended to be fine. Su Li? Hasn't she already been reserved by the Magic City Wura? Wouldn't it be too much of a bully to fight me? Don't be so modest. The principal patted him on the back. It's true that the chances of you winning a fight with Suli are slim, but even if you lose you can still gain a lot. What the principal was thinking was that, watching yesterday's video, it was too easy for Chu Tian to take that move. If you want to know Chu Tian's limit, you have to put the greatest pressure on him. So in this trial, the principal had no intention of letting Chu Tian win at all. But for Chu Tian, this was embarrassing. It is said that there are a lot of monsters in Class 1. But the most bizarre one is undoubtedly Su Li. The first place in the school rankings is almost monopolized by Su Li. The weird thing about Su Li is that after fighting with her for 3 years, no one even knows what kind of martial arts talent she has awakened. After reading the system's introduction, Chu Tian guessed that Su Li had awakened an SSS-level talent similar to Chu Tian's Taiyuan Dao of the 12 Divine Daos. Because apart from the Chaos God who mainly devours, there is no known physique or martial arts talent that requires sucking human blood to forcibly suppress it. And it might be because I had an innate Taoist fetus that had not yet awakened that I was targeted by this little vampire. Her Shinto is most likely incomplete. The 12 dominant divine ways are superior to all other martial arts talents. Each Shinto has only one inheritor. After Chu Tian awakened the Taiyuan Dao, it meant that others would have to wait until his death before they would have the chance to inherit this Dao. Of the 12 Shinto paths, including him, only 4 have been successfully and fully awakened. The scarcity can be imagined. The principal took Chu Tian to the martial arts hall for a tryout, and Chu Tian was extremely nervous along the way. The reason for the nervousness wasn't because I was about to compete with those geniuses. The gap in martial arts talent can completely make up for the gap in cultivation, training, and skills of a small level. With his current cultivation level at the early second realm, it would be impossible for him to be able to take on that extremely fast iron feather. The reason why he could catch it easily was purely because his Shinto talent endowed him with martial arts power far beyond that of martial artists at the same level. The reason he was nervous was because the person he was fighting against was his wife. Do you think I should win or lose? Chu Tian was in a difficult situation. But whether you win or lose, it is still domestic violence. I won, it was me who abused her. I lost because she abused me. It makes sense no matter what you say. This kind of situation must not be seen by the 2 little girls. But whether I win or lose, as long as I can get in touch with her, it's good. After the fight, no matter whether you win or lose, it will seem more natural to talk to her again. Otherwise, Chu Tian really didn't know how to talk to her. Lin Shui poked him in the waist from behind and asked with a suppressed smile. Are you nervous? The campus beauty of Suzhou University is in there. If you win, you might be able to get her a wife. Chu Tian's ears turned red. Teacher, can you be more serious? This teacher Shaolin is even more gossipy than Wang Beichen. A class teacher who instigates students every day makes Chu Tian feel embarrassed. As soon as I entered the door, dozens of eyes swept over me. The monsters in Class 1 were all practicing one-on-one on the field. The sound of their fists and feet breaking through the air made people's scalp tingle. These people in Group 1 did not show any welcoming gesture towards Chu Tian's arrival. Students in key classes are knowledgeable and have not only seen geniuses from their own school, but also from other schools. They are not as easily startled as the ordinary classes. So they didn't have much awe and admiration for Chu Tian. Su Li stood at the innermost edge of the ring, her ponytail neatly thrown behind her head. She was wrapped tightly in a pure black nano armor, but it still couldn't hide her perfect figure. Now Chu Tian is really envious of the boys in Class 1. If this were a boy in her class, wouldn't he have a feast for his eyes every day? Chapter 11 Fighting with My Wife. There is a sharp curve from Su Li's shoulders to waistline. The tactical straps on the chest create 2 full crescents, and the waist-hugging design makes the waist look so thin that it hurts. The tactical pants were made of highly elastic material, and the lines of the hips and legs were stretched as if they were filled with mercury. With every step you took, waves of tight buttocks rolled under the fabric. She was biting open a bandage and her ponytail was dangling from the back of her neck. When the bandage is applied, the curve bulges. The bridge of her nose was so sharp that it could pierce through paper, and her eyelashes fluttered under her eyes, casting a dark blue tint. Her lips were pressed into a pink line, and the corners of her mouth were naturally curved, but the wrinkle between her eyebrows made her look cold. My wife does look very similar to our 2 daughters. They are all equally stunning and stunningly beautiful. Chu Tian had met Su Li on the road before. But the aura of the campus beauty of Suzhou University is enough to scare people to death. Not to mention appreciating it carefully, I can only take a sneak peek at it. Hey, isn't this the god of war who caught the iron feather with his bare hands? Suddenly a troublemaker jumped out from the front row. It was Zhao Xiaodao, a famous chatterbox in the key class. Don't let Goddess Su beat you up so badly later. The whole class burst into laughter. These geniuses in Class 1 have awakened at least a-level martial arts talents, and they are extremely ambitious. It's not like they didn't watch the video of the scene. Catching the iron feather with bare hands is impressive, but that's all. They felt that if they were in his place, they would be able to catch the iron feather easily. The principal glared at Zhao Xiaodao, then turned to Chu Tian and squeezed out a kind smile. Xiao Chu, don't feel pressured, just perform normally. It's normal even if I lose. Losing to Su Li is normal. Losing doesn't mean I can't enter Class 1. Before he finished speaking, Su Li suddenly looked up and glanced over here. Chu Tian felt as if the back of his neck was scratched by ice chips, and his hair stood up. This look is so oppressive even from a distance of 20 meters. How can we fight this? Su Li saw the movement here, stopped wrapping the bandage, and walked towards Chu Tian. The tactical boots made a clicking sound as they stepped on the floor, and the hair swayed with each step. Walking to Chu Tian's side, Su Li nodded slightly and said, "Principal." The principal rubbed his hands and walked over. "Xiao Su, this is classmate Chu Tian." "No." Su Li smiled at Chu Tian politely. "Student Chu, I watched the video. Your reaction speed is good. The mother of the two children will probably be very grateful to you." The students watching the fun from behind collectively gasped. The campus beauty of Suzhou University actually took the initiative to praise someone? The sun is rising from the west. Chu Tian thought, is this reaction speed just acceptable? It seems that my wife is quite confident. I don't know if you will still be so confident later, hee hee. Chu Tian laughed awkwardly. It was just luck, just luck. Seeing Chu Tian's unnatural reaction, Lin Shui pinched her thigh to hold back her laughter. The principal pretended to cough and turned to look at the ceiling. Su Li swung her long legs and walked towards the ring. 3 minutes of warm-up. You just got here and don't have tactical clothes yet. To be fair, I will wear civilian clothes too. Standing on the stage, the two men stood facing each other. Su Li took a half step back and waved her hand lightly. The nano combat suit turned into silver sand and slid off her body. The white school uniform shirt that was exposed underneath had two cloud-like shapes on its buttons that were trembling. There were gasps coming from the stands, and one boy's hands were shaking so much that he crushed a mineral water bottle. The spotlights above the ring were blindingly bright. Chu Tian stared at Su Li, who was adjusting her wrist guard across from him, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. A small piece of porcelain white skin was exposed at the collar of the tactical vest, making him dizzy. Su Li felt Chu Tian's gaze, curled the corners of her mouth, and responded with a look of contempt. You will shine if you are given some sunshine. She hated it most when men looked at her like that. Since you saved someone yesterday, I wanted to give you some face so that you don't lose too badly. Now she plans to make a quick decision and teach Chu Tian a small lesson. Feeling Su Li's contemptuous look, Chu Tian immediately came to his senses. What can he do? With this figure, no man can take his eyes off, right? Besides, you're my wife, so I can't watch it? He. Sundara, huh? Let us see if you are still arrogant later. Just as Su Li was about to get into position, an auntie in a grey training suit suddenly appeared from the sidelines. The sparring partner from the third realm has arrived at the locker room. Finish the fight quickly and don't waste time here. Clear. Su Li pulled up his wrist guard, turned around and jumped back to the ring. Chu Tian's 5 senses had been strengthened, so he could hear everything clearly. TSK, are you so confident? The audience seats near the ring were already packed. The students in the ordinary classes were all crowded in front of the railings, wishing they could stretch their necks like geese. The students in Class 1 seemed to be fine. Some of them sat in the back row, crossed their legs and ate melon seeds. Some simply ignored this so-called strong dialogue and continued training normally in other arenas. What's so good about this? Su Li beats people like cutting vegetables. He doesn't even need to use 3 moves. Zhao Xiaodao threw a peanut into his mouth and squinted at the sea of heads below. These country bumpkins in the ordinary class have never seen the world, right? The girl wearing glasses next to her pushed up her glasses and said, I heard that Chu Tian caught the iron feather eagle with his bare hands yesterday? Catch the shit. The guy with a crew cut in the front row sneered and squeezed the bottle of mineral water in his hand until it made a crackling sound. The iron-feathered eagle dived at a speed of several hundred kilometers per hour. His 2 fingers should have been fried into a pulp long ago. The video must be synthetic. Ordinary classes love to come up with gimmicks like this. There was a sudden burst of screams from the front row of the audience. If you ask me, Chu Tian can hold out for 5 moves, which is a great honor for us ordinary squad leaders. A student from the ordinary class held a half-pack of spicy noodles and poked his greasy fingers towards the ring. Those bastards in the key class are always arrogant. This time, we must let them see that there are also ruthless people in the ordinary class. Chu Tian is different. Yesterday, he took on the second-level beast's move without even shaking his fingers. Maybe he can really arm wrestle with Su Li. There was a sudden sneer from the back row. Several boys from the key class squeezed over at some point. The tall guy in the lead crossed his arms, his chin almost raised to the sky. Arm wrestling? Do you believe that Goddess Su can blow his head off with one punch? Ordinary classes love to do this kind of self-admiration. Who are you calling self-admiring? The boy in overalls turned around suddenly. The toilets in your key classes are bigger than our classrooms. You have resources right in front of you and you're still showing off. The curly-haired guy next to the tall guy chuckled, "You're so jealous. If you have the ability, you can get into the key class? But with your IQ and talent." He deliberately stretched out the tone and twirled his fingers beside his temple. Chapter 12 Chaos Shinto. The crowd in the regular class suddenly burst into a commotion. Wang Beichen picked up a plastic stool that he had brought from some canteen and slammed it down at the feet of the students in the key class. Go back to your VIP area. This is the territory of the ordinary class, understand? The area for key classes on the other side of the arena was quite quiet. Zhao Xiaodao sat on the cushion with his legs crossed, tossing an energy drink can in his hand. How much strength do you think Goddess Su used today? 30%? 20%? 1% is enough. The girl wearing gold-rimmed glasses slowly applied hand cream. Last week, she beat a sparring partner in the early stage of the second realm into the infirmary with just 2 moves. This Chu Tian. She glanced at the noisy general class area across the street and said, "I'm afraid they're not even as good as sparring partners. I just checked the information in the academic affairs office. Chu Tian's health value in the physical test last semester was only 5, which is less than a quarter of the bottom of our class." That's it? He caught Tieyu with his bare hands? I think Tieyu was crippled by the anti-aircraft gun before he hit him? Everyone in the key class burst into laughter. Someone deliberately shouted to the other side, "Hey! People from the ordinary class. Do you want to open the betting? I bet on 3 moves." The students from the ordinary class standing by the ring were so angry that their teeth were itching. The boy in the plaid shirt suddenly yelled, "Let's bet. I'll bet on 10 moves. If you lose, I'll wash your socks for a month." Immediately, 7 or 8 voices followed suit and shouted, "I'll press 5 moves. 7 moves. Brother Tian can definitely do it." Wang Beichen got a megaphone from somewhere, stepped on a chair and waved his arms. "Brother Tian is awesome. If you can beat the school beauty, you will be the best high school student in Jiangcheng." The principal stood beside the ring, rubbing his hands, very much looking forward to the competition. The dean of studies came over and asked, "Are you sure there's suspense in this match? Why did you find such a strong person? What do you know?" The principal glared at him. As long as Chu Tian can take on Su Li's 10 moves, he will be promoted to Class 1, and if he takes on 5, he will be promoted to Class 2. Lin Shui sat next to the principal and chuckled, "Principal, just wait and see. Maybe Chu Tian will give us a surprise." On the ring, Su Li tied her braids tightly again, raised her eyes to look at Chu Tian who was jumping and warming up opposite her, and sneered. Chu Tian rolled up the sleeves of his school uniform to his elbows, revealing his well-defined forearms. "Student Su, can I add a green bubble after the fight? I have something to tell you." As soon as these words were spoken, the audience seats in the key class burst into booing. The campus beauty of Suzhou University rarely even adds green bubbles to the boys in her class. You are a stranger you just met, and you still want Goddess Su's green bubble? A toad wants to eat swan meat? Wang Beichen almost threw the speaker. "Damn, Brother Tian is brave. Is this fucking tactical interference? It's great, great." Su Li's eyes froze instantly, and he twisted his tactical boots on the floor. "We'll talk after you beat me." But what she found hard to understand was that it was clearly the first time he met Chu Tian. But why do I feel a slight palpitation when I see him? She hadn't felt this kind of palpitations for a long time. Never mind, let us talk about it after we win. After eating the top-grade Qi and blood pill given by the system, Chu Tian's Qi and blood value is now 50, and his cultivation level is at the early stage of the second realm. Su Li's Qi and blood value is 72, and his cultivation level is the middle stage of the second realm. Although the gap does not seem large, the difference in both the mobilization of spiritual power and the maximum strength value is nearly 40%. On the ring, Su Li's toes flicked and an afterimage appeared. Before Chu Tian could even blink, the fist was almost touching the tip of his nose. He tilted his head instinctively, and the wind from the fist brushed past his ear, scratching his face painfully. In fact, it's not entirely instinctive. The holy fighting technique given to him by the system can predict the opponent's moves. Su Li's cultivation was only one small realm higher than his, so this martial arts foundation would naturally be effective for her as well. Quick reaction. Su Li sneered as she retracted her fist and stomped her jade feet on the ground. A black mist suddenly appeared on the ground of the ring, like spilled ink spreading all around. Chu Tian's ankle sank and he looked down to see the sole of his shoe sinking. This black fog was like a black hole, pulling Chu Tian down. Seeing this move, Chu Tian instantly knew what kind of divine way Su Li had awakened. It is the Chaos God Way, the Lord of Devouring. When the Chaos Divine Way is practiced to a small degree, it can create a small black hole to devour the enemy's blood, energy, and matter. The range of the black hole expands as strength grows, but each swallowing will intensify the chaotic energy riot in the body. Among the 12 Shinto, only Chaos Shinto is most consistent with this move. Fortunately, Su Li's Chaos Divine Path was obviously defective. Chu Tian did not feel the tremendous pressure similar to that of a black hole. Although this move was often demonstrated to outsiders, everyone just thought that Su Li had awakened an advanced devouring martial arts talent. What Su Li had not awakened at all was the ceiling of the devouring talent Chaos Divine Way. Su Li hooked her finger, and suddenly a dozen sticky tentacles emerged from the black fog. Just as Chu Tian was about to lift his leg, his entire right leg was tightly entangled. The densely packed suction cups on the tentacles were sucking his blood, and his school uniform trouser legs were visibly deflated. Chu Tian's spiritual power is rapidly dissipating. The audience burst into exclamations. Wang Beichen's hand holding the megaphone was shaking. Is this fucking martial arts? People in other key classes were not surprised at all. Su Li has demonstrated this move many times. It's just that before it was only used at the end, but this time, it was used at the very beginning. It seems that Su Li was irritated by this kid Chu Tian. Chu Tian was also shocked, but he didn't slow down. The huge increase brought by Taiyuan Dao caused his Qi and blood to explode. In just a few seconds, his Qi and blood values soared from 50 to 70. It was surprisingly close to Su Li's level. The majestic energy and blood were surging wildly around Chu Tian. The tentacles wrapped around my legs suddenly loosened as if they were burned, and retracted into the fog with a hissing sound and black smoke. There is no skill involved, it's purely numerical suppression. Both sides have awakened to Shinto, but one is complete and the other is incomplete. At least for now, this gap is like a chasm that Su Li cannot easily overcome. Jin Shanha. Chu Tian growled and stomped his right foot heavily. The arena shook violently, and most of the black fog was dispersed in an instant. Su Li staggered half a step, with a look of surprise on her face. Her chaos realm was actually broken? It only took 20 seconds? Before Su Li could adjust herself, Chu Tian had already pounced in front of her. The fist came towards him with a light golden halo, and Su Li crossed his arms to block it. With a dull thud, the wrist guard broke apart. Su Li slid 3 meters away, and the soles of his shoes left 2 black marks on the rubber of the ring. Interesting. It seems that I really underestimated the enemy. Chapter 13 Winning the Wife. Su Li shook her numb wrists and suddenly unbuttoned her collar. There were gasps from the audience. Can we now feast our eyes? A crack suddenly appeared above her head, and countless gravel and steel bars spurted out of the crack as if they were attracted by a magnet. Chu Tian guessed that this crack should lead to the small space given to her by the Chaos Divine Road. Su Li pressed her finger downwards, and an overwhelming rain of steel bars came crashing down towards Chu Tian. A concrete slab flew past the edge of the ring and cut off half of the guardrail. The principal did not expect Su Li to use this trick, so he and several teachers could only immediately open the protective shield of the audience seats. Chu Tian's pupils suddenly shrank, and the system suddenly popped up a window. The holy fighting technique is activated, analyzing the enemy's martial arts. A slow-motion image suddenly flashed before his eyes, and the trajectory of each steel bar turned into a red dotted line. His body was faster than his brain, and he dodged left and right in the rain of steel bars like a loach. After all the operations, Chu Tian only had some cuts on his school uniform, but there was no blood on his body. Is this a fucking prediction? Zhao Shoudao's melon seeds fell to the ground. Goddess Su's ultimate move was easily dodged by this kid? Seeing that Chu Tian dodged his move without even breaking a sweat, Su Li's heart was completely confused. Even fighting with strong men in the third realm could not bring her such great pressure. It seemed that every attack of his was easily restrained by Chu Tian. In addition, due to the use of two magical powers of the Chaos Divine Way in a short period of time, Su Li's blood and energy values dropped extremely quickly, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. The backlash of the incomplete Shinto came faster than expected. People who are familiar with Su Li are also very confused about her fighting mode this time. Before, she had to mix some ordinary attacks between various magical powers, equivalent to the CD cooling time of the ultimate move. But this time, for some reason, she used her magical power twice in succession. Su Li gritted his teeth and forced himself to continue using his magical powers. The arena was once again shrouded in black fog, and gravity suddenly reversed. Chu Tian was pulled towards the ceiling. Disorder Field. It's Goddess Su's ultimate weapon. The field of disorder can expand a chaotic field with a radius of 100 meters, and the physical laws within the range are disordered. Within the area, gravity is reversed, flames are frozen, and attack trajectories are randomly shifted. However, due to the incompleteness of the Divine Way, Su Li's five senses were confused when the domain was opened. He had to fight with his eyes closed and rely on his intuition. Chu Tian hit his head against the chandelier and suddenly grinned. He twisted his waist and turned over in mid-air, then stomped hard into the air with his right foot. Boom! The black fog was completely torn apart, gravity instantly returned to normal, and Chu Tian landed steadily. Su Li spat out a mouthful of blood, and the backlash from the domain made her eyes go black. No one has ever cracked this trick so easily. Su Li wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, still refusing to give up. A strange beast skull the size of a tanker truck suddenly fell out of the void crack, with venom dripping from its fangs. Chu Tian had just dodged the last steel bar when he looked up and saw a bloody mouth biting down. The fishy wind made it impossible for him to open his eyes. The system suddenly made a ding-dong sound. The Qi and blood furnace has been activated, the remains of an alien beast have been detected, and the Qi and blood are being converted. Ah, you came just in time. His mind moved slightly, and instead of retreating, he advanced, and his fist wrapped in golden light stabbed into the eye socket of the strange beast. Suck it for me. The golden lines under the skin spread along the arm, and the skull of the strange beast was weathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Tian's blood and energy surged, and he condensed the energy he had drawn into a golden spear and threw it towards Su Li. Just as Su Li was about to dodge, the chaotic divine power in his body suddenly ran wild. She groaned in frozen place, watching the golden spear pierce her face. At the critical moment, Chu Tian suddenly changed his tactics. The tip of the gun brushed past her ear and penetrated into the ring, creating a half-meter deep hole. Chu Tian suddenly moved behind her and pressed his fingers on the back of her neck. An extremely surging spiritual energy was running rampant in her body. Stop fighting, your blood is in chaos. Su Li has never been touched by a strange man since she was a child. Just as Su Li was about to elbow him, she suddenly trembled all over. The energy and blood of Tai Huang Dao poured in through his fingertips, and the runaway Chaos Dao actually calmed down. The audience was silent. Principal, Lin Shui's open mouth is big enough to fit an egg. Su Li's ears turned red, half out of shame and half out of anger. She suddenly grabbed Chu Tian's wrist and twisted it, and pushed her knee into his lower abdomen. I don't want you to mind my business. Suddenly, a pig-killing howl sounded from the audience. He touched Goddess Su. I'm going to fight him. On the ring, Chu Tian's fingers were still pressing on the back of Su Li's neck, and Tai Huang Dao's qi and blood were slowly gathering. Su Li was shaking all over, her knees went weak and she almost fell to her knees. A fishy sweet taste surged in her throat. She tilted her head suddenly and spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly staining the front of her school uniform red. You. Su Li's voice was extremely hoarse, and his fingers were digging into the rubber of the ring. She had never lost so miserably in her life, and in front of the whole school. The backlash of the Chaos Divine Way was running wild in her blood vessels, causing her vision to go black due to the pain. Chu Tian squatted down, with a little bloodstain on his school uniform sleeve. "You are too aggressive in your domain, take a break." These words sounded like concern, but they felt like a slap in Su Li's ears. She shook Chu Tian's hand off violently, but the movement was too big and she injured herself internally. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood foam. The ordinary class formation below the stage looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Wang Beichen's hand holding the loudspeaker froze in mid-air, and spicy noodles fell out of his open mouth. "Fuck, brother Tian beat the school beauty to the point of vomiting blood?" Over in the key class, the melon seeds in Zhao Xiaodao's hand were scattered all over the floor, and the hand cream of the girl with gold-rimmed glasses was all over her pants. The guy with a crew cut who just yelled that he would lose in 3 moves was frantically browsing the website of the Academic Affairs Office. This fucking HP value is 5? The Academic Affairs Office must have eaten shit. The principal's thermos cup hit his feet with a bang, and he didn't even feel the hot water pouring down his shoes. Teacher Kobayashi really got it right. This Chu Tian can really bring surprises to people. No one would have expected this result. What he is thinking about now is how to keep Chu Tian in number 1 middle school. This boy has the potential to reach the 9th realm. Su Li supported herself on the edge of the ring and tried to stand up, but her legs went weak and she sat back down. The collar of his school uniform was covered in blood and his hair was almost completely disheveled. The worst thing was that she found that the Chaos Realm could not be taken back. The black fog was swarming in the corner of the ring, making crackling sounds like an electric leakage. Chu Tian sighed and stretched out his hand into the fog. The golden light of Taiwan Dao swallowed up the black fog within a few seconds. "You, how could you?" Su Li's lips were trembling. Su Li became even more nervous. Except for the elders of her family, almost no one knew that she had awakened the Chaos Divine Way. Why could her Chaos Realm be absorbed so easily by Chu Tian? The military district instructor said that he was invincible at the same level, but he was easily defeated by a person from an ordinary class? The key class suddenly burst into tears. "My bet. 3 months of pocket money." Wang Beichen stood on a chair and waved the loudspeaker. "Key class. Wash socks. Wash underwear. Wash until graduation." No one in the key class dared to join in the conversation. They all huddled in the corner like eggplants hit by frost. Such a situation was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. Su Li usually beats the students in their key class as if it were a game. As a result, we lost so badly today? Then what are they? Waste? And looking at Su Li's condition today, it is obvious that he is not online. At the beginning of the game, 2 trump cards that were usually used as the finale were played out. So hateful? Chapter 14. Do you dare to come to the key class to provoke? Aunt Wang, the assistant in the audience, saw this and immediately ran onto the stage. As the person sent by the family to protect Su Li, Aunt Wang naturally knew all of Su Li's secrets. She is extremely weak now and needs to absorb essence and blood immediately. Aunt Wang supported Su Li and walked quickly to the private training room in the Yifu building without even saying hello to the principal and others. The cheers of the students in the ordinary class beside the ring hurt her eardrums and her vision went dark. Aunt Wang half-hugged her and walked deeper into the corridor, whispering, "Miss, calm down first." As soon as the door of the training room closed, Su Li collapsed on the ground. The bloodstains on the collar of the school uniform had turned black, and the backlash of the Chaos Divine Way was like thousands of needles piercing his meridians. Aunt Wang took out a dark red glass tube from the safe in the practice room. The blood and spinal fluid of the 7th realm iron-armored rhino were specially left by the patriarch for you. Su Li shivered as he bit open the cork. The moment the fishy sweet liquid poured into his throat, his internal organs felt as if they were burned by a branding iron. She was hunched over and retching, veins popping out on the back of her hands, and cold sweat had made her bangs sticky in clumps. The essence and blood flowed through the blood vessels, and the runaway Shinto finally calmed down a little. But even so, it still felt like ants were gnawing at the cracks between my bones. Even the blood essence of the 7th realm exotic beast could not completely suppress the backlash of this incomplete Chaos Divine Way. I'm afraid only the blood essence of the 9th realm Beast King can completely suppress it. But the 9th realm Beast King usually hides in the deep sea and cannot be found anywhere. Even if the Beast King's trace was found, no one could be sure of extracting the beast's blood. Is she going to have to suffer the backlash for the rest of her life? If that's the case, she would rather not awaken the Chaos Shinto. I'm such a loser. She crushed the empty bottle, and the glass shards pierced her palm without feeling any pain. I have practiced for 10 years, and I still lose to the ordinary class. She suddenly recalled the moment she awakened to Shinto at the age of 6. The elders of the tribe gathered around the detector, laughing and crying. But what about now? The chaos realm was easily broken. Have all these years of suffering been in vain? She opened her collar, and the dense needle holes below her collarbone were still blue. That's left over from weekly injections of suppressants. In order to prevent Suli from becoming the target of public criticism too early, the family has been hiding Suli's identity. The family spent a huge amount of money to buy high-level exotic animal spinal fluid from the black market in order to suppress the backlash from the gods. Now it's all a joke. Aunt Wang squatted down and wiped the blood off her face. I felt something was wrong when that boy forcibly took the attack from the Iron Feather Eagle, and ordinary second-level warriors simply cannot withstand the swallowing of the Chaos Realm. She pried open Su Li's bloody hand. Look at the degree of the backlash. Not only did he withstand your chaos-devouring power, he was also able to suppress it. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Miss, there is no need to underestimate yourself. I will let the family investigate his background. Su Li endured the pain and said in a deep voice, no need to tell the family, I will handle it myself. Yes. Su Li stared at the wound on her palm caused by the glass, and her tears fell to the floor. It's not the pain, it's the frustration. From childhood to adulthood, no one of her peers could force her to use her full strength, but today she was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by an unknown guy. Su Li stared at her trembling fingertips. The place that Chu Tian touched just now still feels like a ball of fire running through the blood. Chu Tian touched it lightly, and Chaos God suddenly became as obedient as a kitten. This made her more panicked than losing the competition. How on earth did this person do it? Auntie Wang, please go home first and let me stay alone for a while. On the other side, the principal rushed to Chu Tian's side and grabbed his wrist tightly. Change classes. Change now. I will move your desk for you myself. Principal, please be careful and don't dislocate our precious child's arm. Lin Shui leaned against the guardrail. But to be honest, I've already seen that this kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. The principal seemed to have found a treasure. Chu Tian, the day after tomorrow, there will be an early admission exam for Magic City University. Our school has 3 places, and one of them must be you. After being admitted early, you will be free for the next 6 months and can do whatever you want. Chu Tian nodded. Well, it's a bit tempting. The news that Chu Tian defeated Su Li in the martial arts hall spread throughout the river in less than half a day. Chu Tian didn't care, but now he was worried about Su Li. He also didn't expect that Su Li would be defeated so miserably with just a slight attack. It should be related to the restrained relationship between Shinto and Taoism. Will your faith be shattered by my beating? If my 2 daughters knew about this, they would probably beat me to death with their little fists. After absorbing the remains of the strange beast and adding Su Li's chaotic spiritual power, his health value increased to 52. This efficiency is simply too high. From the first year to the 3rd year of high school, Chu Tian raised his chi and blood value from 3 to 5. And now, 1 fight is enough. After school, Chu Tian went to class 1 and wanted to find Su Li to explain things clearly. Chu Tian walked to the back door of class 1 with his school bag on his back and his hands in his pockets. The bell for the end of get out of class has rung for 2 minutes, and the seats in class 1 are almost all full. I don't want to leave. It's worthy of being a key class, just work hard. Or was it me who stimulated you? Chu Tian was secretly happy and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But after looking around, Su Li was not sitting there. Did you go to the bathroom? Or did you go home early? Chu Tian was about to turn around and leave when Zhao Xiaodao suddenly turned around and saw him. Fuck! Zhao Xiaodao crushed the mineral water bottle in his hand. How dare the Chu group come and act wildly? Chu Tian turned around and wanted to retreat, but he was stopped before his shoe had turned half a circle, and then 7 or 8 boys blocked his retreat. Hey, you want to fight? Chu Tian said with disdain. I'm just passing by, don't get so excited, okay? Hearing Chu Tian's answer, the boys in class 1 instantly became angry. Although Su Li appears to be cold on the surface, she is always very enthusiastic about her classmates' requests for advice on cultivation. In addition, she is beautiful and kind-hearted, so she naturally becomes the class favorite. Seeing the goddess in my class being bullied like this, and then being beaten and mocked after being bullied. Even as an ordinary student, you can't stand it, right? Passing by? Are you kidding me? Our class 1 and your class 9 are not in the same teaching building at all. How can you say you passed by? Do you really think that people in our class are easy to bully? Goddess Sue is just worried and not performing well today. It's not your turn to bully her. If you're really capable, come fight me and see if I can kill you. Chu Tian was helpless with these fake flower guarding messengers. I'm just here to look for someone. Besides, I am her legal husband. Is it your turn to be so excited? Chu Tian said nothing, rolled his eyes, turned around and wanted to leave. Chapter 15. Did you know to apologize after the fight? You dare to show off after you injured Su Li? Xinxi, Su Li's best friend and class monitor, rushed to Chu Tian and blocked his way. Are you planning to mock us again? Saying that our class is full of losers? Xinxi was furious. Su Li had been injured and hadn't come to class for a day, so she was already in a bad mood. All day today, the entire class completely lost the cheerful and relaxed atmosphere it had before. They all looked lifeless, all thanks to Chu Tian. Just when I was feeling anxious and had no place to vent my anger, Chu Tian came to me and caused trouble. Xinxi is usually easy to talk to and has no problem with students in ordinary classes. But this was the first time that Xinxi was treated so harshly. How could she endure it? Chu Tian, Su Li didn't offend you, did she? A grown man, are you so petty? Chu Tian knew Xinxi and often spoke at the flag-raising ceremony on Monday. When Xinxi met Su Li before, she was always by her side. Everyone in the school knows that Xinxi is Su Li's best friend. If this offends her, she will definitely say bad things about him in front of Su Li. So Chu Tian didn't dare to offend this lady. Student Shen, it's just a misunderstanding. Chu Tian laughed dryly and rubbed against the wall. I want to talk to student Su about something. Shen, she looked unconvinced and grabbed the corner of Chu Tian's school uniform. Talk about something? You are from class 9, and you and Su Li are not even ordinary friends. You are just strangers. What is there to talk about? What the hell? You want to leave just because I provoked you? A boy punched the metal cabinet, leaving a dent in the door. Do you think our class is a vegetable market? We can come and go as we please? Zhao Xiaodao suddenly jumped onto the desk, with his school uniform sleeves rolled up to his elbows. Brothers! We can't lose face in our class. If we don't beat the shit out of him today, the whole school will laugh at us for being weaklings tomorrow. More than 20 boys gathered in a circle and said, Don't cry, and tell the teacher if you lose. Chu Tian leaned his back against the tile wall. The weakest of these people was at the early stage of the second realm. If they really started fighting. What are you doing? A loud shout came from the end of the corridor. A man was walking towards me, with 7 or 8 followers surrounding him. Chu Tian looked at his wolf tail hair dyed silver and remembered. The only child of the Nangong family who was ranked among the top few in Jiangcheng, ranked 4th in the school's combat power list, and the one who chased Su Li to the point of sleeping on the floor outside her training room. Nangong Lai. Nangong Lai not only likes Su Li's face, but also likes her cold and icy personality. Although he confessed his love to her many times, he was rejected harshly. But this instead ignited young Master Nangong's desire to conquer her, and he regarded her as his forbidden fruit. Although Su Li had no feelings for Nangong Lai at all, she even hated his pretentious personality. But Nangong Lai felt good about himself. He believed that as long as he persisted, the goddess would be moved one day. Wouldn't you be touched if a man as outstanding as him always admires you and treats you well? Anyway, Nangong Lai was extremely moved. Brother Lai. This is the guy who beat Goddess Su to the point of vomiting blood this morning. He also molested Goddess Su, and everyone saw it. Chu Tian laughed. He was really good at exaggerating and even exaggerating things, even to the point of being obscene. You are a genius, but you still have to be so humble and work like a dog for others. Isn't it shameful? Nangong Lai's pupils suddenly shrank into the size of needle points. He took off his diamond watch slowly and threw it to his henchman, cracking his knuckles. You little bastard, how dare you hit my woman? Just touching Su Li was not enough to make Nangong Lai so excited. What is important is that this action was seen by everyone in the school. And who in the whole school doesn't know that Nangong Lai is pursuing Su Li? How could this be touching Su Li? This was simply slapping him in the face. If Chu Tian is not taught a lesson, how can he survive in Zhengzhong in the future? Chu Tian was completely unable to understand Nangong Lai's attack. Can't you stand this? If you knew that she gave birth to 2 daughters for me, I wonder how crazy you would be. Just as Nangong Lai was about to take action, the clicking sound of high heels was suddenly heard in the corridor. Lin Shui is walking towards this side. Oh, has Class 1 become a gang? Are they planning to start a fight in broad daylight? The crowd quickly dispersed, and Lin Shui walked up to Chu Tian in her high heels. Let's go. Chu Tian was dragged out of the corridor by Lin Shui, holding his arm. Nangong Lai's eyes behind him were like knives stabbing into his back. You are quite a troublemaker, aren't you? You will be assigned to Class 1 in a few days, and these are all your classmates. Teacher, I am innocent. Chu Tian shrank his neck. I just want to talk to classmate Su about something. You kid, you rushed over right after you beat someone up and made him vomit blood. Are you trying to apologize and establish an image of a warm man? You're not attracted to her, are you? Chu Tian looked embarrassed. This. Lin Shuasong pushed him towards the stairs and said, all right, go home quickly. After saying that, he twisted his waist and walked away. Chu Tian touched his red arm and turned around to see Shin Shi coming out of the back door of the classroom. He rushed over and stopped him. Student Shin. Let me talk for a moment. Shin Shi was so scared that she almost fell down. When she saw that it was Chu Tian, her eyebrows immediately stood up. Why are you here again? Why don't you leave? No. Chu Tian put his hands together and begged for mercy. I really have something urgent to ask Suli. It's a matter of life and death. Shin Shi looked at him suspiciously. This is the first time you two met today. What could be life-threatening? Chu Tian scratched his head for a long time, and suddenly lowered his voice. It's hard to say, but it's very, very important anyway. Shin Shi hesitated for a moment and said, Okay, come with me. Suli has been in the private training room all day and has not come to the classroom. Chu Tian followed Shin Shi all the way to the Yifu building of the school. This building contains private training rooms specially prepared by the school for teachers and specific students. Training equipment, medicines, etc. are all available. For students in key classes, the school does not have any mandatory requirements for them to stay in the classroom all the time. As long as you finish your cultural courses, you can arrange the rest of your time freely. Students in ordinary classes like Chu Tian have naturally never been to this place. Arriving outside Su Li's exclusive training room on the 6th floor, Shin Shi knocked on the door, and a voice as hoarse as sandpaper came from inside. Who? Su, what's wrong with your voice? It's okay, I just have a cold. So? Chu Tian is looking for you. He said he has something urgent to tell you. When Su Li heard the name Chu Tian, her head felt a little hot. Why did he come to see me? What's the emergency? Do I know him well? Just when he was about to scold him away, he changed his mind and thought about Chu Tian's moves and strange skills in the ring during the day. Until now, I don't even know what kind of martial arts talent he has awakened. Su Li was full of curiosity about Chu Tian. It's not impossible to meet him. Let him in. Chapter 16 Murdering One's Husband? Chu Tian tiptoed into the room with a nervous mood. As soon as I came in, I was choked by the smell of blood and medicine in the room and started coughing. After smelling this scent, Chu Tian became more certain of his guess. Su Li was definitely using the blood of strange beasts to control the incomplete chaos divine Tao in his body. This way things will be easier. With this preparation, it won't be so awkward when we talk about our daughter later. He squinted his eyes to adjust to the light and saw Su Li sitting on the ground with her back against the wall, her hair loose and the collar of her school uniform stained with dried blood. There were more than a dozen glass bottles lying around at her feet, with dark red liquid residue hanging from the mouths of the bottles, like containers of cerebrospinal fluid or blood of exotic animals. The ceiling light in the training room was blindingly white, and Su Li's face looked even paler under the light. She was not wearing any makeup, but the little teardrop mole at the corner of her eye made her whole face look particularly cold. There were several cracks on her lips and some bloodstains on her chin, but even so, her face was still stunningly beautiful. This battle-damaged Win seems even more beautiful than during the day. Chu Tian remembered his daughter saying that her mother looked like a fairy. As expected of my daughter, she has a sharp eye. Chu Tian didn't know what to say and wandered around the training room aimlessly. The entire training room is 200 square meters, several times larger than his living room. The four walls were inlaid with silver-gray alloy plates, and 3 holographic simulation cabins stood in the corners. The row of freezer shelves by the window was filled with bottles and jars, all of which were high-level potions for cultivation, making one's scalp tingle just by looking at them. There are more than 20 strangely shaped cold weapons hanging on the west wall, the most eye-catching of which is a 3-meter-long chain blade. The electronic screen next to it shows gravity adjustment range 150 times. The ground is covered with honeycomb-shaped impact-resistant rubber pads, the central arena is covered with a light golden energy shield, and there is a 2-meter-high blood and chi detector in the corner, with real-time data jumping on the screen. Dozens of robotic arms hung from the ceiling, some with pulse guns and some with specimens of exotic animals. Chu Tian was astonished. This configuration was even more luxurious than the military training ground. It was worthy of being the private venue of the eldest daughter of a noble family. Suli finally opened her eyes and said coldly, "Have you wandered around enough? So what are you doing here?" She hated being seen in such a miserable state the most, especially by the bastard who defeated her. She tried to stand up with her hands, but her knees gave way and she fell back, hitting her elbow on a glass bottle. Chu Tian then realized that the bandage on her wrist was oozing with blood and her knuckles were all scratched, probably from the fight in the ring during the day. Oh my god. If my daughter saw me like this, she would be so heartbroken. It would be even more terrible if his daughter knew that it was he, as a father, who made her mother do this. Be sure to give her some good nourishment. Chu Tian made up his mind, scratched his head, and said in a casual tone, "Student Su, your chaos divine path is incomplete, right?" Bang! Suli didn't hold the glass bottle firmly in her hand and it broke into pieces. Her pupils shrank into pinpoints, and her back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. How is this possible? The family had kept this secret for more than a decade. Even the principal of Jiangzhou, the instructor of the Magic City Wuda University, and the commander of the military region were not aware of it. How could he know? Just based on a competition? This is outrageous. Where did you hear that rumor? Her voice trembled, and her fingers quietly reached for the dagger hidden at the side of her leg. The Chaos Shinto is the Su family's top secret and must not be known to outsiders. Because Suli is far from grown up now. Once his cards are exposed, he will surely attract the covetousness of powerful people around the world. Shinto inheritors are undoubtedly lucky. These chosen ones will be treated as treasures and supported by the whole country. Of course, they will also become the target of public criticism and will be hunted down by alien beasts, other countries, and even domestic hostile forces. No opponent wants a Shinto inheritor, who is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the human race, to grow up. This is even more true for the incomplete Shinto inheritors. The 3 incomplete Shinto inheritors can use a special formation to forcibly extract the Shinto and condense it into one of them, making that person a complete Shinto inheritor. The price is that the remaining 2 sacrificers will surely die. In the history of Blue Star, there have been 4 Shinto inheritors. They are distributed in China, America, Europe, and Japan respectively. This is also the reason why these 4 countries are leading the world in gaps. There have been a total of more than 10 incomplete Shinto inheritors around the world. Among them, the Shinto inheritors of Europe and Japan were forcibly synthesized by sacrificing the other 2 incomplete inheritors. If people knew Su Li's secret, even a powerful family like the Su family might not be able to protect her. Everyone will regard Su Li as nourishment to feed others. All, including other forces in the country. The Xihai province is just one of the 16 provincial-level administrative regions in China. Although the head of the Su family is a powerful person who has reached the 7th level of perfection, he is only one of the 12 members of the West Sea province. The Su family didn't have the confidence to let Su Li become the one being supported, so they could only hide her. Su Li's very unnatural reaction made Chu Tian realize that he had guessed right. Chu Tian now even suspects that his wife's death in the future may be caused by the exposure of her bloodline, which brought her fatal disaster. And the force behind this must be extremely terrifying. It was so terrifying that in order to cover up the truth, they could wipe out the entire Su family in Jiangqing at the same time without paying any consequences. Thinking of this, Chu Tian clenched his fists tightly. No matter who is behind this, he will never let this happen in the future. If nothing else, it's because the 2 daughters have already lost their mother once. He swore that it would never happen again. Chu Tian pointed to the empty bottles on the ground and said, "The blood and cerebrospinal fluid of the alien beast can only temporarily suppress the backlash. It is a temporary solution but not a cure." He deliberately said it in a light-hearted way, but in his heart he was actually worried for himself. The system had warned that the incompleteness of Su Li's chaos divine path would cause energy to run wild, and he had not expected the backlash to be so severe. Su Li suddenly rushed over and grabbed him by the collar, with the tip of the knife against his throat. "Tell me. Who sent you here?" She was trembling all over, and her breath was hot on Chu Tian's face. At this moment, all the school rules and family dignity were thrown out of his mind, and the only thing left in his mind was the thought of silencing the witness. The secret must not be leaked. The tip of the knife pressed a bloodline on her skin, and Chu Tian could feel that she was now very weak. If he wanted to fight back, he didn't even need to move his hands. But in order to let Su Li let down her guard, Chu Tian just grinned and pretended to be relaxed. Su Xiaohua, don't get excited. I have no ill intentions. When I touched your neck during the competition, the chaotic energy suddenly quieted down. Don't you find it strange? Su Li nodded slightly and put down the knife in his hand. Chu Tian smiled slightly. You're right to feel strange. When the incomplete Shinto meets the complete Shinto, it's like a mouse meeting a cat. He slowly lifted up his sleeves, and the patterns of the Taiwan Dao glowed faintly under his skin. Su Li's hands lost strength instantly and the dagger fell to the ground. She sat back down, her lips trembling as she squeezed out a few words, complete Shinto. You actually. Chapter 17. What a greedy little cat. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. No wonder his fatal weakness that he had been hiding for more than 10 years was seen through at a glance, and he was completely unable to fight back. However, this makes Chu Tian seem even more terrifying. This is one of only 5 complete Shinto sutras in the world. Such a person actually appeared in the small Zhangchang? It was able to hide for so long without being discovered by anyone, without any news leaking out, and everyone was kept in the dark. It's outrageous. The man in front of him was not only extremely talented, but also extremely cunning. Which force is secretly cultivating him? Most importantly, what is his purpose in coming to me? What exactly is the intention of the forces behind him? Are they friends or enemies? Now Su Li's mind is full of questions. Her voice was very hoarse and her back was soaked with cold sweat. Receiving too much information in a short period of time made her feel a little breathless. The ceiling light in the training room was so bright that Chu Tian could see the beads of sweat on her eyelashes. Su Li suddenly coughed violently, and blood splashed on the tip of Chu Tian's shoe. Are you sent by those noble families in the capital, or those crazy people in the military? Chu Tian squatted down and tried to help her, but his hand was slapped away. Why are you pretending to be a good person? You powerful people. You just want to use me as a sacrifice. As soon as Chu Tian opened his mouth, Su Li suddenly twitched violently. She bent over and coughed up a large pool of black blood. The chaotic energy and blood rushed through her meridians, causing the meridians under her skin to bulge slightly. Chu Tian took 2 steps back in shock, frantically searching his school uniform pockets. Where's the medicine? Where do you put the medicine you usually take? The black mist from the backlash of the chaos Dao oozes out from her pores, the temperature in the training room drops sharply, and the water droplets on the wall freeze into ice. Use up. Today's battle was too intense, making the backlash more severe than ever before. This is no longer something that can be suppressed by the blood and essence of ordinary exotic beasts. Su Li collapsed in a pool of blood and struggled, with blood oozing from all his orifices. Chu Tian thought for less than a second, picked up the chain blade on the wall, closed his eyes and pulled it hard towards his left arm. The severe pain of his skin and flesh rolling up made his eyes go black, and blood gushed out like a faucet that had been opened. Open your mouth. Quick! He trembled and put his bloody arm to Su Li's mouth. Su Li was frightened by the bloody arm in front of her. Are you crazy? Take it. She squeezed out a breath through her teeth, cold sweat dripping down her chin. You big powers love to play the game of repaying favors. At this point, Su Li finally knew what Chu Tian was here for. However, judging from Chu Tian's expression, he probably isn't that kind. Is he really that kind-hearted that he would act so harshly in broad daylight? Su Li guessed that he probably came with a mission from the forces behind him. Or maybe he has some other personal demands on Su Li. If it is exchanged with the family's resources, Su Li can consider it, and the family will definitely agree. But if she had to beg him humbly or even sell out something else, she would rather die. Su Li doesn't have any good feelings towards Chu Tian now. She was afraid that once she needed his blood to survive, she would become completely dependent on him and the forces behind him. She would rather hold on than owe such a big favor to someone. God knows what their intentions are. Having said that, Chu Tian's divine energy and blood are too tempting. Just by smelling it, one can feel that the blood is extremely pure, with a faint Taoist rhyme flowing in it. Su Li was almost certain that Chu Tian's blood was 100 times more effective than all the exotic beast blood and cerebrospinal fluid she had ever taken. The blood and energy of Tai Huang Dao and Xian Tian Dao Tai penetrated into Su Li's nasal cavity, like someone tickling her brain with a feather. The chaos Dao in her body went completely crazy, and black mist spewed out of her pores uncontrollably. This is the strong resonance between Chaos Shinto and Tai Huang Shinto. It seemed that every cell and organ in her body was driving her to drink the blood quickly. This resonance completely stimulated Su Li's desire for blood. But even so, she absolutely couldn't. Su Li made an extremely big decision. A gurgling sound suddenly came from her throat, and the blood and energy of the innate Taoist fetus was like a flame, burning her whole body. The Tao of Chaos was churning wildly in her dantian, urging her to bite the bleeding arm like a madman. She is too conflicted. Keep your arm away from me, or I'll... Before he could finish his words, Su Li's hands seemed to be out of control and she grabbed Chu Tian's arms tightly. Chu Tian was confused. What is this doing? On the one hand, he told me to get out, but on the other hand, he held my arm tightly to prevent me from moving. Are you schizophrenic? During the struggle, Su Li pulled the collar of her school uniform askew, and the old pinhole-shaped wound under her collarbone began to bleed. The chaos Dao rushed through her meridians, causing her to curl up on the ground in pain. You are a donkey. So stubborn. Chu Tian simply pinched Su Li's chin and forced his arm into her mouth. Su Li's clenched teeth suddenly relaxed. The moment the blood slid down the tip of his tongue into his throat, Chaos Dao suddenly let out a whimper of satisfaction. It's like a traveler dying of thirst in the desert suddenly diving into a clear spring, and every cell in his body is screaming for more. Just one bite relieved her symptoms a lot. This kind of effect has never been achieved by any other exotic beast's blood essence before. It can be said that the effect was immediate. Just one bite. Yes, just one puff will not cause dependence. It's just a bite, it's not a big favor. She thought vaguely and sucked the wound. Tai Huang's energy and blood exploded in his body, and his frozen meridians stretched out as if soaking in a hot spring. I thought so, but not a single cell in my body was willing to obey her. Su Li sucked harder and harder, digging her nails into Chu Tian's thigh flesh. The chaotic qi and blood in the body will swallow the Tai Huang qi and blood desperately. Her mind was in a mess, but her internal organs were burning with anger, and her rationality had been crushed into ashes by the desire to survive. Chu Tian rolled his eyes in pain. You just said it was just one bite. You are a leech. What a greedy little cat. The chaotic energy and blood controlled Su Li and made him absorb more and more fiercely. Shit, it fucking hurts. Is this how I will let my wife suck me in the future? Am I suffering too much? Chu Tian squatted with his teeth bared. But looking at Su Li's pale face, he gritted his teeth and didn't pull his hand away. The blood flowed down her chin, staining Su Li's school uniform collar red. When Su Li regained consciousness, her mouth was full of the taste of rust. She let go as if she had been electrocuted, and found that her whole arm was still around Chu Tian's neck. She had thrown herself on Chu Tian, with her hands tightly holding his neck. The two of them fell in a pool of blood, their bodies twisted into a knot. 2 buttons of her school uniform were torn open, and her face was pressed against his sweaty collarbone. She wiped her face randomly and found that the black lines under her skin had disappeared for the most part. When I looked up at Chu Tian again, he had collapsed into a pile of mud, with 2 rows of teeth marks visible on his arms. Even she was surprised. How much did I inhale? The Tao of Chaos was bubbling in his dantian, and he felt more comfortable than ever before. She stared at the wound on Chu Tian's arm, and her throat rolled unconsciously. 2 more bites? Chu Tian put his arm close to her mouth. That's not enough for you to fill your teeth. Su Li turned her face away, her ears were red as if they were about to bleed. The chaotic energy in her body was tickling her heart like a greedy cat, urging her to take another sip. She dug her nails into her palm and suddenly grabbed Chu Tian's arm and bit it. Chapter 18 Showdown. Hiss, why didn't you say so in advance? Chu Tian was wincing in pain. Su Li used less force this time, sucking it in small sips, her eyelashes trembling like a frightened butterfly. The blood flowed down her chin into her collar, leaving an alluring red line on her snow-white skin. A few minutes later, Chaos Dao finally had enough to eat and drink. When Su Li pushed Chu Tian away, his entire arm turned blue. This time I am completely sober. Looking at the mess in front of him, Su Li thought, what have I done? Did everyone see her entire look just now? Isn't this too shameful? If this gets out, she will lose all face. She had never even touched a strange man's hand before. As a result, just now, she was lying on a man and nibbling him like a vampire. Wouldn't my image be completely ruined? She secretly glanced at Chu Tian out of the corner of her eye. He was bandaging his arm with a grimace in his mouth. The bloody marks stretched from the wrist to the elbow, as if it had been bitten by a wolf. I've embarrassed myself to my grandma's house. Suli buried her face in her knees. Her face was so hot that she could fry an egg on it. The chaotic energy and blood in her body felt extremely satisfied, but she wished she could bury herself in the ground. The worst thing is that the scene just now flashed in my mind. When she was full of blood, she was dazed and rubbed her face against someone's collarbone. Hey! Chu Tian suddenly handed over a bottle of mineral water. You have bloody scabs all over your mouth. Suli shrank back as if she had been electrocuted, and the mineral water bottle fell to the ground with a bang. She hurriedly tried to pick it up, and when she looked up she met Chu Tian's inquiring eyes, and her face immediately turned red from her neck to her forehead. This person must be laughing at her. Chu, classmate Chu, so which faction are you from? Chu Tian said in a deep voice. I said, I don't belong to any force. Looking at Chu Tian's serious expression, Suli now believes it a little. In that case, I will pay for the medical expenses. Suli stiffened his neck and took out a card. You can pay as much as you want. Chu Tian squatted down to pick up the broken glass and paused. What do I need the money for? What do you want? An early admission quota? An S-level technique? Or do you want my grandfather to arrange a position for you in the military? The more she spoke, the more panicked she became. If Chu Tian threatened her with the blood-sucking incident and forced her to sign a contract to sell herself. I don't want anything, I just want to help you, is that okay? Suli didn't believe this. He and I have no relationship whatsoever, so why should he help me? If there is no other purpose, then it can only be that he is attracted by her beauty and wants her body? That's not right. From the looks of it, it seems like I'm greedy for his body. Suli raised her head slightly, like a proud little swan. You're not going to say that you like me and want to pursue me, are you? Then I'm telling you clearly now, I don't have time for a relationship right now. Chu Tian was stunned. Just finished talking tough. This woman is really stubborn. Suli slumped on the cold rubber mat in the training room, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the wrinkles of her school uniform. The chaotic aura in his body was like a wild horse with a bridle, and it no longer had the violent and reckless feeling of the past. She tried to circulate her spiritual power, and the chaotic energy flowing in her meridians was incredibly gentle. This state could not be achieved even if she injected 10 drops of blood from 7th level exotic beasts. She knew very well the side effects of the exotic beast's blood. Behind those brief periods of calm that were forcibly suppressed is an even more ferocious backlash. Every time it is used, the chaos Tao will accumulate and explode, and the next backlash will definitely be more severe than the previous one. Due to long-term dependence on essence and blood, her meridians were already covered with fine cracks, like a dead tree eaten by insects. But Chu Tian's blood is completely different. Tai Huangdao's energy and blood were like a warm current, not only suppressing the riot, but also slowly repairing her damaged meridians. Her fingertips gently pressed on the monitor on her wrist, and the data displayed on the screen made her pupils shrink slightly. My health value increased from 72 to 80. This improvement is nothing to be exaggerated. It took her 2 full years to get from the early stage of the second realm to the middle stage, but now she has done it with just a few mouthfuls of blood. The activity level of Chaos Tao dropped to its lowest point in history, and even the black mist seeping out of its body's surface became so faint that it was almost invisible. How can this be called suppression? It's like taming a dragon into a domestic dog. She suddenly remembered the report from the family laboratory that the suppressive effect of the exotic beast's blood would decrease year by year with the drug resistance, and would eventually become completely ineffective. And Chu Tian's blood, maybe there is no such thing as drug resistance at all. Student Chu, don't be polite to me. What, do you want? Suli clutched the corner of her clothes, and her voice was so muffled that it seemed to be squeezed out from the cracks in the ground. The ceiling light in the training room stretched Chu Tian's shadow very long. He was squatting on the ground cleaning up the bloody glass shards. Hearing this, he raised his head and grinned. I said I don't want anything. This answer made Suli even more annoyed. Is there any good thing in the world without reason? She would rather Chu Tian ask for money and resources, or even her Su family's secret skills. At least they were all clearly priced transactions. But this person acted like a savior, which made her seem like she was judging others by her own standards. Although it was suppressed this time, it was only temporary and I don't know how long the effect will last. It's like after having a big meal this time, you may not be able to get used to eating ordinary home-cooked meals next time. Student Chu. Suli froze in place, with a visibly shy expression on her face. That. Chu Tian was bending down to pick up the last piece of glass, and looked up in confusion when he heard this. Suli suddenly discovered that this guy was quite pleasing to the eye. Later. Her throat was dry and painful, so she forced herself to finish her words. Can you give me a little blood, periodically? The last word was as light as a mosquito's hum, and the training room was so quiet that you could hear the humming of the air conditioning vents. Don't worry, I'll give you 1 million for every 100 milliliters. This price is 3 times the most expensive exotic animal blood you can buy on the market. As expected, Chu Tian burst into laughter, and the blood-stained bandage trembled along with his shoulder. Miss, you call this a little? There were at least 3 mineral water bottles just now, right? With this amount of bleeding, an ordinary person would have died long ago. Hearing Chu Tian's frivolous answer, Suli's face turned red instantly. The air conditioning in the training room was turned on very high, but a thin layer of sweat broke out on my back. She stood up suddenly, her tactical boots making a harsh sound on the floor. Okay, just forget what I said. Don't go, I didn't say you can't, why are you in such a hurry? Suli looked up suddenly and met Chu Tian's smiling eyes. Suli showed a happy expression. So, you agree? If the price is not enough, I can ask my family for more. Chu Tian felt relieved when he saw Suli's smile. As far as I can remember, this is the first time I saw her smile. She's pretty when she smiles. It just feels a bit weird with the blood all over her body. Now that the atmosphere is right, it's time to get down to business. Chu Tian tied the bandage on his arm. He took out Yeye's smartwatch and rubbed the dust off it on his pants. Take a look at this. Chu Tian handed the watch to Suli. Chapter 19. We have 2 daughters. Suli took the watch and found its appearance a bit strange. Today's smartwatches not only have basic functions such as checking time, making calls, and surfing the internet, but also have special functions such as real-time measurement of qi and blood values. So she has tried most of the smartwatches on the market, but this one is the first time she has seen it. The photo shows Chu Tian, Chu Xie, and Chu Yi. The first time Suli saw the photos, she was stunned by the 2 little girls. At the same time, I also recognized that these 2 little girls were the ones behind Chu Tian in yesterday's video. When I watched the video yesterday, I only paid attention to Chu Tian and didn't look closely at the 2 little girls. Now that I look at it carefully, why do I feel a faint throbbing in my heart? This feeling is extremely wonderful. A sense of fate came over me, as if I were reuniting with family members who had been separated for a long time. Strange, where does this feeling come from? Moreover, why are the moles between the eyebrows of these 2 little girls in almost the same position as mine? Looks somewhat similar to me. What is even more strange is that Chu Tian in the photo looks much more mature than he does now, with a more manly temperament and a sense of vicissitudes of life. And the Chu Tian in front of him was just a handsome kid. Suli smiled knowingly. The 2 girls are so cute. So this is your sister? I was wondering why she looks a bit like you. Yesterday I thought she was a strange little girl you rescued. What are their names? Take me to meet them if you have the chance. As soon as I see them, I have an urge to hug them. Chu Tian said seriously. The older one is Chu Xie, and the younger one is Chu Yi. Don't worry, you will definitely have a chance to meet each other. Suli stared at Yeye and Yi in the photo, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Just looking at the photos makes me want to hug them. I wonder what it will feel like when I meet them in person. Keep scrolling. Suli saw Chu Tian's unusually serious expression and looked at the next photo with confusion. What appeared before my eyes was a family portrait. In the photo, Chu Tian is holding the little Chu Xie, and another woman is holding another little girl in a cradle. The photo should be taken earlier than the previous one. Wrong. The woman holding the baby next to Chu Tian seemed to be herself? He. Boring as hell. Do you guys like to masturbate like this? What kind of weird habit is this? Photoshop the girl you like and yourself together, add 2 children, and imagine that you have formed a family? It's so boring. Suli suddenly felt offended. This kind of low-level photo editing. The next photo is of her squatting in front of the crib, putting socks on. You can Photoshop this kind of photo as much as you want. If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't have any control over it. But why did you bring it to me and show it to me? Do you know what kind of pursuit I hate the most? Suli, who just had some good feelings towards Chu Tian, now has a freezing impression of him. Chu Tian said with a serious face, Suli, in fact, Yaya and Yi are not my sisters, but my biological daughters. Suli burst out laughing. Student Chu, are you out of your mind? How old are you now? Do you mean you gave birth to a child at the age of 10? Do you guys usually like to play this kind of role-playing? Isn't it too childish? Chu Tian continued, Suli, you may find what I'm going to say next very outrageous. You may even feel like hitting me if I tell you, but every word I say is true. Suli looked at Chu Tian with a scrutinizing expression. Tell me, whether I will beat you or not depends on whether what you are holding back is good or not. Chu Tian leaned close to Suli's ear and said, Actually, these two girls are both my daughters and your daughters, and you will be my wife in the future. After hearing this, Suli's face was filled with shock. No, who would pursue a girl like this? It's only the first day we've known each other, and you're saying this in front of me? This is even more disgusting than that pretentious guy Nangong lie. Suli was about to raise her hand to slap Chu Tian, but she pulled her hand back halfway. After all, I just sucked so much blood from him and I owe him a big favor. Besides, we will still need him in the future, so we can't offend him to death. Restraint, be restrained. A man who eats someone's food is soft-hearted, and a man who takes someone's favor is thankless. Even if you want to slap him, you have to hold back. Chu Tian might have hallucinations because I sucked too much blood from him. Even if he is serious, just satisfy his little habit of playing house. Paying this price is already much better than expected. Just accept the injustice. Chu Tian is not the kind of person who would do anything rash. And the point is, she really wants to hug those two adorable little girls herself. Chu Tian looked at Su Li's forced smile and idiotic expression and knew that she didn't believe it at all. That's right. This matter is indeed a bit too outrageous. No normal person would believe it. Therefore, we still need to do a paternity test on them to make her believe it completely. Nowadays, more advanced smartwatches have built-in blood and qi meter functions. The qi and blood analyzer can not only measure a warrior's qi and blood values, martial arts talent, etc., but also has the function of DNA testing. As long as they meet in person, there will be a chance to make Suli believe this outrageous fact. Chu Tian scratched the back of his head. Su, classmate Su, why don't you come to my house and sit down? Suli looked up and glanced at the bloody bandage on Chu Tian's arm. A sense of guilt swept over her, and she nodded, okay. The two of them went into the small bathroom that came with the training room. The faucet was running, and Suli scooped up some cold water and splashed it on her face. The blood scabs swirled along with the water and rushed into the sewer. The person in the mirror looked much rosier than before, and her ponytail was messy. Suli changed into a beige sweater and light blue jeans wrapped around her straight legs. The ponytail that was usually tied tightly was loose, and the black hair fell softly on her shoulders. Chu Tian was completely stunned. She was so beautiful that it was beyond words. Feeling Chu Tian staring at her, Su Li's face immediately turned red again. She rolled up the bloody school uniform into a ball and stuffed it into the trash can. Leave. Etc. Chu Tian grabbed her sleeve and said, My school uniform is covered in blood. Can I borrow your coat to cover it? Suli hesitated for 2 seconds, then pulled out a neatly folded school uniform jacket from her canvas bag and threw it over. Chu Tian put on the coat, which still had body odor, took a sniff, and had an epic lung-burning experience. The building is only 200 meters away from the school gate, but Chu Tian has received the highest rate of turning heads in his life. Along the way, countless people cast their eyes on them. The female students held up their phones and pretended to take selfies, the basketball in the boy's hand rolled into the flower bed, and even the security guard took off his reading glasses and rubbed his eyes. Isn't that senior sister Su? The one next to her is Chu Tian? Damn! How did they get together? I heard that Chu Tian beat up the school beauty this morning, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of beating. Isn't this reversal coming too fast? I heard this morning that Goddess Su was beaten and vomited blood. I was thinking of looking for Chu Tian to settle the score and vent her anger, but the goddess was kidnapped instead? I wanted to die in battle. Why did the goddess surrender first? Almost all the boys along the way were wailing silently in their hearts. My goddess was kidnapped just like that. In recent years, has anyone in the school ever seen Goddess Su walking with a boy? The sun rises from the west? The gossip was blown into her ears by the wind. Su Li walked faster and faster, and the soles of her shoes were almost sparking. She doubted whether her decision to go with Chu Tian was the right one. Chu Tian was just the opposite, wandering slowly behind. He really enjoyed the feeling of being envied, which satisfied his vanity a little. He had even guessed that within half an hour, the photo of him and Suli walking together would spread throughout the school's class groups and forums. Someone won't be able to sleep tonight. After leaving the school gate, many passers-by along the way were also sighing that the young couple was really a perfect match. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, they are a perfect match. Chapter 20 On-Site DNA Testing. The distance from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School to Chu Tian's home is only 4 kilometers, which is not long. But they are two completely different worlds. Even in such a doomsday, classes still exist. The No. 1 Middle School where Jiangzhong is located in the inner city of Jiangcheng Base City. Chu Tian's family is in the outer city. The base city is divided into two areas, inner city and outer city. The entire inner city is covered by an energy shield and is home to government officials, wealthy people, and high-level warriors. The streets are clean and tidy, equipped with smart security systems, and fresh fruits and vegetables and high-end meats can be bought in the shopping malls. After the invasion of strange beasts, fruits and vegetables, which were previously the least valuable, have now become a luxury. The per capita living area in the outer city is 20, where ordinary citizens live. Factory exhaust fumes float in the air, and rusty water often flows out of the taps. Residents of the inner city can enjoy high-end medical care and education, and children receive warrior training from an early age. People from outside the city rely on credit coins to exchange for daily necessities. Most of them work in factories or join the city defense team to fight against alien beasts in exchange for subsidies. When strange beasts attack, the inner city's protective shield will be activated first, and residents of the outer city can only hide in air raid shelters. 80% of the casualties are from outside the city. The two areas are guarded by armed forces, and people from outside the city who enter the inner city without permission will be shot on the spot. Chu Tian was able to enter Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School only because his academic performance in junior high school was among the best in the city. Otherwise, he might never have the chance to step into the inner city in his life. When I arrived at Chu Tian's house, as soon as I inserted the key into the keyhole, I heard the sound of footsteps from inside the door. As soon as the door was opened, Yeye immediately rushed over and hung on Chu Tian's neck, and he hugged his calves and climbed up. "Dad came back so late today." Chu Tian smiled with a loving father. "Dad is back now? How was your behavior at home today?" "Dad, Grandma taught us how to make dumplings." Yi followed behind holding a dough, her face covered with flour like a little cat. Yi also learned it. "Wow, my daughter is so capable?" Chu Tian's face was full of relief. Suli followed behind Chu Tian and her heart skipped a beat when she saw the scene. She stood at the door, somewhat at a loss. When she heard the two girls calling Chu Tian dad, she was completely confused. "No, are you serious? Do they really call you dad? Moreover, these two girls are really beautiful." She was rosy and fair, with curved eyes and a bright smile, exactly the same as in the photo she saw on her smartwatch that morning. Suli subconsciously touched her forehead, where there was a small mole, which was almost exactly the same position as the two little guys' eyebrows. Her heartbeat inexplicably quickened and a strange feeling came over her. It seemed as if these two little guys had some kind of inexplicable connection with her. I had only seen these two girls in photos before, and I felt that they looked like me. Now that I look at it closely, the feeling has been taken to a new level. And why do I have the urge to hug them and kiss them hard when I see them? This impulse is not much different from the impulse of biting Chu Tian's arm just now. "Mother!" The crying child's voice was like a needle, piercing Suli's heart. Before she could react, Chu Xia's body, like a little cannonball, had already crashed into her arms. "Mom, why did you come back just now?" Yeya's tears flowed onto her new sweater, and her fists were clenched tightly. "They all said that Mom doesn't want us anymore. Yeye doesn't believe it. Yeye has been waiting for Mom for a long, long time. Mom, Yeye really misses you, woo." Shui stumbled over and hugged her legs, her upturned face full of tears. He finally has a mother. Suli felt that the whole world had stopped. Her body froze in place, and an unnatural blush instantly appeared on her face. How is this possible? Suli kept repeating it in her mind, trying to convince herself that it was just a misunderstanding. However, the eyes of the two little girls were so sincere, full of dependence and love for her. Suli's heart was gripped tightly, and she found that she couldn't even look them in the eye. Shui has never seen her mother again since she can remember. Her impression of her mother comes from her father and sister's stories and those cold photos. But now, her mother was standing in front of her intact. The little girl put her head against her chest and said, "Mom smells so good. Yeah, likes it so much." E squatted on the ground and pulled her trouser legs, even rubbing her yellow leather shoes off. "Mommy, hold E. Daddy said that when Mommy comes back, she will braid E's hair." Suli was as stiff as a piece of wood and looked at Chu Tian for help. Why did she feel very satisfied when two little girls called her mom? She had never experienced such a wonderful feeling before. The little person in her arms hugged her tighter and tighter, and her hot tears seeped into her collar. Mom is finally back from the moon. Suli closed her eyes, trying to calm her inner turmoil. "Little boy, admit your mistake." Before she finished speaking, Yaya suddenly looked up. When Yaya and E heard this, they cried even harder. Their little faces wrinkled up and tears fell like beads from a broken string. "Mom, why do you say that? Don't you want us anymore?" Yaya cried and said this, her little hands tightly grasping the corner of Suli's clothes, as if she was afraid that she would run away. E started crying too, her little mouth opening and closing. "Did we do something wrong? Mom, you don't want us anymore. Is Mom angry with Yaya?" Suli was totally at a loss, and she wiped the girl's tears clumsily. "Don't cry, sister. Mom, I will wipe them for you." Yaya's hand holding her collar was shaking. Last time, Yaya secretly ate the ice cream in the refrigerator, and Mom made her stand for an hour. Yaya will never dare to do it again. E suddenly opened her collar, revealing the light pink scar under her collarbone. "Look, Mom." E listened to Daddy and didn't even cry when the dressing was changed. Her throat tightened and she stepped back subconsciously. "Mom, don't go." E suddenly fell to her knees on the ground, and crawled forward with her short legs rubbing against the tiles. The shiny floor reflected her tearful face. "E will be good. E, give all the candies to Mommy." Yaya suddenly opened her school bag, and a pile of crumpled exercise books fell out. There were 4 crooked little people drawn on the math book, and next to them were written Dad, Mom, Yaya and E will be together forever. Yaya gestured with sobs and pauses. "Mom said she would take me to practice when I grow to 1.4 meters tall. Yaya can get there now. Look, Mom." Suli felt his temple throbbing. Every time the little girl called Mom, goosebumps appeared on the back of her neck. Just as she was about to speak, E suddenly grabbed her little finger. She looked at the scene in front of her and suddenly remembered that the backlash of Chaos Shinto today might have caused hallucinations. Yes, the effect of the drug must have worn off. Chu Tian squatted down and wiped Yaya's tears. His fingers were shaking. "Mom is just sick and can't remember things. Suli, bring your chi and blood instrument here and test your genes on the spot. You will know the truth after the test." Suli subconsciously covered her wrist. My latest Michael War watch does have a DNA detection function, but is it really necessary? It would be fine if it turns out to be a pure misunderstanding. If it's true, then. "Mom, do you want to prick your finger?" E suddenly stretched out her chubby hands. E is not afraid of pain. She didn't even cry when she got 3 shots of the vaccine last time. Yaya had already bitten open the cap of the test pen and was about to poke it with her fingertips. "Let me show you how to do it." Suli was skeptical, and the test pen pierced her fingertip with a click. The pain was too real to be an illusion. "It's your turn." Chapter 21. Am I really your mother? Chu Tian held his daughter's hands but couldn't insert the needle. E took the initiative to put her thumb on the needle tip. "Daddy, hurry up." 3 drops of blood spread out on the internal container of the battle table blood and she meter. Suli stared at the screen nervously. The match is 99.999%. The person being tested is a blood relative. The mechanical female voice startled Suli so much that she took a few steps back. She held the battle table in front of her eyes, and every chromosome in the blood relationship map fit perfectly. "Well, do you believe it now? Suli, you are not the kind of woman who abandons her husband and daughter, right? How on earth is this possible? Is this reasonable? Oh my God. Am I really a painless mother? Or a mother of 2 adorable little girls? Isn't this outrageous?" Seeing that Suli was confused, Chu Tian told her the whole story. He told Suli that the 2 sisters had traveled through time, but he didn't know how. The 2 speculated that it might be the cosmic time law created by some super powerful being. Just because this kind of law doesn't exist now doesn't mean it won't exist in 50 years. Chu Tian also told Suli that she would die in 50 years. He also showed her the chat records on Yeye's smartwatch, as well as other evidence such as the official account. Of course, Chu Tian specifically deleted the news that the entire Su family was also destroyed. This news is too heavy for Su Li now. Chu Tian really couldn't bear to let her carry such a heavy burden now. She is pitiful enough. He was tortured by the backlash of Chaos Shinto for more than 10 years. When I was still a child, I had to learn how to take care of 2 daughters. For some things, Chu Tian should bear them alone. Chu Tian also told Su Li that he was not only the inheritor of Taiyuan Dao, but also possessed an innate Taoist fetus. However, Chu Tian did not mention the system matter to her. During the conversation, the 2 daughters hugged their mother tightly the whole time, fearing that she would run away. They have been without their mother for too long. And Su Li gradually accepted this ironclad fact. But will I be dead in 50 years? He. She had roughly guessed how she died. He must have been used as a sacrifice for some young master or princess from aristocratic family to awaken the complete divine way. According to Chu Tian, according to the normal timeline, he will not be able to awaken the complete divine way and the innate Taoist fetus in the future. To round it off, the whole family has essentially lived their life again. I just don't know what variables living my life over again will add to the future. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Let the 2 daughters meet their mother Su Li. Complete the task reward: top-grade blood-breaking pill, S-level martial arts weapon, meteoric sky-splitting knife, open the system mall, and you can draw a prize every time you complete a system task. Another top-grade blood-breaking pill? Very good. Chu Tian took it again in an instant. In an instant, the chi and blood values in the body surged to another level. The other martial arts weapon is even more amazing. Although S-level martial arts weapons are not particularly top-notch, they are completely sufficient. Check out the detailed instructions for the meteoric sky-splitting blade. The meteorite sky-splitting sword is made of meteorite iron from outer space. It integrates the laws of space and can tear through space and perform short-distance teleportation. The blade is so sharp that it can cut through everything in the world, even the soul. Open system panel. Name: Chu Tian. Age: 20. Realm: Second Realm Midterm. Constitution: Congenital Dao Fetus. Original Dao: Taiyuan Dao. Chi and blood value: 82. Bone tempering: 10-206. Kung Fu: Taiyuan body tempering technique. Martial arts weapon: meteoric sky-splitting blade S rank. Martial body foundation: Chi and blood furnace. Each time you kill a beast, you can extract 5% of the beast's chi and blood. Holy fighting technique: predict the opponent's move within 3 seconds, copy the talent of the killed beast, and multiple low-level beast talents can be combined into a high-level beast talent. His cultivation level has risen to the middle stage of the second realm, on par with Su Li. The blood value also soared from 52 to 82. One step ahead of Su Li. Looking at Su Li, her basic information also appeared in front of him. Name: Su Li. Death rate of catastrophe: 95%. What does this mortality rate mean? The probability of Su Li dying in the future conspiracy was originally 100%. Changing the cause and effect can change Su Li's future destiny. Is the mortality rate 95%? Although it only dropped by 5 percentage points, it was a drop anyway. Bite. New task: let the 2 daughters live in a big house. This. In order to give children better space to grow, we do need a bigger house and a better living environment. In the future I will be a major general, so I should be quite wealthy. It's hard for the 2 little girls. They went from living in a big villa to living in this small house of less than 70 square meters without a single complaint. System: you only said that I can live in a big house. Does living in Su Li's house count? Host: don't treat me as a fool. Of course, the host bought it himself. Have to. Do you think I look like someone who can afford a big villa? Even in the outer city, the land price is 20,000 credit coins per square meter. Chu Tian's small house of 70 square meters is considered very spacious among residents of the outer city. This was thanks to the 500,000 credit coin subsidy my father received when he died in battle, and my mother's lifelong hard work, and even a 50-year loan. The land price of a large villa in the inner city is at least 10 times that of one in the outer city. Do you think I can afford it? It seems that we still need to make money. It was natural for Su Li to get along very well with her daughter. Being with the 2 little cuties made her feel the long-lost happiness. So healing. Over the past decade, she has devoted her whole heart to cultivation, never like now. Looking at her daughter, Suli could finally relax and enjoy this God-given parent-child time. The two daughters are not only cute, but also very pitiful. In the future, one lost his mother at such a young age, and the other has never seen his mother at all. However, whenever the two daughters talked about how their parents got along, Suli felt a little embarrassed. Suli has not yet figured out how to get along with her future husband Chu Tian. This progress is too fast. It was just the first day I met Chu Tian. I hadn't done anything yet, but I became a mother painlessly. The speed of light isn't that fast. But judging from the feelings his two daughters have towards Chu Tian, he should be a good father. No wonder Chu Tian had always emphasized that he didn't want anything in return for giving her blood. So it's because I'm his future wife? In any case, the future of Shinto blood is settled. Suli, my mother isn't going home tonight, why don't you stay and keep the two girls company? Don't think too much, it's just that they haven't seen you for a long time. Suli blushed. Well, sure, I usually sleep in the practice room and don't go home anyway. Well, Chu Tian, my family is quite strict, and we can't let them know that I have two daughters, but don't worry, I will definitely be responsible for the two little babies. I'll ask someone to help resolve their identities. I'll just register them in your household temporarily, using your sister's identity. Do you think that's okay? Suli might have felt that she owed her child too much, so she spoke incoherently and lacked confidence. Chu Tian smiled and replied, "Ah? How can you feel wronged if you are registered under the household registration of my biological father?" Suli quickly shook her head to explain, fearing that she would hurt Chu Tian's self-esteem. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant is that I can only give the two babies the status of outer city for the time being. Chu Tian didn't care at all. It doesn't matter, you have seen my strength, I will definitely give them the best life in the future, and I won't let them suffer for too long. Suli smiled and nodded, I will work hard with you. I will bear all the living expenses of the child in the future. No, we can just take half each. Then, your mother's side. It's okay. My mother likes the two little girls very much. I told her that these are my classmates' children who are being fostered at my house. Her family will pay for their living expenses. Just wait until the time is right and tell the truth to my mother. These two kids are so outspoken, I don't think we can keep it a secret for too long. Chapter 22 Jade Feet? Epic. It's time to go to bed. Chu Xia rolled back and forth on the bed holding a pillow, her little feet kicking the quilt into a mess. Yeah, I want to sleep with mom and dad tonight. Just like when we were little. Immediately jumped down from the bedside table and threw herself on Suli's legs. Wants one too. Has never slept with mom and dad. Yaya remembers that she often slept with her parents before she was 5 years old. It's just that in the second half of the night, mom and dad often go to the bathroom together, I don't know why. After that, her mother never came back, and she began to sleep with her sister and grandmother. Suli put on the pajamas she bought. Don't make trouble, mommy will take you to sleep on the big bed, and daddy will sleep on the sofa alone, okay? She secretly glanced at Chu Tian who was leaning against the doorframe. When their eyes met, Suli felt a little shy. Although Chu Tian is her future husband, how could things progress so quickly? Chu Tian looked calm, but he was actually very happy in his heart. My two precious daughters are worthy of being my two daughters. What a great help! Daddy's love for you is not in vain. My dear daughter, come on. Morally blackmailing your mother, cry for me. No. Yaya jumped up, and the hair tie on her forehead flew off. Last time, Dad said Mom was going to a faraway place to carry out a mission, and Yaya waited for a long time. She suddenly pouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Now that Mom is back, we have to sleep together. He followed suit, grabbing Suli's trouser legs with her chubby hands and climbing up. Mom, do you not like E? As he said this, he burst into tears and his nose was covered with big bubbles. Suli tried to wipe it in a hurry, but the more she wiped, the harder the little girl cried. Chu Tian, please think of a solution. Chu Tian tried to hold back his laughter and touched his nose, but he immediately restrained himself after Suli glared at him. The back of her hand was still stained with E's tears, and in her arms were two little kids who had cried like cats. Suli hesitated for a moment. She really couldn't bear to reject her daughter and let her down. Okay, but you two have to sleep in the middle, and Mom and Dad sleep on the sides. Yeah. Good. Yaya and E helped their mother take off her shoes. Suli looked at them kindly, with a face full of satisfaction. Mom's feet are still so cold. Just like before, maybe Mom didn't eat well when she was fighting monsters. No way, Mom might have eaten it. Touched Suli's toes. Suli wanted to hide, but the two girls had already grabbed her ankles with their 4 little hands. Dad said that every time Mom beats a monster, her feet are covered with ice. Suli knew that this was a side effect of the incomplete chaos divine way. Chu Xia looked at Chu Tian with a serious face. Dad, why don't you come over and wash Mom's feet? Chu Tian was suddenly called upon, but he was very excited inside. Would you like to wash Suli's feet? It seems that my good daughter is definitely a king of assists. You are too capable. Suli quickly refused. No, don't bother Dad, Mom can do it herself. Yaya sat on her lap and said, Dad used to wash Mom's feet a lot. After washing her feet, they would be much warmer. Suli hurriedly tried to make amends. Mom can wash it herself now, Yaya, be good. Suli thought, it seems that my status in the family will still be quite high in the future. And Chu Tian also seems to be a good husband. However, the future is the future. Now, impossible. How can a woman let a man touch her feet at will? Just as I was thinking about it, on the other side started crying. Does Mom not like Dad anymore? Why is he completely different after coming back this time? Wow, why has Mom changed so much? No, don't think too much, Mom just, my feet are a little smelly today, and I don't want Dad to wash them. Mom is just caring about Dad. Suli felt a little ashamed and didn't know how to explain it to her daughter, so she could only make up a reason. It's okay, I'm not afraid of the stink. Chu Tian's voice suddenly came from the toilet. He was hurriedly getting a basin of hot water and bringing it to Suli's feet. In a hurry, he even used the foot basin as his own wash basin. But it doesn't matter anymore. Chu Tian touched Yi's head and said kindly, Dad is not afraid of stinking. Yaya clapped and praised, Dad is so good to Mom. Mom is so happy. The next second, Chu Tian reached out to take off Suli's socks. Suli shrank back as if she had been electrocuted, but looking at her daughter's expectant expression, she didn't want to disappoint her. Chu Tian did this on purpose. What a good trick to use the emperor to control the princes. He just controlled me and I didn't dare to refuse in front of my daughter. This Chu Tian, I should have bitten a few more mouthfuls of his blood in the evening. Let's see if you still have the energy to do these things. She glared at Chu Tian, her toes curled up so tightly that she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Don't. Before Suli could finish her words, her ankle was already embraced by a warm palm. The calluses on the man's fingertips rubbed against her ankles, causing her lower back to go numb. The two girls were lying on the edge of the basin, staring at her eagerly. She could only bite her lower lip to suppress the urge to kick them. Chu Tian pinched the edge of the little white socks and pulled them down. The instep of Suli's feet was white enough to look like blue, her toes were as round as peeled almonds, and her fingernails were a light cherry blossom pink. The ankles are slender and delicate, the toes are long and well proportioned, and the instep is slightly arched, forming a graceful arc. Chu Tian swallowed unconsciously. He got close to Suli's feet and sniffed them, then performed an epic exclamation, it does smell a bit. Suli's eyes suddenly widened and she glared at Chu Tian. This, pervert. I just said it casually, why did you install it? Don't I know whether my own feet stink or not? Still dislike the smell? It's you who wants to smell it, and it's also you who hates the stench. Why do I think your expression shows that you are enjoying it? If you have the guts, don't smell it. Why is this man a bit mean? There is an urge to slap someone to death. Chu Tian slowly placed Suli's jade feet into the foot basin. Foot massage is also a way, and the technique is also a method. Finally, I have got the chance to experience this avenue. At this moment, Chu Tian felt. The road is right under your feet. Chu Tian scooped up hot water and poured it over Suli's feet. Suli's toes relaxed unconsciously. Chu Tian's palms, which had been holding a knife for years, were rough but warm. Suli's heels and toes were rubbed until they turned bloody, and heat rushed up along her calves. Her knuckles turned white as she gripped the mattress, and a half-moan escaped from her throat which she quickly bit back. I have to say, it is indeed quite comfortable. Dad, look. Yaya suddenly poked Suli's foot. Mom, bubbles are coming out here. The cold air from the Chaos Divine Way met the hot water and condensed into small pearl-like water droplets on the soles of his feet. Chu Tian pressed the acupuncture point with his thumb and circulated it, causing Suli's instep to arch into a beautiful arc. Yi buried her face in the foot basin and breathed, "Mommy smells so good." In fact, there is no smell at all. If I have to describe it, it's like the smell of pine branches mixed with a faint medicinal fragrance after the snow. Really? Let me smell it again. Chu Tian's nose tip was almost touching her toes, and there was indeed no smell of sweat. A fairy is indeed a fairy. Suli kicked him on the shoulder, and the water splashed all over Chu Tian's face. Are you going to wash? Chu Tian looked innocent. My daughter is watching, please don't do domestic violence. You. Chapter 23 Bloodstone Mine. Time for breakfast. Suli patted Chu Tian and whispered in his ear. Chu Tian opened his eyes and a stunning face appeared in front of him. He was immediately awakened by the beauty. In order not to disturb the two girls, Chu Tian got out of bed carefully. Suli, you said before that you would buy my divine blood with money, does that still count? You're not taking advantage of me now that we're family, are you? Who is your family? Of course it counts. Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly, let alone us. Okay, then I'll give you 300 milliliters first. How about you give me an advance of 10 million? Can you come up with that much money in a short time? I do have 10 million in my account. Are you in urgent need of money? If it's related to my daughter, I can share the responsibility. The Su family spends more than 20 million every month on Suli to buy exotic beast blood and cerebrospinal fluid. Most of them were directly transferred to Suli's own card, allowing her to choose by herself. So if we only count the cash flow, she is also a small wealthy woman. Although the price Suli gave Chu Tian was 3 times that of the most expensive exotic beast essence and blood on the market, the effect was more than 20 times. Normally, it costs 20 million per month, but now, it only costs less than 2 million. She is very confident about this. Normally, Suli would inject the blood of the alien beast once every 8 hours to prevent backlash. Especially at night, the backlash is more serious. Every time it backfired, it would wake her up in pain from her sleep. But starting from yesterday evening, she did not feel any physical discomfort for half a day. Last night, she had a rare good sleep in the past 10 years. Chu Tian scratched his head, it's not for my daughter, but mainly because I want to make an investment, which requires at least 10 million credits. Chu Tian claims that he has no business talent. The investment he was talking about was naturally not the normal one. Although Chu Xia's smartwatch comes from the future, as long as it is connected to the internet, the searchable information database contains all network information before 2100. It's like the two daughters traveled through time from the future and still retained the memories of the future. The same is true for smartwatches. It has only been a few decades since the invasion of alien beasts, and many resources have not yet been developed. In the 50 years between now and 2100, there will be enough information gaps for Chu Tian to make a fortune. For example, where there are undiscovered spiritual stone veins, where precious spiritual herbs and medicines have been discovered, etc. The only problem is that even the most neglected mineral vein is still a large area of land. So Chu Tian asked for 10 million, which was not a lot. Suli was confused and asked doubtfully, investment? This completely hit Suli's blind spot in knowledge. Although she could spend the money her family gave her freely, she was never allowed to get involved in the business world. She just needs to practice well. So it can be said that she knows nothing about investment. What are you going to invest in? Stocks? Real estate? Or something else? Chu Tian said confidently, neither, it's a mineral, blood marrow stone. Bloodstone? Suli widened her eyes in disbelief. Blood marrow stone is an indispensable item for martial artists to practice. When used with the blood marrow stone, a warrior's speed in breathing and spiritual energy can be doubled. Therefore, the blood marrow stone is consumed very quickly. The market price of each kilogram of blood marrow stone has reached 50,000 credit coins. It is equivalent to an ordinary person's 4-month salary. Moreover, this thing becomes less and less as it is used, and it cannot be recycled at all, so the price will only get higher and higher in the future. Chu Tian, do you know how popular the blood marrow stone veins are now? In the southwest of the entire Xihai province, in Jiangchang, Shuicheng, and Linshanqing, all the veins that can dig out some blood marrow stone are in the hands of the Nangong family. Miss, you don't understand this, right? The Nangong family monopolizes the mines that have been dug out in the open, but secretly. I know a place where a 99% pure blood marrow stone ore is buried, and it is near our Jiangchang. Suli was somewhat disdainful of Chu Tian's idea. Do you think the Nangong family's exploration team is just a decoration? Oh, I remember now. Chu Tian, don't be fooled. Suli put down her breakfast in a hurry. Someone in Shuicheng just jumped off a building last week because he lost all his family fortune by borrowing high-interest loans and gambling in mines. The Nangong family is the general agent of the mineral veins in the southwest of the entire Xihai province. They have explored almost all places in the southwest that humans can safely reach. They monopolize the rich mines for themselves, and the poor mines are delegated to the cooperating families below. There are also some places that are said to have not been thoroughly explored and are put on the market for auction. The Nangong family often spreads false news everywhere, saying that a large mine has been discovered somewhere, and encourages others to spend a lot of money to buy land. But when we went there to survey, we found nothing. We lost everything. You don't think you've heard some inside information, do you? If you invest now, you'll just be the one taking over. I won't agree to that. Chu Tian was about to speak when he was interrupted by Suli. Are you trying to say that this is your own money and you have the right to spend it as you wish? I'm telling you now, no. Although you have nothing to do with me, you are my daughter's father. If you lose everything, will I still be able to raise my daughter? However, although what Suli said was overbearing, it still made sense from her perspective. It seems that there is no way to convince her without providing evidence. Right here. Chu Tian turned on his watch and pointed at a gray mountainous area on the holographic map. 200 kilometers away from Jiangchang, there is a hidden river 300 meters underground, and the riverbed is full of blood marrow stone ore. Suli's hand holding the soy milk cup trembled. Are you crazy? This is the abandoned mining area that the Nangong family explored 10 years ago. She clicked on the exploration report, and an electronic file popped up. Did you see that? 10 years ago, the Nangong family sent 3 exploration teams, drilled more than 20 holes, the deepest of which was 500 meters underground, but they didn't catch a single hair. Chu Tian sucked on the dough stick and said incoherently, their broken radar can only scan the shallow layer. Miss Su, do you think I'm a fool? Can the Nangong family's despicable tricks fool me? Chu Tian said confidently, have you forgotten that Yaya traveled back through time? Suli frowned slightly. So? Can Yaya know where the mineral vein is? Chu Tian took out Yaya's smartwatch. Take a look at the mineral distribution map in 2100. There are many new mines that have not yet been excavated. The holographic projection unfolded, and dark red mineral veins meandered underground like blood vessels. Suli leaned in to look at the label, 99.7% purity. This is impossible. Right now, radar can only identify solid rock formations. Chu Tian's fingers traced the cross-section diagram. There is a kind of microorganism in the dark river. The mucus it secretes will interfere with the signal. It's useless even if the Nangong family's broken equipment scans it 10 times. He clicked on a news video from the year 2080. In the picture, the head of the Wang family is standing at the entrance of the mine and being interviewed. Thanks to the new quantum resonance device, we were able to discover this hidden mineral vein. Suli rubbed her fingers on the years, technology from decades later. More than that. Chu Tian called up the equipment parameters. The future exploration instrument uses psychic particle beams, which can penetrate 10 kilometers of rock formations. The evidence Chu Tian produced was indeed enough to convince Suli. The reason why the head of the Nangong family was able to become one of the 12 councillors of the Westsea province was because of his monopoly on mineral resources in the southwestern part of the province. Among all the mineral veins, bloodstone is undoubtedly the most profitable. The maximum purity of the Nangong family's blood marrow stone ore is only 50% 60%. And this directly reached 99.7%. The gap is extremely large. If he had obtained this mineral vein in advance, he could have become the richest man in Jiangcheng with the help of this mine. No wonder Chu Tian was so confident. Fortunately, the location of this mineral vein is very remote, so the land price is not expensive. With only about 100 million credit points, you can get 100 years of mining rights. And the value of the output is more than hundreds of billions? I'll pay for it. Suli slapped the bank card on the table. I have saved a lot of money over the years, and I still have a lot of exotic beast blood, spinal fluid, equipment, etc. that I won't need in the future. It won't be a problem to sell them all and raise 100 million. Things went better than expected. If it weren't for Suli's startup capital, I don't know when I would be able to save enough money to buy the land. There are also other troublesome issues such as exploration licenses, which can be easily resolved with Su Li's identity. The young lady is very secretive. I'll ask my connections to get the mining license, and you can borrow the equipment from me. Chu Tian stood up and said, the shares are 50-50. Of the 100 million, 50 million will be my blood money for you. In the next year, you can suck my blood as much as you want until the two of us. Until what are we doing? Chu Tian smiled slightly, nothing. After my mom finishes her night shift, she can stay at home all day. So Chu Tian went to the school alone and waited for the principal to take him to the National Wuhan University early admissions site. Chapter 24, Magic City Wuda, Early Recruitment. The layout of China's Wuhan University is like two suns in the sky above the capital, and below them are the 5 universities in East China. The 7 major martial arts universities have trained more than 90% of the top martial arts talents. There is only half a year left until the military examination, and the early admissions of the 2 universities in the capital have already ended. Among the 5 universities in East China, 4 have also ended their early recruitment, leaving only Wuhan University in Shanghai as the last chance. Although Chu Tian would still be able to shine if he took the normal route to the military examination, he would have a great chance of being among the top 2 in Beijing. But Su Li was admitted to Wuhan University in Shanghai, so Chu Tian also planned to go to this university. Otherwise, it will not be very convenient to take care of the children when we are separated in the future. Another point is that if you clarify your future affiliation 6 months in advance, you can make the 6 months before the college entrance examination belong to you and no longer have to bear any pressure. If I am recruited in advance, I will be completely free for the remaining half year. This feeling is so great. This time, for the early admissions of Shanghai University at the Shihai Provincial Examination Center, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School only had 3 places. The principal and the academic director personally piloted the aircraft and brought Chu Tian to the examination room in the central part of Shihai Province. The examination venue for this exam is an abandoned industrial city covering an area of about 800 square kilometers. When the principal took Chu Tian into the examination room, the outside of the examination room was already crowded with candidates and teachers. Each of the 7 major martial arts universities has 3 batches of early admissions, with a total of 21 exams. The hard conditions for participation are to awaken martial arts talent above a level and to reach the early stage of the second realm. The candidates who are eligible to take the exam from all the major middle schools in the province are always the same people. So there are some people who fail in the early admission for 20 consecutive times, and this time may be the 21st time. It is precisely because of this that people in the province who are eligible to take the early admission examination are somewhat familiar with each other. After all, we have taken 20 exams together at the same test center, so it is hard not to be familiar with it. And Chu Tian was a completely new face to them. When Chu Tian arrived at the scene, he immediately sparked a discussion. Who is this? Why don't I remember him? The guy next to him is the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, right? When did such a person appear in Jiangcheng Middle School? Wasn't it always Li Yi who came before? I remember that Zhang Zhong's Li Yi ranked 7th last time, just 1 step away from the top 5. His chances were obviously great, so why didn't he come this time? I don't know how strong it is. Isn't this nonsense? The worst of us broke through to the second realm half a year ago. He is only now taking the first advanced batch exam. He must have broken through to the second realm recently. How strong can he be? That's good, 1 less competitor. The invigilating officer picked up the microphone and stepped forward. Judging from his aura, he was at least a 5th level expert. The points are calculated based on the initial, intermediate, final perfect levels of a realm, with 5, 10, 15, 20 points respectively. The points for the second realm, beginning, intermediate, later perfect are 30, 40, 50, 60 respectively, and the initial stage of the third realm is 100. Candidates can attack each other, but they cannot kill anyone. For every candidate eliminated, you can get half of his/her points. The invigilator pressed the timer, enter now. When Chu Tian heard the rules, he smiled slightly, as if he was very satisfied. Very good. My neighbor hoards food and I hoard guns. My neighbor is my granary. When I arrived at the examination room, what came into view was a huge steel city. Although it has been abandoned, its former glory can still be seen from the ruins. Before coming, Chu Tian did his homework. Because the level difference between each exam is not particularly large, and the types of exotic beasts are not very different either. So according to past experience, to enter the top 5, you need about 1,600 points. Su Li was admitted as a first-time early admission candidate at Shanghai University. Her score ranked third with 1,960 points. No matter what, I can't be worse than my wife, right? On average, you need to get about 330 points per hour. However, this is the last early admission exam, and everyone knows that this is the last chance, so they will definitely try their best. So naturally, the more points the better. This was Chu Tian's first time fighting a strange beast, so he decided to start with the weakest one. According to the Invigilator's previous introduction, the corpse rats in the early stage of the first realm were his primary target. Rats, naturally, tend to stay in places that are not exposed to light. Chu Tian came to the sewer specially. When stepping over the rusty oil pipeline, the sound of boot soles rubbing against metal startled the creatures in the dark. "Are you here?" The next second, 3 carrion rats crawled out from the cracks of the abandoned oil tank. Their vertebrae are bulging with joints, and their throats are swollen with sacs that store putrid toxic fluid. The holy fighting technique prediction was activated, and 3 scarlet track lines appeared on the retina, marking the trajectory of the rat's venom. Chu Tian took a half step back with his left foot, and the Taiwan body tempering technique surged through his meridians. When the first poisonous arrow shot through the air, the bones in his body made a clanging sound like metal hitting stone. The moment the right fist hit the ground, the light golden energy covering the fist tip triggered a circular shock wave. The 3 carrion rats were lifted 2 meters off the ground and entered a state of stiffness. In the cracks of the concrete floor, the remaining Shinto energy and blood were sizzling. 3 strands of dark red blood were drawn from the rat corpse. When the energy flowed into his body, Chu Tian clearly felt the density of the ulna in his right arm increase. The skeletal properties of the corpse rats are being transformed and absorbed by the body tempering technique. Suddenly, a 4th carrion rat swooped down from the overhead ventilation duct. This is the true commander of the rat pack. Black mist flashed in Chu Tian's pupils, and the sword light turned into 9 afterimages, 3 of which cut off the rat king's tail vertebrae, and the other 6 blocked the escape route. When the blade finally pierced the rat king's skull, the dark energy carried by the blade burned its brain tissue into charcoal. In just 1 minute, 40 points were obtained. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the D-level exotic beast talent corruption resistance. The Martial Body Foundation allows Chu Tian to automatically obtain the talents of the monsters he kills. Multiple low-level talents can also be combined into a high-level talent. For example, the 3B-level exotic beast talents you have now can be combined into an A-level talent. This is the incredible cheat that Taiwan Shinto brought him. The only drawback is that each species of exotic beast talent can only be obtained once, and cannot be regained by killing one. Therefore, once it is fused, you will no longer be able to gain its talent by killing other beasts of the same species. Therefore, you must ensure that the talent of this strange beast has no effect on you at your current stage before you can integrate it. It was the first time that Chu Tian fought against a strange beast, even though it was just a small waste of the first level, but how smoothly it went was beyond Chu Tian's imagination. After an hour, Chu Tian got 400 points. All of them were picked from the little mice. It's really a rat killer. It may seem easy to get these 400 points, but in fact it is not difficult at all. Of course, this only applies to Chu Tian. After all, no candidate would be brave enough to go into the dark sewer, carry the corpses of carrion rats, follow the smell to find their nests, bring warmth to their homes, and do a thorough cleaning. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as plowing the yard and sweeping the holes. If it were someone else, they would have neither the courage nor the ability. As soon as he reached the ground, Chu Tian heard a cry for help not far away. A woman was hiding in a tree, surrounded by 5 shadow wolves with blood oozing from their mouths. The voice was extremely miserable, as if the person was in some serious trouble. The left shoulder of her nano armor had been torn, revealing her bleeding snow-white skin. When the woman saw Chu Tian, she seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and shouted even louder. "Ah, help me!" Chu Tian ignored him and walked away. This woman seemed to have reached the middle stage of the second realm, the same as Chu Tian. There are only a few third-level beasts in the entire examination room, and you encounter 5 of them at once. You can only blame your bad luck. The woman was sweating profusely, her clothes were torn, and she looked very disheveled. "Classmate, help me. I will definitely repay you." She stumbled to avoid the shadow wolf's attack and almost fell off the tree trunk. The curve of her chest rose and fell with her heavy breathing, and her blood-stained long hair stuck to her cheeks, making her eyes and eyebrows look even more pitiful. Chu Tian remained unmoved. If he eliminated one person, he would have one less competitor. There was no need to help her at all. If it was in the wilderness, Chu Tian would still consider it. But this is an examination room, and there are many invigilators responsible for protecting the safety of the examinees. Just above the woman, there was a powerful 5th-level warrior staring intently at everything that was happening here. If this girl is really in danger of her life, the strong man will naturally protect the candidate. Of course, that also meant she was completely eliminated. However, if another candidate in the venue helps her out, it will not be considered as elimination. Chapter 25 GGG. Chu Tian knew very well that this girl did not want to give up this opportunity to take the exam. Otherwise, as long as she pressed the help button on her smartwatch, the invigilator would immediately rescue her. These 5 shadow wolves are all in the 3rd realm, and are exotic beasts with B-level bloodline. Chu Tian really wants to obtain the blood talent of a B-level exotic beast. But that was after they eliminated this girl, and he came to pick up the spoils. Isn't it good to reap the benefits while sitting back? Why do you want to pretend like this? There is no benefit. Classmate, my name is Lu Ruojuan, and my father is the richest man in the Magic City. Please save me. I will definitely repay you. The woman's voice was filled with tears and her eyes were full of pleading. Lu Ruojuan really doesn't want to give up this opportunity for early admission. Chu Tian leaned against a big tree 30 meters away, his eyelids twitched, as if he was thinking about something. After thinking for a few seconds, he took out his mobile phone and turned on the camera function. Who said that you have to save you before you can get a reward? I took a picture of you in this extremely embarrassing scene, but you still asked me to pay hush money. Looking at Chu Tian, who was completely unmoved and even had a slight smile on his face, Lu Ruojuan was completely unable to understand. No. Is this man normal? I'm such a beautiful woman, and I've asked him for help time and time again, but he's not moved at all? Doesn't he want to make friends with me? Just as he was wondering, the 5 shadow wolves below continued to attack. Ah! The woman screamed in terror, the weapon in her hand unequivocally striking a shadow wolf in the head. Shadow wolf screamed and fell to the ground, but quickly got up again. Lu Ruojuan felt a chill in her heart. The defensive capabilities of these shadow wolves were far beyond her imagination. The weapon in her hand was already cracked, and it was obvious that it would not last long. Although the armor was strong, cracks appeared under the sharp teeth of the shadow wolves. There was a trace of pain on the woman's face, but she still didn't give up. However, the shadow wolves seemed to have tasted the sweetness and attacked more fiercely. A shadow wolf had circled behind and leaped forward with all its might. Finally, a trace of despair flashed in Lu Ruojuan's eyes, and she could hardly stand. Chu Tian's pupils trembled violently. Oops. This woman looks like she is dying. No, is it necessary for you rich 2nd generation to work so hard? Can't you just inherit the family business? That's all. The nanoprotective layer on Lu Ruojuan's right arm completely collapsed under the claws of the shadow wolf. When the smelly wolf kiss was only half a meter away from the throat, the invigilating officer's boots had already crushed the lightning rod on the roof, and the energy around his body compressed the air into a conical shock wave. But someone was faster than him. The black mist in Chu Tian's pupils suddenly shrank, and the holy fighting technique projected 5 scarlet movement trajectories of shadow wolves on his retina. A tremendous amount of energy and blood burst out from the left tibia, and the concrete on the ground cracked. The golden energy activated by the Tai Huang body tempering technique wrapped around the fingertips, leaving an afterimage on the path of advancement. In less than 2 seconds, he had rushed to the side of the 5 shadow wolves. When the spine of the first shadow wolf was cut off by Chu Tian's palm knife, the knee strike had already shattered the mandible of the second wolf. The trajectory of the third wolf's attack was predicted in advance. He dodged it by leaning sideways, and pierced its ear canal with 2 fingers of his right hand accurately, shattering its brainstem with his hidden power. The invigilating officer's rescue energy stagnated 20 meters away from Lu Ruojuan. He is observing. That figure was too fast. It was so fast that even he could only see the afterimage. The distance of 30 meters was reached in less than 2 seconds. Is this really the level that candidates should have? Why has this person never been seen in previous early admission exams? Moreover, looking at the fighting skills of this candidate, his killing efficiency is comparable to his own. The sharp teeth of the fourth shadow wolf were only 3 centimeters away from Lu Ruojuan's carotid artery. Chu Tian grabbed the end of the wolf's tail with his left hand, and with the extraordinary power of the body tempering technique, he swung the 100-kilogram monster into the air. The right elbow hit his 7th thoracic vertebra like a battle axe. Then, the 5th Wolf King's throat was broken by his heel. Chu Tian's temple was throbbing slightly, and Taiyuan Shendao was analyzing his newly acquired B-level talent. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level exotic beast talent Shadow Affinity. If you lurk in the shadows, your body temperature and breath fluctuations will drop by 73%. In just a few minutes, I got 500 points, and the total points reached 900. The Invigilator calculated the time. The entire battle lasted less than a minute. But the 5 third-level strange beasts had already fallen in a pool of blood, deader than dead. It's so terrifying, this person is so terrifying. Lu Ruojuan sat slumped in a pool of blood. The proctor returned to the high ground, and the tactical eyepiece displayed the combat replay data. The punching force of this candidate who saved people exceeded 2,000 kilograms in a single attack. This is far beyond the theoretical limit of a second-level warrior. This kid has a bright future. Don't you want to live? Why don't you press the emergency button? Chu Tian lowered his head and angrily scolded Lu Ruojuan. Lu Ruojuan recovered from the shock, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, collapsed on the ground, and stared at the man in front of her. The sharp claws of the third-level beast didn't leave even a scratch on him. His breathing was steady, and there wasn't even much blood on his nano-armor, as if it wasn't him who had just killed 5 third-level shadow wolves by himself. Her throat tightened and her fingers unconsciously clenched the hose of hemostatic gel. This strength. It was beyond her understanding of a second-level warrior. I'm betting that you will come to save me. Chu Tian was slightly stunned. You lunatic, I have never seen a woman as desperate as you. Fortunately, my bet was right. Lu Ruojuan trembled as she took out the hemostatic gel and applied it to the wound. The number of special admissions for Wuhan University in Shanghai has been reduced this year. This is my last chance. By the way, you just said you would repay me, does that still count? Chu Tian immediately changed his expression and smiled. Although it's a little late, I still saved you anyway. You won't deny it, right? I said I would repay you. She bit her lip and took out a token engraved with the Lu family crest from her waist. With this, you can obtain the highest authority in any industry of Lu's group. As long as you ask, I will help you get anything done. She paused and glanced at the wolf corpses on the ground. With your ability, you will definitely get a special admission spot at the Magic City Wuda University this year. If you need anything in college, just come to me. Chu Tian suddenly smiled and took out his cell phone and shook it. On the screen was the scene of Lu Ruojuan crying for help in a panic on the tree. Her hair was disheveled, her armor was torn, and her face was stained with blood. That was a great scene just now, he raised his eyebrows. Ms. Lu, you don't want this embarrassing scene of yours to be posted online, do you? Lu Ruojuan's eyes suddenly widened and she subconsciously tried to grab the phone. Chu Tian turned his wrist and easily avoided it. You, how can you be like this? She was anxious and angry, her cheeks flushed red. You saved my life. I have to give you a special commemoration. Don't worry, I won't post it for now. When you forget the promise I made today, I'll consider whether to let the whole internet see another side of Miss Lu. Lu Ruojuan was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but had nothing to say. She suddenly realized that this man seemed frivolous, but in fact he was meticulous. From watching coldly at the beginning to helping in the end, every move was calculated. But unfortunately, her hatred for him was impossible to find. After all, he did save her life. Lu Ruojuan looked at his back until he disappeared in the jungle of steel bars. Chu Tian was thinking about where to go hunting next when he heard a quarrel coming from the corner 100 meters ahead. Only 200 points. There's no hope if this continues. Zhao Xiaotang said anxiously. Last time, you needed 1,600 points to get into the top 5, and we don't even have a fraction of that. Xiaotang, it's okay. There will always be a way. At worst, you can eliminate me when the game is almost over, and I will give you my points. Zhang Xian said with a polite smile. Zhang Xian is of medium build and holds a blood-stained chain hammer. Zhao Xiaotang had her hair tied in a high ponytail and 2 swords on her waist. She looked pretty but a bit cruel. The guy in front. Hey, is that the new guy? That's him. Zhang Xian pointed at Chu Tian with his chin. The new guy in Jiangzhou should have just broken through to the second realm not long ago. How many points can a rookie like this get? Zhao Xiaotang frowned, very disdainful. Even if we eliminate him, half of the points won't be enough. No matter how small a fly is, it's still meat. Zhang Xian licked his lips. Besides, what if he hides the points? The two of them discussed as if no one was around, as if Chu Tian was just air. Xiaotang, I'll beat him up for you, and you can finish him off at the end, and his points will be yours. Zhao Xiaotang raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Okay, be quick and don't waste time. Don't worry, Xiaotang, I'm doing things, you know. In the distance, Chu Tian's thin figure stood there with his arms folded, smiling as he watched the dog licking the goddess. He suddenly laughed. The laughter was particularly clear in the empty ruins. I find it troublesome to kill the strange beasts one by one. Here come two idiots coming to my door? He. When the couple heard Chu Tian's laughter, they were stunned and realized that he was listening. Zhao Xiaotang was a little surprised. He seemed to hear what we were saying? So what if he knows? Can he still resist? No, he seems to be trying to slip away. Hurry up, don't let him get away. The next second, Zhao Xiaotang was about to leave. Suddenly she realized that the figure of the man 100 meters away was not getting farther away, but was gradually getting bigger in her field of vision. Is this reasonable? Instead of running away, he took the initiative to charge at me? Do you like dying so much? Half a second later. Wrong! Zhao Xiaotang exclaimed in his heart. How come he is so fast? The distance of 100 meters was shortened in the blink of an eye, and the sound of breaking air rang in the ears like thunder. Zhao Xiaotang didn't even see how the other party moved. Chu Tian had already appeared 20 meters in front of her with a strong airflow. How is that possible? Finally, a trace of fear appeared on Zhao Xiaotang's delicate face. Soon, her mentality changed again. From a hint of fear to her entire brain being filled with fear, the word horror was clearly written on her pretty face. Shock ran through her body, and she instinctively raised her two swords to block, and her blood and energy burst out. Before she was ready, Chu Tian's fist had already been extended, hitting her chest heavily with a powerful force. The severe pain exploded instantly. Zhao Xiaotang's graceful body flew backwards, the back of her head hit a reinforced concrete column as thick as a bowl, and her back fell heavily on the rubble. His internal organs were churning as if they were displaced, and blood was gushing out from his mouth and nose. Chapter 26, Wrongly Paid? The goddess furiously kills the dog. Ah! Zhao Xiaotang's scream was accompanied by a sharp tremor, and the two swords had already flown away to who knows where. The slender arm now has a shocking curve. She tried to stand up with her intact left hand, and the severe pain in her back made her realize that her spine might have been severely injured. The originally pretty face was completely distorted by the severe pain. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and the corners of his mouth tilted downward, revealing his bloody gums. Her neat high ponytail was tangled up in a tangle, sticking to her sweaty forehead with bloodstains, making her face look even more swollen and deformed. Zhang Xian stood there, looking at Zhao Xiaotang lying on a pile of rubble covered in blood a few dozen meters away. Listening to her heart-wrenching screams, his mind went blank in an instant. You beast, how dare you touch my Xiaotang? I want you to die. Anger erupted like a volcano, devouring his last bit of sanity. Zhang Xian saw Chu Tian's speed and strength. How could he not know that he was very strong? Don't you know that you are no match for him? But, as a man, a responsible man, how could he bear it when the woman he likes was bullied like this? No matter how strong the opponent is, you must bravely draw your sword. This is his dignity as a man. Zhang Xian roared and rushed towards Chu Tian, and the chain hammer drew a semicircle above his head. Chu Tian smiled slightly, dodged the oncoming chain hammer and grabbed the middle of the chain with his backhand. Zhang Xian only felt his wrist tighten, and the whole person was pulled forward by Chu Tian's huge force. Chu Tian raised his foot and kicked the outside of his knee. With a cracking sound, the patella was dislocated. Zhang Xian fell to his knees with a scream, the chain hammer flew out of his hand, his eyes went black, and he fell heavily to the ground. Is that all you have? He stepped on Zhang Xian's back and pressed his face into the gravel. You ungrateful lickspittle, weren't you very arrogant just now? Zhang Xian struggled to turn his head, blood mixed with dirt flowing out from the corner of his mouth. You dare to touch me? My father is. Before he could finish his words, Chu Tian threw a punch. Zhang Xian howled like a pig being slaughtered and kicked his limbs on the ground. Then he grabbed Zhang Xian by the back of his collar and threw him to Zhao Xiaotang like a dead dog. The two men were lying together, covered in blood. Zhang Xian's right arm was hanging at a strange angle, and Zhao Xiaotong's right leg was still twitching uncontrollably. Chu Tian looked down at them from a high position. How do you want to deal with this? Zhang Xian panted heavily, his eyes full of resentment. You, just wait. My father is. Before he could finish, Chu Tian suddenly raised his foot and stepped on his right leg, slowly pressing down with the sole of his foot. Zhang Xian's screams suddenly became louder, and his bones groaned under the heavy pressure. Xiaotang, don't give in. I'm here with you. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. He's just bluffing. Don't be scared by him. He doesn't dare to kill us. When we get out, there will be plenty of opportunities for revenge. Last chance. Chu Tian's voice was very cold. Zhao Xiaotong's mind is blank now. She had never felt so much pain in her life, either physically or mentally. Why, even though they are both in the second realm, this man can be so strong. If her disastrous defeat could be explained by his sneak attack. But Zhang Xian was beaten into a dead dog state in just 2 moves, which shows the difference in strength. The gulf between them is too great to be bridged. At this moment, Zhao Xiaotong's heart was almost broken. She could no longer listen to a word Zhang Xian said. Now, she just wants to stop the war. She didn't even expect to get an early admission into Shanghai University. Now she just wants to go home and have a good cry while hugging her stuffed toy. She didn't want to fight anymore, she really didn't want to. Zhao Xiaotang suddenly struggled to prop himself up with his elbows, blood dripping from his chin. Classmate, it's none of my business. He said he wanted to take your points. I just listened to him. Ha! At this moment, Zhang Xian's heart was broken. He turned his head in disbelief. Xiaotang. You. Bang! Chu Tian slapped Zhang Xian in the face with his backhand, leaving half of his face completely swollen. Shut up, old man. Chu Tian pointed at Zhao Xiaotang with his chin, motioning her to continue. Please, let me go, I won't dare to do it again, please, please. Her voice was filled with tears. Please let me go. I promise I will never let you see me again in this life. Let's keep our distance from each other in the future, okay? Chu Tian nodded, very satisfied. The words were sincere, but they were not enough. Kneel down and repeat what you just said, and I will let you go. Zhao Xiaotang lay on the rubble, Chu Tian's cold orders echoing in his ears. The humiliation crept up her neck, almost suffocating her. She caught a glimpse of Zhang Xian's broken leg, and the groan of severe pain reminded her. If you don't obey, you will be the next one. She bit her bleeding lips, forced herself to straighten up, and knelt in a pool of her own blood. Sorry. It was all Zhang Xian's idea. I shouldn't have listened to him. Every word I said felt like I was tearing apart my dignity. She didn't dare to look up at Chu Tian, let alone Zhang Xian. The boy who had been so attentive to her was now staring at her with eyes that were almost stunned with shock. Zhang Xian's pupils contracted violently, as if he was looking at a stranger. The Zhao Xiaotang he was familiar with was the one who wielded 2 swords in the examination room and was as proud as a queen. The woman in front of him, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling and begging the man for forgiveness, felt strange to him. Is this the ability of a strong person? It turns out that this is where I am missing. Louder, haven't you eaten yet? Chu Tian's voice was cold and stern. Zhao Xiaotong's delicate body trembled and she looked up suddenly. She took a deep breath and shouted with all her strength, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please let me go. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xian's Adam's apple rolled and he suddenly let out a sneer. There was despair and self-mockery in this laughter. Chu Tian stared at her, and after a moment of silence, he sneered, Why do you have to suffer so much if you have been so obedient? He squatted down and pinched Zhao Xiaotong's chin. Remember, keep your eyes open next time and don't provoke people you shouldn't provoke. He let go of his hand, and Zhao Xiaotang collapsed to the ground, shaking all over. Chu Tian has shown great mercy. Zhao Xiaotang was not completely eliminated and was given the opportunity to continue taking the exam. Chu Tian turned and walked towards Zhang Xian. It's your turn. Chu Tian looked down at him from above. Zhang Xian's Adam's apple rolled and his lips could not make any sound. Humiliation and anger surged in his chest, making him almost forget the severe pain in his body. Daff? I'll tease you first, do you understand? Zhang Xian's tears mixed with blood slid down. He stared into Chu Tian's eyes and squeezed out broken syllables from his throat. I'm sorry. Chu Tian turned around with satisfaction and prepared to leave. Just after taking a few steps, Chu Tian suddenly felt a pair of eyes behind him, staring at him fiercely. Chu Tian suddenly laughed. Good. Very good. He grinned, showing his white teeth, and said in a deep voice, "You look like you are planning to seek revenge on me? In that case, I naturally cannot keep you." Zheng Xinbei was shocked by what he heard. How did this person sense my gaze? How did he know I wanted revenge? And even if I want revenge, haven't I done it yet? Why is there any prediction involved? Chu Tian squatted down and pressed his fingers on his meridians. The energy from the Tai Huang body tempering technique surged in, instantly disrupting his meridians. Zheng Xian's pupils suddenly dilated, his body twitched violently, and he almost fainted. Chu Tian stood up and dusted himself off. "I am destroying your cultivation to remind you that there are some people you cannot mess with." Zhao Xiaotang was horrified watching from the side. She looked at Zheng Xian's miserable condition with blood oozing from his mouth and nose and his eyeballs bulging, and moved back tremblingly. When Chu Tian turned and left, she hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes. She was afraid that she would be the next one to suffer such a tragedy. Suddenly, Chu Tian thought of another good idea. He moved closer to Zhao Xiaotang and said in a cold voice, "Isn't your liquor willing to give everything for you? I haven't eliminated him yet. Come on, you make the final blow and the points are yours." Zheng Xian struggled to turn his neck and looked at Zhao Xiaotang, blood flowing down his cheeks into his collar. "Xiaotang." Zheng Xian's voice was hoarse and broken, with a pleading tone, Don't listen to him, Zheng Xian knew very well that there was no chance of him being admitted. But he just hopes that Chu Tian will not succeed. In terms of ability, Zheng Xian knew that he had lost completely. However, he didn't want Chu Tian's murderous plan to succeed. This is what he wants to hold on to, his last bit of stubbornness, the only remaining bit of manly dignity. Zhao Xiaotang still hesitated. But looking at Chu Tian's serious expression, she knew what she should do. The tip of her knife slowly moved down and aimed at Zheng Xian's nanomech. As long as the value of the nanomech drops below 10%, it means elimination. Zheng Xian's eyes were instantly filled with fear. He used all his strength to grab Zhao Xiaotang's trouser legs. Please don't do this. I'm Zheng Xian." Zhao Xiaotang's tears fell on Zheng Xian's face. She bit her lips. The tip of the knife was only a few centimeters away from Zheng Xian's chest. Zheng Xian's breathing became rapid. He saw Chu Tian standing aside with his arms folded, his eyes cold and a shameless spectator. "Xiaotang." His voice became weaker and weaker. I will listen to you from now on, please." Zhao Xiaotang suddenly closed his eyes and exerted force with his wrist. Ding ding ding, candidate number 69, Zheng Xian, is eliminated. Zhao Xiaotang staggered backward, and the two knives slipped from Zheng Xian's chest. Chapter 27, I Avoid His Edge? As soon as Chu Tian stepped into the Yifu building, he ran into Teacher Fan coming out of the duty room. The old man is the management teacher of this building. He has a red birthmark on his bald head, which is very conspicuous. "It's student Chu who's here." Teacher Fan smiled. "The training room the school has arranged for you is in room 615. I'll take you there right away." "Okay, thank you, Teacher Fan." Chu Tian replied. Along the way, Chu Tian clearly felt that Teacher Fan was becoming more and more uncomfortable and his pace was getting slower and slower. Chu Tian asked, "Teacher Fan, is there any problem?" Teacher Fan took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his face. "It's just that, some students may be nostalgic. Later, you should be a little more polite." Having managed the Yifu building for so many years, some students have been training here for 2 or 3 years, so Teacher Fan is naturally very familiar with these students' personalities. Is there anyone who can enter this building who is a good person? Others could tolerate having their rooms taken away, but it was unlikely that these geniuses would be willing to give up their rooms. He had a premonition that something unpleasant was going to happen. Teacher Fan could only pray that no major conflict would occur, otherwise it would not be good for him if things got out of hand. "Teacher Fan," Suli suddenly interrupted, pinching Chu Tian's lower back with her fingertips. "He told me that he would be careful." Teacher Fan then added seriously. "Student Chu, just in case, if Student Li doesn't agree to move out, you should give him a few days. We all know your strength. When you show your strength in the future, Li will naturally be convinced and give you the room. Don't be impatient and act on impulse." Chu Tian's face was cold. Don't worry, I am the most reasonable person. Suli was somewhat relieved to see Chu Tian agreed so quickly. Remember not to fall for the other party's provocation when negotiating later, and avoid their sharp edge. Should I avoid his edge? Why didn't he avoid me? Just funny. This training room originally belongs to the school and is not anyone's private property. Isn't it only natural that good cultivation resources should be given to those who are capable? Are you nostalgic? Are you reluctant? Are you unwilling? Do you feel humiliated? It's none of my business. Besides, except for those few people who were designated as seated players by the school since they entered school, didn't the others get the Class A training room by defeating their opponents? You are allowed to steal other people's things, but others are not allowed to steal yours? You can't just like social Darwinism when you have all the advantages. The three of them walked to the corner of the 6th floor. Suli took 2 steps towards her 610 training room, then turned back and grabbed Chu Tian's school uniform sleeve and pulled it down. Don't try to be so arrogant, do you hear me? I know, Chu Tian pulled her hand away. Teacher Fan led the way with his neck shrunk. The sound of his leather shoes rubbing against the ground showed that he was very hesitant at the moment. There were more than 10 people crowding the entrance of 615, and the smell of cigarette smoke mixed with sweat was choking. Li Yi was sitting on the threshold of the training room with his legs crossed, kicking the doorframe from time to time. Teacher Fan mustered up the courage to step forward and said, "Student Li, the school arranged for Chu to use this room." "What the hell?" Li Yi jumped up and threw the cigarette butt to the ground, and the sparks splashed onto Teacher Fan's trouser legs. "I've been training in this room for 2.5 years. Let a bunch of losers from Class 9 take my place? Master Nangong has already told me that I can continue to stay in this training room, so who do you think you are?" The reason why Li Yi said this naturally came from Nangong Lai. His family is the largest donor to Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, so he does have a say in matters like this. Although Teacher Fan is a teacher, he is just a person who manages the training room, so naturally he cannot get the respect of these talented students. So I didn't dare to talk back when I was scolded. The yellow-haired guy behind him immediately chimed in, "That's right. Brother Lai had already said that this room belonged to Brother Yi." Teacher Fan was so frustrated that he could only turn around and say to Chu Tian, "How about this?" Teacher Fan had beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. The rooms of the students who went to Wuhan University for training are still empty. I have already contacted them yesterday. They said that as long as you don't touch their personal belongings, they can lend you the training room for a while. What do you think? Or, there are a few Class B training rooms that are vacant. How about you train there first? Chu Tian smiled slightly and turned to leave. Seeing this, Teacher Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, someone gave in, otherwise this matter would have never ended. Coward! Li Yi spat on the ground. Run away like a dog with its tail between its legs. He's just a wild kid without a father to teach him. The next second, Chu Tian had a blank expression on his face. He twisted his waist and a strong wind pressure rushed straight to Li Yi's face. Before Teacher Fan could react, Chu Tian had already arrived in front of Li Yi. Bang! The sound of breaking winds suddenly exploded in the corridor. Amidst everyone's extremely shocked pupils, Chu Tian clasped Li Yi's face tightly with his 5 slender fingers. Chu Tian's blood and energy surged, and with a strong force, he lifted his entire body into the air and slammed it hard against the wall. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 muffled sounds with echoes, and the wall fell down. Li Yi's legs kicked helplessly in the air, his face was almost completely deformed by the huge force, and blood spurted out of his nose instantly. Suli heard the noise in the corridor, and when she pushed open the door of 615, she saw Chu Tian carrying Li Yi with one hand, as if he was carrying some small piece of trash. The 1.8-meter-tall martial arts genius was now hanging in the air like a dead fish, with blood from his nose mixed with tears dripping onto Chu Tian's rolled-up sleeves. Suli was shocked. "No, didn't you agree to stay calm?" Then, Chu Tian's fist hit Li Yi's ribs again and again like a hammer. Each blow made Li Yi's face paler. His screams were mixed with groans of pain, and his body kept twitching. Chu Tian's expression was cold and ruthless, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, as if he was venting something. Ah! Li Yi just opened his mouth and screamed, his eyes were bloodshot. The way he looked at Chu Tian was as if he was seeing a high-level exotic beast above the 4th level. His cultivation level is obviously similar to mine, so why am I completely unable to fight back against him? Li Yi clearly felt that every organ and even every cell in his body was retreating and escaping. This feeling of fear comes from the body's instinct, which he cannot control at all. What kind of monster is on the other side? The intertwined emotions of fear and disbelief made Li Yi almost despair. Why could a warrior who was less than 20 years old make him feel such fear at the level of physical functions? He couldn't even use his talent in martial arts and could only be slaughtered and humiliated like a dead dog. Chu Tian swung his arm and hit his ribs, and the ribs broke with a crackling sound mixed with a muffled sound. Are you crazy? Li Yi tried his best to resist, but Chu Tian's power completely suppressed him, making him unable to move. You can still talk? It seems that the beating was not severe enough. Bang. 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 Bang 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 bang. After the 7th hit, Li Yi finally stopped screaming, and blood foam gurgled out of his throat. Seeing this, Su Li immediately rushed over and grabbed Chu Tian's arm. Enough. Chu Tian stopped and looked at Su Li, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He let go of Li Yi and let him collapse to the ground, groaning in pain. Chapter 28 Reward him from time to time. The corridor was dead silent for a few seconds, and everyone's eyes almost popped out. The lighter that Huangma was spinning in his hand fell to the ground. The friends who had just been trying to vent their anger for their brother all opened their mouths and made hoarse gasping sounds in their throats, like chickens with their necks strangled. Their back teeth were grinding against each other. The moment Chu Tian made his move just now, he subconsciously took half a step back. Later, when Li Yi was beaten up, they were also completely intimidated by that aura. They wanted so badly to help Li Yi out of trouble, but their body's instincts kept resisting and they would rather die than move forward. Their body's instinct told them that if they took one more step forward, they would be the ones lying on the ground in the next second. Teacher Fan trembled as he held onto the wall to steady himself, and he didn't even bother to push up his reading glasses until they had slipped to the tip of his nose. Chu Tian turned around too quickly just now, and he didn't even see how he appeared in front of Li Yi. It almost left an afterimage in the same place. Fuck, is this the second realm? Someone in the back row squeezed out a word from between his teeth. Several girls covered their mouths tightly and left marks on their arms with their fingernails. Li Yi is in the early stage of the second realm. He ranks in the top 30 in the school. How come he is like a little chicken in Chu Tian's hands? Ahem. Li Yi tried to get up with difficulty, collapsed against the wall and vomited blood. His nose bridge was crooked beyond recognition. As a result, his arm went limp and he fell back into a pool of blood. Chu Tian squatted down, rubbing his fingers back and forth with the tip of his shoe. Apologize? Li Yi felt extremely wronged at this moment. Brother, you beat me to a pulp, why should I be the one apologizing? But Chu Tian had already spoken, and Li Yi was afraid that if he was a second late, he would be beaten again. Li Yi's throat gurgled for a long time, and blood foam flowed down the corners of his mouth. Chu Tian suddenly grabbed his hair and slammed him to the ground, with a loud thud that made people's teeth ache. Chu Tian, no, classmate Chu, I'm sorry. Li Yi squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, tears and nosebleed all over his face. I shouldn't have scolded you. Louder. Chu Tian picked his ears, his knuckles cracking. Yes, I'm sorry. Li Yi howled at the top of his voice. TSK, weren't you so arrogant just now? I thought you were so capable, but trash is trash, just lie still. Chu Tian grabbed Li Yi by the collar, lifted him up, and dragged him into the room like a dead dog. Those who were blocking the road felt heartbroken when they saw their fellow classmates looking so miserable. But looking at Li Yi's dead dog look, he finally gritted his teeth and moved half a step to the side. Chu Tian just glanced at him and gave him goosebumps on his back. The whole room was filled with junk that Li Yi had collected. Vests were hung on sandbags with moldy spots, and a dozen empty beer cans were piled in the corner. Chu Tian was calm and picked up Li Yi by the back of his neck and threw him to the ground. 10 minutes, clean up and get out. You guys, if you don't want Li Yi to get beaten again, help clean it up together. Li Yi shivered as he crawled toward the corner of the wall. His broken ribs poked his lungs and caused them pain. In fact, Chu Tian had already held back and did not use the extra boost of the divine way. He didn't want to kill anyone at school yet. If he really used all his strength, Li Yi would be a corpse now. Although he looks dead now, no different from a corpse. Li Yi collapsed on the ground groaning, and several followers hurriedly carried him up. Huang Mao bent down to pick up the blood-stained cigarette butt on the ground and stuffed it into his trouser pocket with trembling hands, fearing that if he missed some garbage, he would make the king of hell angry again. Brother E, hold on. The yellow-haired man pulled off his school uniform and wrapped it around his head. Li Yi gurgled twice in his throat and pointed his fingers twitchingly at the beer can in the corner. The younger brother immediately rushed over, crushed the can and stuffed it into the garbage bag. The moldy vest on the windowsill was also rolled into a ball and put in his arms. 7 or 8 people rushed out of the room as if they were fleeing, and the corridor was filled with the sound of bells and clanging. The onlookers dispersed quickly. Teacher Fan was huddled at the stairs wiping his sweat. When he heard the noise, he stuck his head out and ran into Chu Tian coming out with a mop to rinse the water. The old man shrank his neck and ran away faster than a rabbit. Chu Tian slammed the door and stuck the mop against the wall. Suli leaned against the sandbag rack with her arms folded, her eyelashes drooping to hide the emotions in her eyes. What did you promise me just now? Didn't you agree to keep a low profile? Her fingers knocked against the iron frame, making a clanging sound. Li Yi is Nangong Lai's #1 lackey, and you beat him up like this. That grandson really deserved a beating. I got impulsive and couldn't hold back. Chu Tian turned on the faucet and washed the blood off his hands. I was merciful not to smash all his teeth. Do you think you are invincible? Suli had fought with Li Yi before. That guy's mountain collapsing power was a bit difficult to deal with. Every time they sparred, they had to activate the chaos field to suppress it. But Chu Tian just beat the man like he was beating a sandbag. He didn't even have any talent for martial arts. He just relied on the burst of energy and blood to suppress the opponent throughout the whole process, making him unable to fight back. This is not right. Is this the charm of numbers? There is not a trace of skill. The gap between complete Shinto and incomplete Shinto is actually so huge. I underestimated him before. Moreover, why does Chu Tian act like a living devil in front of outsiders? He would beat someone to death if he was scolded. He was totally different last night at home. The contrast is really huge. She stared at Chu Tian's rolled up sleeves. The muscles in his forearms were incredibly smooth, with veins faintly visible beneath the skin. How on earth did you do that? Li Yi's second realm early stage is genuine. Even if you have a complete divine path. Recalling the battle scene just now, she discovered that Chu Tian didn't rely on brute force to fight, but rather had a thorough understanding of the human body structure. Every joint, every meridian, and even the habits of the flow of true qi. So his first move completely deprived Li Yi of the ability to fight back. Has his understanding of martial arts reached this point? It is true that there is always someone better than you. Fortunately, Chu Tian is the father of her child. Learning more from him will only benefit you, not harm you. But Suli was a little embarrassed to ask Chu Tian for advice. She has already troubled Chu Tian enough. They wanted his blood, and they wanted him to take care of the child. Now I have to ask him to teach me how to practice. I don't think I'm his wife yet, so he has no obligation to help me so much. You still need to reward him from time to time and exchange some of the things he needs with him. But what does Chu Tian need? Suli had no idea at all. Suli held the corner of his clothes and rubbed it for a long time, his face almost buried in his collar. Can you teach me how to use the Shinto? Her voice got smaller and smaller. I'll trade you my S-level skills. Chu Tian looked up and laughed when he heard that. Why are you blushing? We are friends. I don't know why you are being so polite. She took out 5 secret manuals from her backpack: Mountain Suppressing and Mountain Breaking Fist, 9 Heavens Thunderblade, Sky Splitting Sword, Dragon Soul Overlord Spear, and Phantom Steps. They are all S-level. You can pick whatever you want. The first one is Mountain Suppressing and Mountain Breaking Fist. When practiced to the highest level, one can tear open the armor of beasts of the same realm with bare hands. Back then, the Chinese boxing master used this move to wipe out the entire first-level beast tide. At the auction last year, even a damaged copy was sold for 200 million yuan. 9 Heavens Thunderblade is a unique copy unearthed from the ruins of Mount Shu. Last year, the Su family exchanged 5 energy stations for the right to print it from an ancient martial arts family. Chapter 29, Self-Taught, Wife is Shocked. S-level skills are indeed very precious, and are exactly what Chu Tian needs now. Although the system gave him the innate Tao fetus, the inheritance of the divine way, and the foundation of martial arts, it did not give him normal martial arts skills. The skills inherited from the Shinto tradition enabled him to destroy mountains and fill up the sea with every strike. But if some super powerful person finds out, it will easily get you into trouble. Moreover, Shinto techniques also consume a lot of energy and blood. Just fists and swords. Shu Tian picked up 2 books and looked through them. Shu Tian was not worried at all that he would need to start practicing the new skills from scratch. The existence of the innate Taoist fetus allows him to learn martial arts at a terrifying speed. The innate Tao fetus is not a physical entity, but is contained in the cultivator's spiritual platform, soul, and martial arts foundation. It profoundly affects the warrior's training process and his ability to perceive and control the elements. Martial artists who possess an innate Tao embryo have a natural understanding when they come into contact with a new technique, and can quickly understand the profound training methods contained in the technique. This is because their innate Tao fetus has endowed them with extremely keen spiritual platforms and agile spirits, enabling them to quickly grasp the essence of every mantra and every route of the exercises. During the practice, they also have extremely precise control over their qi and blood, and are able to guide the spiritual energy to various parts of the body according to the requirements of the practice. Whether it is the opening up of meridians, the expansion of qi, or the consolidation of dantian, it can be done in one go without any hindrance. Shu Tian opened the first page of the mountain suppressing and mountain popping fist. Then, he glanced at it casually, stayed there for less than 10 seconds, and turned to the next page. The same is true for the second page. This is true for page 3, page 4, and all the way to page 99. The first level, Breaking the Mountain, focuses on compressing qi and blood into spiral force that penetrates the body. The second level, Star Crushing Style, requires the qi and blood to explode and form a shock wave at the moment of punching. The third level, Break the Boundary Style, requires the entire body's bones to be tempered into energy carriers, so that one punch can be as powerful as a small nuclear bomb. Suli looked at Shu Tian with a puzzled look on her face. If you really want to practice, you should read slowly, sentence by sentence. You should practice while reading to achieve the best results. Although the S-level skills are of high level, it also means that the difficulty of practicing is equally incredible. The S-level skills she practiced only achieved a small degree of success after 5 years. If you just want to flip through the pages, you shouldn't stay on each page for more than 10 seconds, even for 100 pages. So what is Shu Tian doing? He doesn't think that the skills will automatically enter his mind by flipping through it casually, right? This is not the lowest level D-grade basic technique. Suli asked in confusion, what are you translating? It takes 10 years to cultivate an S-level technique to a minor level. Don't be too anxious. I can teach you how to cultivate the technique, and you can teach me how to use my divine talent. How about that? Suli looked at Shu Tian flipping the pages of the book clumsily and thought to herself, you've finally reached an area that you're not good at. In the past 2 days, her originally proud self-esteem was shattered by Shu Tian. Shu Tian seemed to be superior to her in every field. She finally raised her head with some confidence, like a proud little swan. Shu Tian didn't look up, continued flipping through the pages, and said, oh. What? What effect do you want to try? You don't really think you can understand the S-level skills by just flipping it twice? Shu Tian suddenly jumped to the center of the training room, and his bones made a crisp sound like frying beans. Before Suli had time to remind him to use his internal energy to protect his body, she saw the muscles in his right arm suddenly collapse and expand strangely. The tip of his fist shone with a dazzling bloody light, and his blood and energy burst out of his body, visible to the naked eye. Mountain Collapse Style. The sandbag-sized fist shadow hit the tester, and the value jumped wildly, finally freezing at 2,197 kilograms. Suli opened her mouth wide, with a look of disbelief, huh? Before Suli could get rid of his shocked expression, Shu Tian shook his arms and suddenly twisted his left fist 3 times at an angle that was unergonomic. Boom! The sonic boom caused by the fist wind hurt Suli's eardrums. The alarm of the tester had just sounded halfway when the fist shadow split into 9 afterimages at the moment of contact, hitting the same position from different angles. Star Crusher. 3,580 kilograms. When the scarlet numbers popped up, Suli held onto the wall to avoid collapsing. The maximum force of a punch delivered by an ordinary warrior in the middle stage of the second realm is only around 1,700 kilograms. Why is he so supermodel? If a warrior were to force his blood to explode, he might be able to unleash a force that does not belong to him. But that would cause damage to the meridians throughout the body, or even complete rupture. Your meridians were not broken by the shock? Suli rushed over and was about to take off Shu Tian's clothes to check him, but she was stunned as soon as her fingertips touched his chest. The Dao patterns under the skin were flowing along specific routes. All the recoil forces were directed into the ground, and 2 dents were left on the alloy floor of the training ground. Qi and blood used the Danzhong point as a pressure pump, the Tanzhong point as a diverter valve, and finally spiral out from the Laogong point. Chu Tian scratched his head and smiled harmlessly. By the way, what did you just say? I was distracted and didn't listen. No, nothing. Su Li thought to herself, it's a good thing he wasn't listening to me just now. Otherwise I would look too clownish. With this level, what can I teach him? Su Li felt like his 20 years of martial arts were shattered. But how did he do it? It's not like I haven't practiced this technique before. I gave up just because it was too difficult and not suitable for me. She remembered that she had practiced for half a year, but she still couldn't comprehend the first 1%, so she gave up. As a result, he achieved minor success in his practice in just a few minutes? This is a realm that others can only reach after 10 years of hard practice. Sure enough, common sense cannot be used to infer him. When Chu Tian picked up the Nine Heavens Thunderblade, Su Li was already numb. She would not go over and ask Chu Tian how to practice and make herself look bad. Such a clown. However, Su Li still had doubts about Chu Tian's ability to copy others. Nine Heavens Thunderblade is a martial art created by the second strongest man in China, and it has 9 levels. Moreover, the practice of thunder magic is different from boxing magic. The hard condition is that the warrior's affinity for the lightning element must reach more than 50%. The higher your affinity with the lightning element, the more effective your practice will be. Su Li had never seen Chu Tian show any talent related to thunder and lightning before. Even if his Shinto is complete, it has nothing to do with the element of thunder and lightning. Chu Tian turned on the minefield simulator in the training room. Then he opened the Nine Heavens Thunderblade while staring at the active electric current that kept jumping in the minefield. It seems that he is comprehending the laws of thunder. The secret manuals of martial arts continued to flow into Chu Tian's sea of consciousness, and the complex meridian running diagram unfolded layer by layer in his mind. It takes an ordinary person 3 months to master the basic thunder element guidance technique. If you want to go a step further, you need to feel the purest natural elements of lightning during a thunderstorm. Therefore, most of the warriors who practice the way of thunder are VIPs of airlines and high-speed rail companies. Because they need to travel back and forth across the country or even the world, running wherever there is a thunderstorm. But even this so-called extremely complex way of thunder, under the analysis of Chu Tian's innate Tao fetus, was broken down into 12 sets of basic energy circuits in just dozens of breaths. Tanzhong acupoint is the main energy storage node, and Laogong acupoint builds the secondary circuit. He muttered to himself, and as he clenched his right hand, the thundercloud simulator on the dome of the training ground automatically activated. The free lightning elements manifested as light blue spots in the air and gathered towards his palm. The lightning element concentration value on the monitoring screen soared from the baseline value of 1%, and in a blink of an eye broke through the small threshold of 50%. Su Li stared at the screen, reaching 50%. This number means that Chu Tian does have the talent to practice the way of thunder. But just like this, it is impossible for Chu Tian to learn thunder magic without a teacher like he did boxing. Chapter 30, Terrifying Talent. Su Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. But even so, Chu Tian was very terrifying. In addition to possessing a complete divine path, he also possesses top-notch talent in boxing and superior talent in thunder. It can be called a monster. Su Li stood in the safe zone 3 meters away, and the data stream on the screen was refreshing frantically. Wrong. She had personally witnessed the practice of a senior from the 7th Military District, the 7th Realm warrior who had awakened the Thunderbolt body. When that person activated the lightning element, up to 5 arcs of electricity formed around his body. At this moment, the lightning floating beside Chu Tian has condensed into a materialized annular magnetic field, and 16 azure electric snakes are crisscrossing in a spherical area with a radius of 2 meters. Rise! With a low shout, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the Yongquan point on the bottom of Chu Tian's foot. The conductive alloy plates pre-laid on the ground hummed, and the 300,000 volt high-voltage electricity stored in the training ground flowed into his body along special wires. If an ordinary person forcibly draws this amount of electrical energy, his meridians will burst instantly. But the monitoring screen showed that the blood and chi furnace in his Danzhong acupoint was converting violent electrical energy into pure lightning energy at a rate of 400 revolutions per second. Su Li looked at the energy flow model on the screen and clenched his 5 fingers tightly. When a thunder warrior mobilizes elements, he needs to go through the 3 stages of induction resonance shaping. Each step requires specific techniques and breathing methods. But Chu Tian completely abandoned the traditional methods. He transformed the 28 main acupoints into circuits and the remaining meridians into matrices. The moment the lightning element enters the body, it is broken down into basic particles and reaches the palm along the simplest path. Laugh. The lightning in Chu Tian's right hand suddenly condensed into a solid object, and a long sword with blue and purple electric light wrapped all over it appeared out of thin air. The patterns engraved on the blade are not decorations, but an energy matrix composed of highly compressed lightning particles. As he shook his wrist slightly, the blade's path tore ionized cracks in the air. The first move is Thunder Strike. The moment the knife flashed, the temperature in the training ground dropped sharply. A honeycomb-shaped defense matrix emerged on the surface of the titanium alloy target 50 meters away. This is a military-grade shield that can withstand a full-strength attack from a peak third-level warrior. However, the moment the lightning blade touched the shield, the energy particles that made up the matrix suddenly annihilated collectively. Chu Tian's sword hit the critical point of the shield accurately, and the energy consumption of brute force cracking was less than 1/10 of that of conventional methods. The evaluation data on the monitoring screen made Su Li's pupils contract. The next second, under Su Li's horrified gaze, the concentration of the lightning element on the monitoring screen soared from 50% and exceeded 70% in an instant. Lightning element affinity 71.3%. I'll go. Su Li no longer had any words to express her current feelings. A 70% affinity for the lightning element is already the level that a 7th-level warrior specializing in the way of lightning can achieve. In other words, even if Chu Tian does not have any other talents, as long as he relies on his current control over thunder magic, he can ensure that he can reach the level of a 7th-level warrior in the future. And her grandfather, the head of the Su family, is only a 7th-level warrior. This person is so scary. The second move, Cloud Transformation. When Chu Tian turned around and swung out the second knife, the knife's momentum suddenly became erratic. The lightning blade that was originally advancing in a straight line suddenly split into hundreds of gossamer-like electric beams, covering the entire test area like a rainstorm. Each electric flash changes its trajectory the moment it touches an obstacle. When the last ray of electric light dissipated, the sensors of the 16 moving targets in the test area lit up red lights at the same time. Su Li continued to look at the screen. At this moment, Chu Tian's affinity for the lightning element has reached 86.5%. Does that make sense? Su Li couldn't help but talk to herself. The second strongest man in China in the 9th realm, the founder of the Nine Heavens Thunderblade, his lightning affinity is only 87%. So Chu Tian's upper limit is not the 7th realm, but the 9th realm? It is no exaggeration to say that Chu Tian's talent in thunder can be ranked among the top 5 in the world. And it doesn't have to be the 5th. Third move, Heaven's Wrath. Chu Tian suddenly thrust his long sword upside down into the ground, and the thundercloud simulator on the dome of the training ground roared as it could not bear the heavy load. The extremely high concentration of lightning elements formed a vortex with a diameter of 5 meters above his head, and the leaping electric light even penetrated the observation window. The hairs on the back of Su Li's neck stood up, and the screen showed that the ionizing radiation value in the environment was breaking the safety threshold. He's reconstructing the thundercloud core in the simulator. Su Li rushed to the control console and activated the emergency shield. Thunder warriors usually fight by guiding natural lightning, and Chu Tian's behavior at this moment is equivalent to creating an artificial thunderstorm in a confined space. This technology requires controlling the movement trajectories of hundreds of millions of charged particles at the same time, and any slight mistake will trigger a chain reaction. However, the expected explosion did not occur. When the density of lightning elements in the center reached the critical value, Chu Tian suddenly turned the blade over and slashed it upward. The highly compressed thunderstorm clouds were split apart by this knife, collapsing into 9 prismatic crystals suspended in the air. Each crystal contains energy equivalent to a full-strength attack from a 3rd-level warrior, and tiny electric sparks burst out from the azure core from time to time. Directed collapse. Su Li's voice trembled a little. This is a taboo technique in thunder-based martial arts. Several major generals in the 5th realm and the military district had tried to master this technique, but ended up blowing up half of the camp during practice. Chu Tian not only completed the energy compression, but also tamed the violent thunder element into a stable state. Chu Tian stretched out his hand and lightly touched the suspended thunder crystal, and the crystal immediately turned into a stream of light and sank into his palm. The Tai Huang Dao pattern flows under the skin, completely refining the external lightning energy into pure qi and blood. The energy consumption that originally required 3 hours of breathing exercises to recover could be restored in just 10 seconds under this almost cheating cycle system. Suli no longer knew how to express her feelings at the moment. The lightning affinity displayed on the screen has reached 99.98%. Suli choked as soon as she opened her mouth. Although Suli's major was chaos devouring, he followed the path of the laws of space. However, in order to become familiar with the fighting modes of opponents and strange beasts, every genius who demands high standards from himself needs to practice other Taoist methods to a small degree of success. She recalled that it took her 4 full years to comprehend the first move of the Nine Heavens Thunder Blade, during which time she experienced 17 meridian burns and 9 elemental backlashes. The monster in front of him deduced the third move in just 30 minutes and even improved the original energy circuit of the technique. There is no one in the world whose affinity for any one element is nearly 100%. Every movement Chu Tian made when swinging his sword displayed terrifying control at the microscopic level. The lightning element was not driven by force, but submitted to it spontaneously like subjects meeting their king. This level of elemental affinity has gone beyond the scope of talent and is close to suppression at the rule level. When she saw the thunderstorm clouds being split by the knife light, she finally realized the gap. Chu Tian was not practicing martial arts, but dissecting the laws of heaven and earth. Each sword move is an interpretation of the origin of the thunder element. Those complex changes that ordinary people find daunting are just a piece of cake for him. Chapter 31 I Can't Do Anything That Hurts a Woman. Another magical property of the innate Taoist fetus is that it gives the host an extremely high affinity with any element. Whether it is the sharpness of gold, the vitality of wood, the agility of water, or the heat of fire, or the thickness of the earth, or the elegance of the wind, the swiftness of thunder, the coldness of ice, and other elements of the world. The host can easily resonate with it and incorporate it into his own cultivation system. When faced with various elemental skills, the host can quickly sense the elemental power contained therein. This is exactly why Chu Tian's affinity for thunder element is so high. Suli's eyes widened, her whole face full of admiration. Chu Tian, how did you do it? Can you teach me? Chu Tian smiled slightly. This is the ability given to me by my innate Tao fetus. You can't learn it. After hearing these words, Suli was completely desperate. If this is the case, the gap between them will only grow. Until I can no longer see Chu Tian's back. Chu Tian saw Suli's lost expression and comforted her. Don't worry, when your incomplete divine path is completed, you will have a physique similar to mine. Suli felt a little better after hearing the comfort, but soon became gloomy again. Don't comfort me. I know how difficult it is to repair the incomplete Shinto. She put away her sadness and smiled. It's okay, just become stronger. If you become stronger, you can protect Yane. Suli thought that according to the normal timeline, she would die in 50 years. As for the way of death, there is a high probability that he will be forcibly abducted by some superpower and become a sacrifice for others to awaken the complete Shinto. When she thought of this, she felt a little bit self-destructive. Anyway, I will die in less than 50 years, so what difference does it make whether I practice or not? The more he practiced, the more he became an accomplice to the beast that had taken away his incomplete divine path. It would be better to use this time to spend more time with my 2 daughters. I can only accompany them for 50 years. But at least this time, she could see her 2 daughters grow up with her own eyes. This is much better than the situation in the normal timeline, where 2 little daughters under the age of 10 were left behind. A variety of emotions such as inferiority, sadness, and maternal love for her daughter are intertwined. Suli couldn't help but shed tears. She didn't want to cry in front of Chu Tian, but she really couldn't control herself. I set so many rules for Chu Tian in the morning because I knew that I would not live long. She hopes that by giving such hints, Chu Tian will always be a good father. At least until now, Chu Tian has been a very good father. Suli was still quite confident in him. Suli raised her hand to wipe her face, and her whole body froze when her fingertips touched the wet water stains. She bit her lower lip tightly and turned her face away. The tip of her nose was red as if someone had pinched her. She swallowed a breath that came out of her throat. The overhead lights of the training ground illuminated the tears in her eyes clearly, and they fell one by one, leaving dark dots on her dark blue school uniform pants. Chu Tian had just put the thunder sword back into the weapon rack when he turned around and saw Suli crying. Why are you crying all of a sudden? Would she think that I am unwilling to teach her how to practice and get angry? No, this is something I really can't teach. He hurriedly wiped the sweat off his palms on the seams of his pants and took out a crumpled tissue from his pocket. Don't cry. I'm not crying. Suli suddenly raised her voice, wiping her eyes and shrinking into the corner. She didn't feel any pain when the back of her head hit the blood-in chi meter. It's the lightning element that stimulates the tear glands. Stay away from me and don't look at me. Chu Tian stood there scratching his ears and cheeks. He was most afraid of girls crying, but now his wife's collar was soaked with tears. Chu Tian suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm and pulled her into his arms. Suli tensed up as if struck by lightning and pressed her elbow against his ribs, ready to exert force. But feeling Chu Tian's sincerity, the arm that was against her chest suddenly loosened its strength. Chu Tian took the opportunity to hug the person completely, and the front of his school uniform was instantly soaked with hot tears. Suli simply stopped pretending and pressed her forehead against his collarbone. Her sobs were muffled by the fabric and turned into intermittent whimpers. I know everything. Chu Tian patted her back awkwardly, his palms stained with sweaty hair. 50 years later, I will not let that happen again. Sooner or later, I will find the mastermind behind this and chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Suli suddenly raised her face, her wet eyelashes brushing across his chin. You are the only one who talks big. To be able to gather two incomplete Shinto awakeners, the power behind them must be extremely terrifying. Chu Tian patted Suli's shoulder and said in a deep voice, they can awaken the complete divine way, why can't you? 2 Shinto sacrifices. The kind that will have their blood drained out alive. They must have been completely hidden like me, and will not be easily exposed. Chu Tian's eyes were fierce and his face was gloomy. He said coldly, they can use you as a sacrifice to awaken the complete divine way, and I can also use those people as sacrifices to awaken for you. Are you trying to turn the tables? The risks are somewhat high, but the rewards are also great. In this world, if you want to become stronger and change your destiny, is there any way that doesn't come with risks? Suli was shocked by these words. Chu Tian, who usually looks unruly, actually said such words. And judging from his expression, he wasn't joking. Suli now knows why she will marry the man in front of her in the future. Chu Tian then added, so if you want to survive, you must never give up. Not only must you not give up, you must become stronger. Suli nodded firmly, well, for my daughter, I will. The world of martial arts is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. If you want to live well, you have to tie yourself to more powerful forces. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. The ticket to forming an alliance with a powerful force is to use interests as a common bond. Therefore, the mineral vein outside Jiangcheng is just the first step for Chu Tian. In the future, he wants to bring all the undeveloped mineral veins across the country and even the world under his control. Only by tying their own interests to those of superpowers can those who want to take action against them consider whether it is worth it. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to release all the undiscovered mineral veins at once, but would do it bit by bit. In this way, the forces allied with him will always protect him and not dare to let him die. Once he died, all those countless treasures were gone. By the time most of the minerals are released, it will be time for him to grow up. By then, no one in this world will be able to touch him and the people he cares about. Suli wiped away her tears and cheered herself up again. She comforted herself like this, although I can't compare to Chu Tian, I am also the owner of the incomplete divine way, which is better than 99.999% of people. Among his peers in Jiangcheng, he is ranked second only to Chu Tian. Besides, it is better to have a monster like Chu Tian as a family member than as an enemy. If she met Chu Tian on the battlefield, she really didn't know what to do. Kneel down and beg for mercy? Moreover, under the suppression of Chu Tian's essence and blood, the backlash of his incomplete divine way has been greatly reduced. The speed of improvement will only be faster than before. There is nothing to despair about. The next military district special training is about to begin. Young talents from all over the province will participate in this tryout. You should prepare well. For the whole next day, Chu Tian and Suli stayed in the room practicing. Aunt Wang came to see Suli during this period, but she did not ask much about Suli's private affairs. Suli also asked Aunt Wang to bid for the mining rights of the Nangong family's land number 109 in Zone F in the name of Chu Tian. Chapter 32 The Fish is Hooked? Jiangcheng First People's Hospital. Li Yi was sent to the ICU after being beaten up in the morning. After half a day of rescue, he was finally transferred to the general ward. After school that day, Nangong Lai brought a group of younger brothers to the hospital to see him. It's just a dog, so naturally it can't delay Nangong Lai's practice time, so he didn't come until the get out of class was over. The smell of hospital disinfectant made Nangong Lai feel nauseous. Li Yi was lying on the hospital bed, wrapped in bandages all over his body. The bridge of my nose was finally reattached, and my right eye was swollen to a slit, but every time I breathed it still felt like a knife was scraping my lungs. Brother Lai. As soon as Li Yi opened his mouth, the crack at the corner of his mouth was pulled, and blood flowed down his chin. That grandson. Chu Tian, cough cough. Nangong Lai sat on a chair with his legs crossed, the tips of his leather shoes kicking the foot of the bed from time to time. Get to the point. Nangong Lai took out a gold-plated lighter and lit a cigar. The nurse made a no-smoking sign outside the glass window, but he glared back at her. Li Yi swallowed a mouthful of rusty saliva. Chu Tian, that grandson, doesn't take you seriously at all. He knew that I was your man, but he still dared to beat me so hard. If he dares to hit me today, he will dare to disrespect you tomorrow. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and the heart rate line on the monitor bounced like a roller coaster. I said that the training room was arranged by Brother Lai. He said the Nangong family is nothing. Nangong Lai had a blank expression on his face, and cigarette ash fell on the pure white sheets. This Chu Tian has already found a way to die. Nangong Lai knew very well that Li Yi was exaggerating the facts. But he watched the video of the scene and found that Chu Tian dared to take action even after knowing that Li Yi was his man. This is a slap in his face. No, hasn't this young man heard of my name? How dare he? As the school bully, Nangong Lai would naturally not allow someone who dared to challenge his authority to continue to exist. If Chu Tian is not dealt with, he will become a laughingstock of the whole school. Even his younger brothers will leave him. If people's morale is low, it will be difficult to lead the team. Most importantly, he heard that Su Li had been in the same training room with Chu Tian all day today. If he didn't want to offend Su Li and the Su family, he would have rushed into Chu Tian's room and beat him up. Take over his little brother's training room and pick up his girl. If he didn't die, Nangong Lai would not be able to swallow this. But Chu Tian still has some talent. For a person like him, either don't move or kill him with one blow. He must not be left with any chance to make a comeback. He is now a famous figure in Zhongcheng. If he takes action directly, it is very likely to affect the reputation of the Nangong family. For the sake of little Chu Tian, Nangong Lai would not go to this extent. Therefore, the military district trial training in a few weeks will be the best opportunity to kill Chu Tian. Military trials are all conducted in the wild with no surveillance at all. Although those who were trying out were all geniuses from various schools, it was normal for them to die in a direct combat with the monsters. With his own strength and the background of the Nangong family, it is not difficult to make a student disappear during the trial training. Nangong Lai secretly made up his mind that Chu Tian was already on his kill list. After leaving the hospital, Nangong Lai came to his own club. At this moment, he was lying on a massage chair, and two women were massaging his legs. The cell phone was buzzing on the coffee table. He squinted at the screen. It was the housekeeper, Lao Zhao. Hello? He pressed the hands-free key lazily. If you have something to say, just tell me. Master, the mining rights for land number 109 in District F in the north of the city have been auctioned off. Old Zhao's voice was breathless and he seemed very excited. So? How much did you get for it? Nangong Lai was a little impatient. It cost 100 million yuan. That's all? Nangong Lai yawned. It's just 100 million. Is it necessary to call me? Since last year, Nangong Lai has started to get involved in the family business. The idea of using false insider information to trick people into buying land at a high price was a dirty trick that the young master of the Nangong family came up with in order to earn some extra pocket money. Not many people take the bait, but fortunately, if you can cheat one person, you can make a living for several months. If it were sold at normal market prices, no one would be willing to take over that kind of garbage land that is far away from the base city and has no resources underground, even if it was sold for 1 million. The Nangong family has acquired the mineral mining rights for the entire southwestern part of Xihai province. The Nangong family has plenty of such rotten land that has no mining value. So if you sell some bad land without telling the family won't know about it. Even if they knew, they would not blame Nangong Lai, but would only praise him for his business acumen. The money will be directly transferred to my card. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. Old Zhao swallowed his saliva on the other end of the phone. Master, wait a minute, this buyer might be interested in you. I have no interest in this kind of idiot who thinks he's getting a great bargain. I'm done. Wait. Master, the person who took the photo this time is called Chu Tian, the Chu Tian from your school. Nangong Lai suddenly sat up straight, veins in his temples throbbing. Who are you talking about? The Chu Tian from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, the person who bought the mining rights for that piece of land, was sent by Chu Tian. The legal representative is Chu Tian's name. Nangong Lai froze in place, frowning. Fuck. Okay, I didn't expect that he would be the idiot who took the bait. Nangong Lai thought about it and felt that something was not right. Where did Chu Tian get the 100 million in cash? I remember that his family lived in the outer city and was a complete pauper. He yelled into the phone with spit flying all over the place. Are you sure it's that poor guy? Not someone with the same name? Absolutely true. Old Zhao answered with certainty. Nangong Lai suddenly laughed out loud, and the flesh on his face trembled with laughter. He untied his belt and collapsed on the sofa, blowing smoke rings at the ceiling. Does this idiot really think he has found a treasure? Chapter 33 Night Watch Partners. After thinking for a while, Nangong Lai figured it out. Most likely Chu Tian heard the inside information about this land from somewhere. Then, using his own talent as guarantee, he attracted some big family or big company to invest. 100 million is nothing to the Nangong family, but it is not a small sum to other medium-sized families or companies. Once the forces behind Chu Tian realize that their investment has gone to waste, they will definitely come after Chu Tian to settle the score. It would be even better if the investor behind Chu Tian was the Su family. This also explains why Su Li has been so close to Chu Tian recently. I was worried that Su Li might have fallen for this poor boy. It's just a cooperative relationship? After the Su family was betrayed by Chu Tian, Su Li would definitely stay away from Chu Tian, for fear of having anything to do with this waste. When the time comes, I will come to comfort Su Li as hurt hard after being deceived. It really kills two birds with one stone. I can already imagine the scene of Chu Tian's poor 50 square meter home being forcibly executed. I wonder how her mother will cry when the time comes. Just thinking about it makes me feel better. So what if you have a high talent? You're still going to be tricked by me. I look forward to seeing you kneeling in front of me and begging me to save you. Not only can you not protect your broken home, you can't even protect your mother and sister. I don't mind taking good care of your two beautiful sisters after your family goes bankrupt. Ha 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 ha. Nangong Lai's laughter became more and more crazy, and he didn't care about his image at all. Chu Tian, don't you want to steal my woman? Let me show you what price you are about to pay. Old Zhao, have you confirmed it? What's under that piece of land? Butler Zhao said respectfully on the phone, Master, I have confirmed that the ground is all basalt. Okay, just wait and see. When that bastard pays for his coffin, I will make him kneel down and lick my shoes. After school, Chu Tian came to the door of the night watchman's station alone. He took out his cell phone and flipped to Captain Li's number. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he pressed the dial button. Hello? Captain Li, I'm Chu Tian. I have something to talk to you about. There was the sound of a chair being knocked over from the other end of the line. Captain Li's hoarse voice made his eardrums tremble. Student Chu? Where are you? I'll come to you right away. Just at the gate. Li Kongshan was very excited. The news that Chu Tian defeated Su Li, who was ranked number 1 in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, with just a few moves had already spread throughout Jiangcheng. Naturally, this matter also reached Li Kongshan's ears. He couldn't tell you how much he regretted it. If he could do it again, he would be willing to give up his position as captain to him. When he heard the news, he only regretted that he should have promised Chu Tian more. Now that Chu Tian has come to me, he should have figured it out, right? If Chu Tian joins the Night Watch, then the entire Jiangcheng Night Watch will have a great hope for the future. Li Kongshan did not expect Chu Tian to stay in the Jiangcheng Night Watch team forever. As long as he could train in the Night Watch for a period of time, he could bring them great benefits. Because he concluded that Chu Tian's future was limitless. It was his dream to establish a good relationship with such a young genius. Soon, the door of the Night Watch station slammed open. Li Kongshan rushed out of the cafeteria. As soon as he saw Chu Tian, he grabbed Chu Tian's wrist and pulled him inside with such force as if he was afraid that Chu Tian would run away. Finally, I figured it out. Li Kongshan patted him on the back as he walked. I made a bet with the commander last night that someone like you would join our team sooner or later. The night watchman's yard was not very big. There were several armored vehicles parked on the concrete ground, with mud spots on their bodies that had not been washed off. Li Kongshan walked so fast that Chu Tian could hardly keep up with him. The players on the training ground all stopped their movements and dozens of eyes looked over. The door of the office on the second floor was ajar. Li Kongshan kicked the door open, and a room full of documents slid off the table. He didn't even look at the A4 papers flying all over the floor. He pulled over a chair in the corner and wiped it with his sleeve. Sit, sit, sit. He turned around and dove into the pile of documents to look for the tea can. Captain Li, don't bother. Before Chu Tian finished speaking, Li Kongshan turned around holding a faded tin tea can and said, No trouble, no trouble. This is the good tea I have been saving for half a year. I have never been willing to drink it. He poured tea leaves into the enamel pot with trembling hands. The water in the kettle had not yet boiled, and he was so anxious that he kept stamping his feet. The office is a mess like a garbage dump. The map of Jiangcheng on the wall was covered with marks using red and blue magnetic buckles. File boxes half a person's height were stacked on the windowsill, and 3 or 4 leftover instant noodle buckets were piled in the corner. Official position. Monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. 5 insurances and 1 housing fund at the highest level. Captain Li carried a kettle and poured water into the enamel pot. The heat made the lenses of his glasses blurry. All equipment has been replaced, the 5th level of nano armor. Chu Tian looked at the tea stems floating on the water and pushed the enamel pot aside. Captain Li, this time I came. The single room in the dormitory is 50 square meters. Captain Li pulled out a bunch of keys from the drawer and shook them loudly. If you think it's too small, I can give you the 2-bedroom apartment I live in. 2 days off a week, subsidies for missions, year-end bonuses. No, Captain Li, this time. I know. Young people need to explore the world. We, the Night Watch, are a perfect place for training. Li Kongshan sat back in his chair, but we, the Night Watch, have a bright future. Last month, a member of the team was transferred to the provincial capital to be an instructor, and next month we will expand the training ground. He took out a bunch of keys from the drawer and slammed them on the table. This is the key to the equipment room. You can go pick one now. Chu Tian touched his nose and pushed the enamel pot aside. Captain Li, I'm not here to join the Night Watch. The office suddenly became quiet. The cicadas outside the window were chirping particularly harshly, and beads of sweat on Li Kongshan's forehead flowed down along his wrinkles. Ah, I see. Li Kongshan slowly put the keychain back on his waist, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the key teeth. Then what are you doing? He raised his head and forced a smile, the corners of his mouth trembling. Want to borrow equipment? Or do you want to consult me about something? Just ask. Business. Chu Tian opened the map of the area near Jiangcheng base city that he had prepared in advance, and the area circled on the map was Area 109, Zone F. Li Kongshan stared at the map handed over by Chu Tian, tapped his fingers on the table twice, and frowned slightly. You kid, are you really not joking? Chapter 34, Lightspeed Change. Chu Tian was full of confidence and said in a deep voice, I have already obtained the mining rights for this piece of land. This time I am here to discuss cooperation with the Night Watch. He looked up at Chu Tian, his tone doubtful. 200 kilometers outside the city? That piece of land is almost next to the alien beast's nest. Are you sure you want to explore it? Chu Tian took out the mining rights document. Captain Li, I have all the documents, funds, and equipment ready. Now all we need is security. The Night Watchmen are the most professional in Jiangcheng. We can only ask you to cooperate on this matter. Chu Tian thought about it and decided that he could only seek cooperation from the Night Watchmen on this matter. The Su family can provide funds, but that is not enough. After the minerals start to produce profits, such a big piece of fat will inevitably be closely watched by all parties. The Su family alone cannot guarantee the safety of this mineral vein. Besides, the Su family would not mobilize so many resources to protect the safety of mineral mining. Therefore, Chu Tian's cooperation partner is either the 7th military region outside Jiangcheng or the Jiangcheng Night Watch. Chu Tian has no connections in the military, so he can only seek cooperation from the Night Watchmen. Only by tying the two forces, the Su family and the Night Watch, to one's own chariot can one protect one's own interests in safety. Li Kongshan leaned back, and the chair creaked. Do you know where that place is? He grabbed the pen on the table and drew a circle on the map. Here, the outermost edge of the military buffer zone. Another 60 kilometers away is the evil Wind Valley where strange beasts gather. Even military patrols don't dare to enter casually. The Jiangcheng base city relies on Night Watchmen, and the 200-kilometer buffer zone is under the control of the military. The location of this mine is right between the buffer zone and the Valley of the Dead, which is a gray area. The military buffer zone is a territory that the military has risked their lives to build. There is a military base every 10 kilometers, and each route is patrolled 3 times a day. Even so, there are still herds of strange beasts that break through the defense line and rush in from time to time. Your location is outside the buffer zone, with only a few observation posts. Military patrols only go there once a week, and if they encounter a monster, they will just turn around and run away. You want to open a mine there? If a monster comes, both the people and the equipment will be fed to the beasts. After listening to this, Chu Tian took out a stack of documents from his backpack. Captain Lee, this is the record of the strange beasts' activities in the Shafong Valley over the past 5 years. November to May of the following year is the off-season, when high-level exotic beasts migrate north. The exploration period for my mine is set in December, which can reduce the risk by 70%. He pulled out a chart. The night watchmen only need to be stationed during the exploration. 2 teams will take turns every day. Each team has 100 people. All equipment is mobile fortresses. If they really encounter trouble, they can retreat to the buffer zone within 10 minutes. Li Kongshan glanced at the data and his expression eased a little. You have done your homework. He scratched the stubble on his chin, thoughtfully. In such dangerous areas, accidents are commonplace. If it is a public duty, the night watchman will do it without any complaints. But if it is for mining, it is not so easy to mobilize the night watch. If there were any casualties, Li Kongshan would not know how to explain to his superiors and the families. Do you know how much it costs to hire a night watchman to go out of town on a mission? The Night Watch's financial allocation is far less than that of the military, and it has been struggling to maintain its expenses. In some years, the company even reached a point where its expenses were not enough to cover its income and it could not pay its employees' salaries. Therefore, it is not impossible for the night watchman to take on this kind of private work. This would not only provide better treatment for the night watchman, but also allow the extra money to be used to purchase equipment to strengthen the city's defenses. However, the Jiangcheng night watchmen have not yet taken on this kind of high-risk private work that leaves the safe zone. Most of the mining work outside the city is monopolized by the Nangong family. His own family power is enough to accomplish everything, and there is no need for outsiders to intervene and divide the cake. For this kind of high-risk mission, the daily subsidy is 5,000 yuan. For 200 people, the daily salary alone is 1 million yuan. If you work in this mine for a month, the salary of the security guards alone is 30 million yuan. You will also be required to pay in full for all ammunition consumption and equipment damage incurred during the mission. If there is an injury, the medical expenses will be fully reimbursed, and if there is a death, 1 million yuan in consolation money will be paid. Chu Tian was prepared for this and held up 2 fingers. We will pay for everything you said. In addition, 10% of the mineral income will go to the Night's Watch. Although the initial capital is not much, Chu Tian is confident that he can dig out the first batch of blood marrow stones and produce the first wave of profits within a few days of starting mining. Li Kongshan opened the government affairs system and printed out the exploration report of the Nangong family in Area 109, Zone F a few years ago. 10 years ago, the Nangong family drilled 22 exploration holes. The core samples showed that they were all basalt layers, so the Nangong family gave up immediately. Just 2 years ago, the Nangong family sent someone to scan it again with new equipment, but still found nothing. The Nangong family's exploration team is an authority in this field. Even they say this place is not suitable. How can you be so sure? Chu Tian smiled slightly. It's not convenient for me to disclose this, but I am absolutely sure anyway. Li Kongshan knew what kind of greedy people the Nangong family was. He is a ruthless character who eats meat without even spitting out the bones. If this area can really generate huge profits, can it slip through the fingers of the Nangong family? And it just happened to be picked up by Chu Tian, a young boy who hasn't even graduated yet? Li Kongshan was very suspicious whether Chu Tian had been cheated. Similar things happened some time ago. If Chu Tian was really cheated, then they had worked in vain. He didn't quite believe that Chu Tian could give them any compensation. It didn't matter that he had worked in vain, but he didn't know how to explain it to his brothers. If any more accidents happened, my position as captain of the night watch would be over. Slogans from the training ground came from outside the window. He remembered that 3 years ago, when the 7th Military Region discovered a medium-sized mineral vein in the neighboring city, the entire 7th Military Region was equipped with new psychic armor. The Night's Watch is still using the old models eliminated by the military. Seeing Captain Li's hesitation, Chu Tian said, "Captain Li, let me tell you that there is blood marrow stone under that area, and it is the mother or of blood marrow stone." Li Kongshan was slightly startled when he heard this. Blood marrow stone? Are you sure it's a blood marrow stone? Do you know what the price of blood marrow stone was on the black market last month? Every 20 kilograms is enough to buy an armored vehicle. If we really find the mother ore, 10% of the profit will be enough to rearm the entire Jiangqing Night Watch. Li Kongshan stood up and paced around the office repeatedly, thinking as he walked. If it is really as Chu Tian said, then the night watchman will make a fortune from this business. Bringing such huge benefits to the River City Night Watch, as the person in charge, I will definitely be able to go further. The entire Night's Watch team can also enjoy the delicious food and drinks. But why does Li Kongshan feel that this is a pie in the sky that can never be realized? Li Kongshan opened the window and heat waves wrapped in dust rushed in. The pulse turret was being repaired downstairs, and the rust on the barrel made his heart tremble. When the Beast Tide raided last year, 3 cannons were scrapped and 6 brothers were killed because of charger overload. Student Chu, please let me think about it. If I can't dig anything out, I really don't know how to explain it to my brothers. And the consumption of various military supplies is also an astronomical figure. The leaders will blame us, and our partners will laugh at us. Li Kong said this and that, expressing his concerns. Chu Tian said in a deep voice, "Starting from tomorrow, if I don't see a mineral vein within 30 days, I will automatically join the night watch and I don't want a single cent of my salary." The cicadas outside the window suddenly stopped chirping, and Li Kongshan felt his eardrums buzzing. Okay, deal. Chapter 35, If you read too much, you will only feel more jealous. Li Kongshan responded immediately at the speed of light without any hesitation. With Chu Tian's guarantee, even if he worked in vain, he would not lose out if he could accept this monster Chu Tian. I can also explain this to my leader. The addition of a genius like Chu Tian is no less valuable than an entire blood marrow stone mine. Seeing Captain Li's expression change so quickly, Chu Tian was slightly stunned. As expected, I still have to use a trick. Li Kongshan said excitedly, then it's settled. When do we set off? We can set off tomorrow morning and gather here. Good. After seeing Chu Tian off, Li Kongshan came to the office of Wang Liwa, the commander-in-chief of the Night Watch. He is just a squadron leader. Although he has 2,000 brothers under him, such an important decision still requires the approval of the commander-in-chief. Li Kongshan and Wang Liwa told Chu Tian the detailed plan. Kongshan, excuse me for being blunt, but the feasibility of this plan is really low. I don't believe that such a great opportunity can be missed by the Nangong family. I thought so too, but Chu Tian said that if he didn't dig anything out, he would stay in our Jiangqing Night Watch for the rest of his life. Is that so? Wang Liwa said in a deep voice. The Night Watchmen have always been a lowly force in the nation's defense system. The military has new equipment and high-quality soldiers, and the Night Watch can only accept obsolete weapons and those who failed the assessment. Of all the elite students graduating from the martial arts university, only 3% will choose to join the Night Watch. Of the remaining 97%, half went to the military, and the rest were recruited by major families and companies. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible for the Night's Watch to recruit a genius like Chu Tian. If Chu Tian has the guarantee, then this plan is not impossible. Even if I get nothing in the end, I have Chu Tian as a guarantee, so it's not a loss. Wang Lihua pondered for a moment and agreed to Li Kongshan's plan. At 5 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Chu Tian followed the Night Watch convoy out of Jiangcheng Bay City. The heavy city gates slowly opened with the roar of hydraulic devices, revealing the gray skyline outside the city. Outside the city wall, fortifications stretching for dozens of kilometers come into view. The 50-meter-high concrete wall is covered with automatic turrets. There is a watchtower every 100 meters, and the psychic radar on the top of the tower continuously scans the horizon. At the checkpoint at the city gate, soldiers holding portable detectors check the identities of people passing through one by one. As the convoy passed by, Chu Tian noticed that there was a matrix of induction mines embedded in the ground. Once the herd of alien beasts broke through the outer defense line, these devices would form the final barrier. 5 kilometers away from the city wall, the convoy entered the military buffer zone. There is a military base every few kilometers along the way. There are 3 layers of electromagnetic fences erected outside the base, and a 100-meter-high command tower stands in the center. There were armed helicopters and a group of drones parked on the base's helipad, and ground crews were loading pulse missiles onto the aircraft. 50 kilometers into the buffer zone, the vegetation gradually becomes sparse, and the exposed rocks on the surface are covered with charred marks. These are the remains of incendiary bombs left behind by the alien beast attack a few months ago. If it weren't for a large-scale beast tide, few exotic beasts would be able to penetrate so close to the base city. The fleet navigation screen showed that this area was marked as a level 2 risk area. Li Kongshan reminded everyone through the communicator to stay alert, and the night watchmen quickly checked their weapons. Chu Tian looked out of the car window and vaguely saw the skeleton of a giant alien beast on the distant ridgeline, the surface of the skeleton covered with moss-like purple plaques. This is a typical symptom after being killed by a psychic weapon. 150 kilometers away from the base city, the terrain turns into a steep canyon area. The convoy was moving along the winding mountain road on the edge of the cliff. Low-frequency animal roars were heard from the deep valley below, and the sound waves caused the car windows to vibrate slightly. Li Kongshan called up the holographic topographic map and marked the coordinates of 3 possible monster nests. Li Kongshan ordered to speed up through the area and the convoy's engine power was increased to 120%. A few hours later, the convoy arrived at mining site number 109 in Area F. In a semicircular valley, the Su family's mining team has set up a temporary camp. More than a dozen heavy drilling machines are distributed in a fan shape. Suli stood at the entrance of the camp. Next to him were 10 Su family warriors wearing silver-gray engineering uniforms. The family emblem on their chests indicated that they were all Earth-type warriors above the 4th realm. The Night's Watch sprang into action. The 200 team members were divided into 4 groups to carry out the mission with the camp as the center. The first group planted psychic mines and vibration sensors on the periphery. The second group set up a mobile pulse turret, and the folding armor was automatically deployed after the turret base was embedded in the ground. The third group laid a psychic shield generator on top of the camp, and a light golden energy film gradually enveloped the entire mining area. The fourth group is a reconnaissance team composed of 20 elite soldiers. They carry thermal imagers and sonic detectors to sneak into the surrounding canyons and transmit real-time data on the movements of the alien beasts. Li Kongshan called up the 3-dimensional terrain model in the command tent, and a red spot of light marked an area where strange beasts gathered 3 kilometers away. Reconnaissance showed that there were 7 third-level exotic beasts active here, only 5 kilometers away from the mining site. Chu Tian immediately volunteered, "Captain Li, you stay here, I'll handle it." Li Kongshan couldn't help but admire that the young man had a lively look in his eyes. "No need, you are only at the 2nd level. You may not be able to deal with the 3rd-level monsters, and there are 7 of them. It's okay, I can handle it. At worst, I'll call you if I can't do it." Chu Tian answered confidently. Li Kongshan thought for a while and said firmly, "No, if something happens to you, I won't be able to report to the higher-ups." Before he could finish his words, Chu Tian had already flown out. Although Chu Tian is in the middle stage of the 2nd realm, in terms of actual combat, he has already reached the early stage of the 3rd realm. In addition, people at the same level are inherently more powerful than alien beasts. This is a crushing defeat at the IQ level. Only exotic beasts above the 5th realm will have an IQ similar to that of humans. Monsters below the 5th realm can only think simply, and their fighting style is entirely based on instinct, with only a few moves coming and going. Moreover, if you kill a strange beast, you can automatically obtain a portion of the strange beast's health. The more you kill, the higher your chi and HP will be. By the way, you can also copy the talents of strange beasts. I have never had the chance to use the martial arts foundation that Tai Huang Shindao has given me, and it is time to give it a try. Therefore, practicing with strange beasts is also a way for Chu Tian to improve his cultivation. Suli was not worried about Chu Tian at all. His strength was seen yesterday. For her, watching the mining on site was also a big deal. Anyway, she couldn't learn Chu Tian's fighting style. If you watch it too much, it will only make you more sour. Chapter 36: Synthesizing the Talents of Exotic Beasts. Chu Tian stood on the ridge, his eyes fixed 5 kilometers away. Through the thermal imaging data sent back by the reconnaissance team, the outlines of the 7 third-level alien beasts were clearly displayed on the tactical eyepiece. He adjusted his breathing, and the Taiyuan body tempering technique began to circulate in his body, and his chi and blood values steadily climbed from 82 to 90. The system panel displays the types of the 7 strange beasts. Rock Armor Lizard can eject steel needle-like bone spurs from its back. Talent: Rock Armor Volley. Corrosive Salamander, skin secretes corrosive mucus. Talent: Bone Corrosion Toxic Film. Shadow Leopard, short distance flash ability. Talent: Shadow Fold. There are 3 rock-armored lizards in the front. Following them were 2 poisonous salamanders and 2 shadow leopards. The body of the rock-armored lizard is covered with hard granite-like armor, and its tail can fling out gravel. It is a tough target among the 3 realms of strange beasts, with both defense and long-range attack capabilities. Chu Tian arrived near the 3-headed rock-armored ground lizard and deliberately made some noise to attract attention. Sure enough, after the 3-headed rock-armored lizard sensed Chu Tian's presence, it immediately took an attacking stance. Chu Tian activated the holy fighting technique, and a predicted scene of the next 3 seconds appeared in front of his eyes. Chu Tian lowered his body, and the Taiwan Dao Qi and blood burst out from the soles of his feet, crossing a distance of dozens of meters in a few seconds. As soon as the first rock-armored lizard poked its head out, the holy fighting technique had already marked the weak point of its cervical vertebrae. He gathered spiral energy in his right fist and used the first move of his mountain-suppressing and mountain-breaking fist, Mountain Collapse, to strike directly at the target. Crack! The tip of the fist penetrated the gap in the rock armor, and the cervical vertebrae broke. The strange beast collapsed to the ground before it could even roar. The other 2 rock-armored lizards pounced at the same time, sweeping across with their tails, stirring up a storm of rubble. Chu Tian rolled sideways, and the predicted image showed that the trajectory of the gravel spread out in a fan shape. He pushed off the ground with his legs and used the recoil force to leap into the air. The 9 heavens thunder blade solidified into a solid in his palm, and the arc of electricity wrapped around the blade crackled. Thunder strikes. The knife flashed and chopped down vertically. High-voltage current penetrated the spine of the second rock-armored lizard, and the hard armor melted into charred cracks under the high temperature. The third one took the opportunity to spit out stone spikes. Chu Tian clenched his left hand, and used the Taiyuan body tempering technique to concentrate his energy and blood in his palm, and then took the 3 stone spikes. Amid the explosion of stone chips, he pressed close to the monster's belly and cut it across with his lightning blade, causing its abdominal organs to be carbonized by electricity. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 third-level strange beasts had their heads and bodies separated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level exotic beast talent rock armor volley. The noise here was so loud that it soon attracted the attention of several other strange beasts. Their combative instinct drove them to rush over here. Shadow Leopard arrived at the scene first thanks to its speed. As soon as they saw Chu Tian, one of them took the lead in launching Shadow Fold, and before the afterimage dissipated, its real body had already flashed behind Chu Tian. The holy fighting technique marked the landing point 2 seconds in advance. Chu Tian infused Taiwan's blood into his right leg, turned around and kicked sideways, accurately hitting the Shadow Leopard's jaw. Crack! Another Shadow Leopard jumped down from the ledge at 10 o'clock. Shadow Warp causes it to split into 3 afterimages while in the air. The holy fighting technique projects a red frame mark on the retina. There is an old wound and crack on the second knuckle of the real body's right claw. Chu Tian took a half step back with his right leg, and used the Taiyuan body tempering technique to concentrate more than half of his energy and blood into his left arm. When the Shadow Leopard's real body pounced to 1 meter in front of him, the 9 heavens thunder sword swung at an angle of 15 degrees, and the blade accurately stuck into the old wound between its claws. Clang! The thunderstorm was transmitted along the metal claws, and the Shadow Leopard's right forelimb was instantly carbonized. Before the beast could even howl, Chu Tian spun around and kicked it in the jaw. The 2,000 kilograms impact force knocked the leopard's head against the rock wall. The sound of cervical vertebrae breaking was heard and the system was activated synchronously. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level exotic beast talent Shadowfold. On the other side, 2 poisonous salamanders took the opportunity to spit out ultimate poison bombs. Chu Tian did not dodge or evade, and his energy and blood filled his whole body. The poisonous salamander spewed venom, and the slime fell to the ground and corroded into charred holes. Chu Tian activated the shadow leap he had just acquired and teleported to the blind spot on the left side of the salamander. The third move of Jinshan Poyu Fist, breaking the boundary, bombards the poison sac in his cheek, and the shockwave completely destroys the poison gland structure. The poisonous salamander suddenly emerged from the puddle, its skin boiling with yellow-green bubbles due to its bone-eating poison membrane. The holy fighting technique predicted its attack pattern. The first round of venom spray covered a 120-degree fan-shaped area, and the second round of tail slapping created a poisonous fog barrier. The other salamander went into a frenzy, and the rate of venom secretion increased rapidly. Chu Tian switched tactics. The 9 heavens thunder blade pierced the ground, triggering a chain thunderstorm, and 6 electric arcs forced the salamander to leap into the air. The holy fighting technique detected the weak point of his abdominal defense, and the star-shattering style of the mountain-suppressing and mountain-breaking fist blasted out a shock wave through the air. Puff! The salamander's abdominal venom sac ruptures. Fuck. Chu Tian cursed softly. The venom from the salamander stuck to Chu Tian's body, burning him and leaving a charred wound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level alien beast talent bone-eroding poison membrane. Fortunately, he immediately acquired its exotic talent. This talent can form a protective film on the host's body to prevent poison from entering the body. This talent was formed by this B-level monster after a series of complex evolutions. Duplicate your talent to block your own attacks. Wonderful, wonderful. If he hadn't obtained this talent, the venom of the third-level beast would not kill Chu Tian, but it would be enough to seriously injure him. Chu Tian put away his sword and stood up, and the blood and chi furnace drew away the remaining blood and chi on the battlefield. The light red dots merged into the body, and the values on the system panel jumped. Health value plus 3.57 B-level alien beast basic value 105%. Total chi and health value increased from 82 to 85.5. He closed his eyes and looked inward, and the new energy and blood condensed into liquid in his body, further strengthening the progress of bone tempering. Successfully tempered a bone. Open the system panel. Name, Chu Tian. Age, 20. Realm, second realm midterm. Constitution, congenital Dao fetus. Original Dao, Taiwan Dao. Chi and blood value, 85.5. Bone tempering, 11,206. Kung Fu, Taiwan body tempering technique, mountain suppressing and mountain breaking fist, 9 heavens thunder blade. Martial arts weapon, meteoric sky splitting blade S rank. Martial body foundation, chi and blood furnace, holy fighting method. Monster talents, D-level corruption resistance, B-level shadow affinity, B-level rock armor volley, B-level shadow warp, B-level bone corrosion poison membrane. Rock armor volley is almost useless to Chu Tian. Chu Tian has plenty of this kind of low-level long-range attack. The 3 skills that Joshio Leifa has temporarily acquired can all be used for long-range attacks, and their power is far greater than that of rock armor volley. But the remaining bone-corroding poison membrane can allow him to resist the poison gas from opponents of the same level. Whether it is the poison gas emitted by strange beasts or the poison gas emitted by human warriors. Shadow Fold allows Chu Tian to teleport 5 meters, which is also quite useful. Therefore, Chu Tian will not integrate the talents of these 3 B-level beasts for the time being. Chapter 37 The Blood Marrow Stone is born, shocking everyone. After confirming that there were no remaining threats nearby, Chu Tian reported to Li Kongshan through the communicator, the target has been cleared, and the safety level of the mining area has been raised to green. Li Kongshan looked incredulous when he received the news. Chu Tian had been there for less than half an hour, and it took him more than 10 minutes just to get there. Was this the problem? Isn't this too efficient? Li Kongshan immediately checked the detection equipment and found that the vital signs of the 7 third-level exotic beasts had indeed completely disappeared. Gradually, Li Kongshan's expression changed from shock to great joy. Chu Tian was several times more evil than he had expected. With the cultivation level in the middle stage of the second realm, he could kill 7 third-realm beasts within a dozen minutes. This can no longer be viewed from the perspective of an ordinary genius. Therefore, even if not a milligram of blood marrow stone was dug out on this trip, the Jiangcheng Night Watchman would still have made a profit. Li Kongshan was grinning from ear to ear, feeling that he had gotten a great advantage no matter what, winning both ways, twice. The roar of the drilling rig echoed in the valley, shaking the entire ground. The hole originally dug by the Nangong family had reached 500 meters underground. Only a few years have passed and the mine has not collapsed yet, so the waste can still be recycled. Therefore, the exploration team only needed to continue digging in the Nangong family's original mine, saving a lot of effort. 5 miners squatted under a makeshift awning and took off their dust masks to breathe while changing drill bits. There's no such thing as a mine in this lousy place. Old Zhang drank half a pot of cold water and wiped the mud off his chin with his sleeve. The Nangong family drilled dozens of holes 10 years ago. They are all basalt. That's right. The skinny monkey squatting on the toolbox spat on the ground. My second uncle used to work for the Nangong family's exploration team. He said that there is not even a spiritual stone slag to be found under here. We should treat it as a treasure. Delu, who was just walking over with a parts box, stopped and said in a low voice. I heard that this time it was the eldest daughter of the Su family who invested the money? Rich people just think differently. I think he was fooled by that pretty boy named Chu. Lao Zhang dumped the kettle on the ground. No matter how rich the Su family is, they can't waste it like this. It's really harmful. The skinny monkey used a wrench to knock on the worn drill bit that had just been replaced. Look, we've drilled over 50 meters and found nothing but broken rock. If we can find any minerals here, I'll broadcast a solar fan. Say less. Foreman Lao Zhou jumped down from the excavator and said, "The boss pays us to work, so we don't care what we dig out. Instead of wasting time chatting, why not finish the work quickly?" Having said that, if you don't dig up anything, you can only get the basic salary, but if you dig up something, you can get performance-based dividends. The difference is not small. The shed suddenly fell silent, and the skinny monkey shrank his neck and hid behind Lao Wang. Unit 3 will take over in 20 minutes. We must break 600 meters today. After a few minutes, when the drilling depth exceeded 570 meters, the waveform on the monitoring screen suddenly fluctuated violently. The originally stable rock reflection signal was replaced by a dense jagged waveform. After flashing for 2 seconds, the 3D modeling interface showed the outline of a cylindrical cavity with a depth of more than 400 meters. Switch to multi-band scanning mode. Lao Zhou shook off the rock dust on his gloves and quickly input commands on the console. The 16 sets of probes of the quantum detector simultaneously released psychic beams of different frequency bands, and the data stream scrolled on the screen. A light blue fluid dynamic model suddenly emerges on the gray-black basalt layer cross-section. This indicates the presence of large-scale water movement 600 meters underground. Lao Zhou immediately reported the discovery to Li Kongshan and Su Li. The interference layer has disappeared? Lao Zhou pulled up the historical data comparison chart. 10 years ago, the Nangong family only dug to a depth of 500 meters, so it was interfered with and did not show the correct structure. Now we have reached 570 meters, and the equipment has bypassed the interference and shows the real structure. Li Kongshan moved closer to the screen and slid his fingertips along the edge of the hole. This amount of water is enough to open an artificial lake. There can't really be a blood marrow stone vein underneath. It's hard to say. Lao Zhou clicked on the water quality analysis module. The basalt layer is usually connected to an ancient river channel. There is a high probability that there is only groundwater here. However, this is a big breakthrough compared to before. The drilling rig continued to start, and 10 minutes later, unusual tremors were heard from underground. The technician at the operating table stared at the dashboard and suddenly shouted, "The speed is abnormal. Switch to manual mode." Lao Zhou rushed into the cockpit and saw the red curve representing the drill resistance on the screen rising wildly. Experience told him that this was not a reaction to encountering an ordinary rock formation. It's more like the drill bit suddenly poked into the minerals of a dense substance. Pull it up. Pull it up slowly. Cold sweat oozed from Lao Zhou's forehead, and when the drill was finally pulled out of the hole, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. The spiral drill head made of high-strength alloy was actually covered with dark red crystalline fragments. Blood marrow stone, it's really blood marrow stone. The technician trembled as he picked up a piece of debris and exclaimed. The entire mining area was silent for 2 seconds, and was then drowned out by screams. "Get out of the way. I want to see it with my own eyes." The detector's red light swept across the debris. When the reading of 99.7% purity popped up, Lao Zhou's safety helmet fell to the ground and rolled far away. All units shut down. Change the core sampling drill. Lao Zhou's roar blasted through the loudspeaker, "Notify Miss Su and Captain Li, immediately." The real-time modeling of 700 meters underground exploded into a sea of red on the screen. Lu stared at the constantly jumping reserve figures, and suddenly swung a wrench to hit the steel frame, at least several thousand tons. Old Zhang sat slumped in the mud and rubbed his palms stained with blood and stone powder on his work clothes. The three-dimensional modeling was suddenly refreshed, and the newly detected northwest branch made the total reserves exceed 10,000 tons. Su Li, who had just arrived at the scene, felt her legs go limp and she knelt on the iron plate, not even feeling the bruises on her knees. Even though she knew there was a huge mineral deposit underneath, she didn't expect it to be this big. How many thousands of tons? You know, this is not the kind of thousands of tons with a purity of 10 or 20. But it's thousands of tons with a purity of nearly 100%. It's like going underground and digging a shovel. There will be pure blood marrow stone. This way, the cost of refining is also reduced. The purity of the Nangong family's blood marrow stone veins is mostly around 20%. 1/3 of the cost is spent on purification. However, even so, the purity of the purified blood marrow stone on the market is only 80%, and it is rare to reach above 90%. This does not require any refining and can be sold directly after being mined. Not only does it save costs, but it can also be sold at a higher price. Even if so many blood marrow stones are put on the market, the price of blood marrow stones will be brought down. The minerals here can produce at least 500 billion credit coins. This is equivalent to the annual fiscal revenue of Jiangcheng base city. In other words, she and Chu Tian could become the richest people in Jiangcheng by relying on this mineral vein. You know, minus the 10% that Chu Tian promised to give to the night watchman, they still own a total of 90% of the shares. This is outrageous. When Li Kongshan saw the blood, marrow and stone chips on the drill bit with his own eyes, the 40-year-old man suddenly laughed strangely. How much? How much did you say? He grabbed Lao Zhou by the back of his collar and dragged him towards the screen. What we just discovered is just a branch vein. If it is counted as the main vein, it must be at least 10,000 tons. Fuck. 10,000 tons? Is this really not a joke? 10,000 tons of blood marrow stone with a purity of 99.7%, what does this mean? This is a big business worth at least hundreds of billions. Even if the Night's Watch could get 1/10 of it, that would still be tens of billions. It is enough to cover the budget of the Jiangcheng Night Watch for 7 or 8 years. By then, all the night watchmen in Jiangcheng will be able to replace their equipment with brand new ones. Chu Tian is really the right friend for me. Fortunately, I didn't reject him yesterday. If he refused Chu Tian and let him find someone else, then he, Li Kongshan, would be the sinner of the entire Jiangcheng Night Watch team. The kind of sinner who was nailed to the pillar of shame. Chapter 38. This man is so quiet that he is almost indifferent. At this point, Li Kongshan has been completely convinced by Chu Tian. He has an incredible talent and extraordinary business vision. The question is, how did he discover the mineral vein underneath? Is it really based on those false rumors at first glance? Chu Tian doesn't seem like such a stupid person. Or could it be that Chu Tian's awakened martial arts talent could resonate with this scarce mineral? Very likely. If this is the case, then Chu Tian's value is more than just his fighting talent. With this ability of his, he can uncover undiscovered mineral resources across the country, and even the world. The benefits brought are unimaginable. The most important thing is that with these scarce training resources, the training threshold for human warriors will be greatly lowered. Humans will have more cards to fight against alien beasts. No matter from which angle you look at it, Chu Tian is a hero to the human race. The only drawback is that this would make it even more impossible for Chu Tian to stay in the small Jiangcheng Night Watch team. This is a good thing. This small, dilapidated temple in Jiangcheng really cannot accommodate a big Buddha like Chu Tian. His stage should be the whole world. When Chu Tian walked into the camp, the crowd immediately surrounded him. Including the miner who was questioning Chu Tian just now, they also wanted to meet this young genius. Li Kongshan was the first to rush forward, and slapped Chu Tian's shoulder with his rough palm. It's done. The purity is 99.7, and the reserves exceed 10,000 tons. The cheers that followed almost overturned the makeshift camp. Old Zhou trembled as he handed the sample bottle to Chu Tian, his cloudy eyes filled with tears. After a lifetime of mining, he had never seen a bloodstone vein of such high quality. Chu Tian just nodded slightly, his fingertips brushing across the dark red crystals. It seemed as if everything was within his expectations, without any surprises. The miner couldn't help but mutter in his heart that this young man was about to become the new richest man in Jiangcheng. How come he isn't excited at all? So calm? He really has the style of a great general. If it were him, he would have taken off all his clothes and ran around in the mountains. Chu Tian looked at the sample and said in a deep voice, "How many tons can be produced today?" Lao Zhou put away his excitement and immediately responded seriously, "All our equipment is already here. This purity does not need to be repurified, so we can produce 50 tons a day. These 50 tons are worth 2 billion according to the current market price." Chu Tian said to himself. "Captain Li, the night watchman's share will be given to you as agreed. In addition, we need to send more people here." Li Kongshan became serious. Indeed, the news here cannot be concealed. Tomorrow, the whole Jiangcheng will know about this matter. Those greedy guys will definitely find ways to cause trouble. Since this place can generate such a huge profit, I can ask the commander-in-chief today to send another 2,000 people here. You don't have to worry about their salaries. They can be deducted from our share of the night watch. Chu Tian nodded slightly, a little surprised. The expense of sending 2,000 people out on field missions is no small amount. Li Kongshan thought that although they suffered a small loss, they, the Jiangqing night watchmen, had gained enough. It can be said that I got a great bargain for nothing. Instead of arguing with Chu Tian over such a small matter, it is better to take this opportunity to win his favor. Chu Tian's future is absolutely limitless, and it is totally worth Li Kongshan's efforts to make friends with him. Captain Li, that's not necessary. All night watchmen who come here for field work will have their wages paid through the company's account. Just wait for the dividends. Su Li stood on the edge of the crowd, looking at Chu Tian with a slightly admiring expression. Chu Tian's indifferent expression now is the same as when he was practicing. His eyes were extremely focused, calm and almost indifferent. This man is so outstanding. He is so outstanding that I feel I am not worthy of him. I was really blind before and actually looked down on him. And now she understood why Chu Tian tried every means to win over the Night Watch and let them have a share of the pie. The Su family's own warriors are actually enough to protect this mining area. At most, they can just spend money to hire some mercenaries. The cost is much lower than giving away 10% of the shares. Chu Tian's goal is to tie the Night Watchman to himself. The Su family and Chu Tian alone are not enough to defend this mountain of gold and silver. Only by getting enough people on board can these riches be preserved. It is difficult to conquer the world, and it is even more difficult to keep it. Su Li stepped forward, grabbed Chu Tian's arm and went into the medical cabin, then locked the password door. When she saw Chu Tian speaking just now, she noticed that Chu Tian looked a little unnatural when he turned around. "What are you doing? Why are you so mysterious?" Chu Tian asked in confusion. "Sit tight." She pulled open the combination lock of the equipment cabinet, and the vibration of the metal drawer popping open woke up the dormant medical robot. Su Li stared at Chu Tian with a serious face. "Were you injured when you dealt with the monster just now?" "No, those rubbish third-level beasts can't do anything to me," Chu Tian said confidently. Su Li was a little suspicious, and suddenly tapped his right abdomen with her fingers. "Ah!" Chu Tian suddenly arched his body, and cold sweat dripped onto the ground along his jawline. Chu Tian scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "It's just a little scrape, it's nothing, you really have a sharp eye." She lifted up his clothes on the right side. The palm-sized burn wound was oozing yellowish tissue fluid, and the new tender flesh on the edge looked like melted wax. "Is this called a little scrape? The wound is at least 2 centimeters deep. Is this just a minor abrasion?" "It's all right." The blood on the waist of Chu Tian's combat uniform had already solidified into a lump. "The venom of the rotten salamander accidentally splashed on me." "Poisonous salamander? This thing is extremely poisonous. You don't take your life seriously enough." Su Li yelled, looking very angry. "Don't worry, my great Emperor Divine Tao allows me to copy the talents of alien beasts. I am now immune to toxins below the 3rd level." Su Li was slightly stunned. This was the first time she understood the power brought by Taihuang Dao. The 12 Shintos are very mysterious, and only the awakened ones know the innate skills of each Shinto. Chu Tian looked at Su Li's scrutinizing expression and immediately brought over a professional monitoring device. The monitor did show a toxin concentration of 0%. Su Li suddenly raised her knee and pressed it against the outside of his thigh. Taking advantage of the moment when his center of gravity was unstable, she pressed the sterilized gauze against the edge of the burn. Being immune to toxins doesn't mean you can handle second-degree burns. What if it becomes infected and festering? This wound is indeed a bit troublesome. After all, it was left by a monster with higher cultivation than himself, so it is not easy to recover. Under good medical conditions, it takes 2 to 3 days for the wound to heal completely. If you are on the battlefield and there are no good medical conditions, and you are injured by a monster with higher cultivation than you, it will take more than 2 weeks to fully recover. Chu Tian wished he could copy some exotic beast's talent of having superb self-healing ability. That way you don't have to worry about this problem. "How old are you? You still want me to worry about this kind of thing? If anything happens to you, my 2 daughters will be very sad. How should I explain this to them?" Chapter 39. Is this gift so expensive? Chu Tian immediately admitted his mistake. Okay, my aunt, I was wrong, okay? It's good that you know you're wrong. Come, pull up your clothes, and I'll help you treat your wound. Su Li took out the biological repair agent from the medical box. As soon as I turned my head, my breathing suddenly stagnated. Chu Tian had taken off his shirt and was sitting at the edge of the stage. His sturdy waist and abdomen were covered with sweat, and the wound on the right side added a hint of battle damage. The contrast between red and white made people's eyes hot. You. She clenched the potion tightly, standing there at a loss. I asked you to pull your clothes up a little, I didn't ask you to take them off completely. Chu Tian bent his arm to check the abrasion on his shoulder blade, his back muscles pulled out a mountain-like arc. Aren't you going to treat the wound? It will be troublesome if you don't take it off? Looking at Chu Tian's body, Su Li's throat rolled uncontrollably, and her clothes suddenly became tight and stuffy. You are too indecent. Chu Tian looked wronged. How can this be considered improper? I just took off my shirt, not everything. You are now my personal attending physician. In the eyes of doctors, the patients standing in front of them are just a pile of meat, right? Su Li's face immediately turned red and she didn't want to argue with him. The cotton swab dipped in medicine was poked into the wound with such force that he groaned. Be gentle, this is new growth. Do you feel the pain now? She deliberately used tweezers to pick up the stuck gauze, but her eyes were fixed on his chest muscles that rose and fell with his breathing. Su Li slapped the medicated gauze on his wound. Chu Tian groaned and grabbed the edge of the examination table, his 8 abdominal muscles flexed into sharp angles. Chu Tian's Adam's apple rolled as he tilted his head back to swallow the painkiller, and sweat slid down his collarbone into the grooves of his chest muscles. Su Li picked up the necrotic tissue with tweezers, and her eyes once again uncontrollably swept over his well-defined abdominal muscles. Chu Tian used a sterilized cotton ball dipped in cold ointment to apply to the wound, and his abdominal muscles tensed uncontrollably again. Su Li's breathing suddenly became disordered. This was the first time she had admired a man's body from such a close distance. I have to sigh, Chu Tian has a really good figure. It made her want to pounce on him immediately. Su Li secretly cursed herself in her heart. You are too lustful, you should do your business. Today, the miners were busy from morning till night, but they did not feel tired at all. After all, what they dug up was a lot of money. Although they can only account for a small share, it is enough to take your life to the next level. Throughout the day, 60 tons of blood marrow stone were dug up, loaded onto trucks, and transported back to Jiangcheng. The Jiangcheng night watchman sent another 2,000 people to guard the mining area day and night. Chu Tian planned to send all 60 tons of blood marrow stone to the Su family's largest martial arts mall for consignment. In Jiangcheng, the ancestral home of the Su family, powerful beings came out of seclusion and were awakened one after another. Among them was the head of the Su family, Su Li's grandfather, Su Quanhai, one of the 12 members of the Xihai province. After Su Li gave a sample of blood marrow stone to her father Su Hang was overjoyed. This matter is likely to reshape the entire Xihai province, so Su Hang made a decision that might anger his elders. It is very likely that the Su family will make further progress in Chinese politics because of these blood marrow stones. In the Su family's meeting hall, 7 figures sitting cross-legged on the jade platform slowly opened their eyes, and pressure swept over like a tide. Just the momentum alone made the younger generations of the Su family standing below tremble slightly. The leader, Su Quanhai, had white hair hanging down to the ground, his wrinkled hands pressed on his knees, and his face looked a little unhappy. Su Hang, what do you want to say when you summoned us? You should know that we cannot be disturbed while we are in seclusion, but you have awakened us all at once. I hope you can tell us a reason that will satisfy us. The second elder was in the process of reaching the late 7th realm. His retreat was interrupted, and the price he paid was not small. The Su family has a total of 7 powerful people above the 7th level, all of whom are from the generation of Su Li's grandfather. These strong men are in seclusion most of the time and only wake up when it comes to matters concerning the life and death of the Su family. Therefore, even the position of the Su family member in the Xihai Provincial Assembly is held by Su Li's uncle as the Su family's temporary representative in the provincial capital. Su Hang held the blood marrow stone sample in his palm. Father, please don't blame me. This matter concerns the Su family's fortune for 100 years. Elders, please look into it. 4th Elder Su Yuan opened his eyes and grabbed the sample with his dry fingers. It's just a piece of blood marrow stone, it's worth it. Before he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank. No. This is not an ordinary blood marrow stone. The purity is too high. The remaining 6 elders of the Su family also opened their eyes one after another and took turns to examine the blood marrow stone, which did not appear to have anything special on the outside. After a series of verifications, several people were completely awakened. The anger caused by the interruption of his retreat completely dissipated, and was replaced by disbelief. Where did this stone come from? Su Quanhai couldn't help but ask. With the help of this spirit stone, my chances of reaching the 8th level can be increased by another 10%. Seeing that all the elders were so excited, Su Hang felt less nervous. This stone was dug out from a mine 200 kilometers north of Jiangcheng. Su Quanhai continued, mobilize all the family's cash flow immediately and buy as many as you can. This kind of treasure will definitely attract competition from the whole world. Don't worry, father. The output of this spiritual stone is huge, at least 10,000 tons. For some reason, the next second, Su Quanhai, who should have been happier, became gloomy and lost his excitement. He suddenly realized that if this treasure was produced near Jiangcheng, the only beneficiary would be the Nangong family. After all, the Nangong family controls the mining rights of the entire southwest mineral veins. In today's Jiangcheng, the Su family and the Nangong family are competing against each other, and the heads of the two families are both among the 12 members of the Xihai province. The Nangong family controls the mineral veins, and the Su family controls elixirs, biological potions, martial arts equipment, etc. With this treasure mine, the Nangong family will surely soar to the sky, be far ahead, and suppress the Su family. Even left the Su family far behind. Su Quanhai was fortunate that the relationship between the Su family and the Nangong family had been pretty good over the years. Especially, Nangong Lai, the young master of the Nangong family, has liked Su Li for a long time. Before this, Su Quanhai knew that Nangong Lai had a very bad character, so he always kept Su Li away from him. But now, it's time to put this political marriage on the agenda. For the future of the Su family, Su Li's happiness can only be sacrificed. Su Hang looked at the slightly worried expressions of the seniors on the stage and immediately guessed what they were thinking. Don't worry, elders. Su Li also has some shares in this industry. Oh? Yeah, very good, very good. Su Chuanhai's expression eased a little. It seems that Su Li is already together with the romantic young master of the Nangong family? Otherwise, there would be no reason for the Nangong family to give such a big piece of fat meat to others. Alas, liar is wronged. Although Su Li's shares would definitely not be large, at least the Su family got a piece of the pie. How much shares does Su Li hold? Su Hang was in high spirits and answered confidently, Lear owns 45% of the shares. Before Su Hang finished speaking, Su Chuanhai's skinny fingers suddenly clenched the edge of the jade table, and his cloudy pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. How much? 45%? Chapter 40, The whole city is in turmoil. The other 6 elders stood up at the same time, their spiritual energy vibrating out of control. The jade platform under the third elder's knees cracked, but he was unaware of it and just stared at Su Hang. It's absolutely true. Su Hang spoke with difficulty under the pressure. The mining rights contract has been entered into the government affairs system, and Su Li holds a 45% stake. Su Quanhai suddenly burst into a hoarse laugh, and the corners of his wrinkled eyes sparkled. Good. Good. Nangong Lai is really generous. 45% of the shares, if calculated, is worth at least hundreds of billions. It is already several times the Su family's current assets. The Su family can also rely on this to remain prosperous for a long time and jointly govern the southwestern part of Xihai province with the Nangong family. It can even extend its hand to the provincial capital. He tapped the table with his dry branch-like fingers. This gift is indeed substantial. Grandpa, you misunderstood. This mineral vein has nothing to do with the Nangong family. Su Li suddenly spoke, and his cold voice penetrated the hall. The mineral vein was first discovered by my classmate, and we developed it together. He obtained the mining rights from the public auction of the Nangong family. The laughter of the elders of the Su family on the stage suddenly stopped, and they all looked confused. The Nangong family's exploration team has been concluding for 10 years that there is only basalt in the area. The mining rights have been on the market for 3 years, but no one is interested. The final transaction price is 100 million credit points. Su Li went on to explain Nangong Lai's stupid behavior of shooting himself in the foot. After hearing this, Su Chuanhai's Adam's apple rolled and he suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. His chest vibrated, and his muddy laughter carried spiritual power, shaking the entire hall slightly. If old man Nangong knew that his precious grandson gave us such a great gift for nothing, he would be so angry that he would fall out of the 7th realm. Liar, good, you are very good. Su Quanhai smiled and gave rare compliments to a younger generation. Lear, what's the name of your classmate? Which family is he from? His name is Chu Tian. He is not a young master from any family. He lives in the outer city and has only recently emerged in Jiangcheng. Hearing this, Su Quanhai stroked his beard, looking thoughtful, with a meaningful look in his eyes. No wonder Chu Tian was willing to give up nearly half of his shares. It turned out that he had no startup capital. How did he discover this vein of minerals? Suli continued, he didn't tell me this. He must have found out by accident. Suli did not intend to tell her family the actual situation, nor did she intend to tell her family that she could control the backlash of the incomplete Shinto by absorbing Chu Tian's blood. That would only bring trouble to Chu Tian. In addition, Chu Tian also won over the night watchman in Jiangcheng and gave them 10% of the shares. Yeah, okay. Now Su Quanhai has a new respect for Chu Tian. At such a young age, he already knows how to maneuver among various forces to gain the greatest benefit for himself. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a young hero. But he was too young after all. Such a huge fortune worth hundreds of billions of dollars cannot be protected by the Su family and the Jiangcheng night watchman alone. Need to go up further. Whatever the big shots above want to steal, no matter if it's the Su family or the Jiangcheng night watchman, they can easily wipe it out. Lear, I'm sorry to trouble you. I will transfer 20% of your shares to any shell company under the Su family. Tomorrow I will go to the provincial capital in person and transfer the actual controller of this company to those bigwigs in the provincial capital. This mineral vein affects more than just the small city of Jiang. The entire Xihai province is about to change. If such a huge amount of blood marrow stones flow into the market, the Nangong family's business will be seriously damaged. Even the various families that control the mineral lifeline of the entire Xihai province will launch a crazy counterattack. With such huge wealth, plus the support of the bigwigs above. If the Nangong family is not convinced and wants to make trouble, then there is no need for them to continue to exist. This is certainly not because Chu Tian is too young. But he did it on purpose. Be it in exchange of interests or a token of allegiance. Chu Tian did not expect this. Instead, he deliberately wanted the Su family to pay for this. He calculated that the head of the Su family was very optimistic about his future, so he would be very conscious of taking this small loss. Suli is his future wife, so Chu Tian naturally wouldn't plot against her like this. But Suli had been trained by the Su family with huge investment for more than 10 years, it was impossible for him to fall out with the family because of these shares. Therefore, although the 45% shares under Suli's name belong to Suli on paper, the actual controller must be the head of the Su family. And doesn't Chu Tian's own 45% belong to Suli? Suli nodded and immediately replied, okay, Grandpa. Lear, what is Chu Tian's cultivation level? Middle stage of the second realm, the same as me. Su Quanhai nodded with satisfaction, bring him to see me when you have time. In the Lifeng martial arts hall, a dozen martial artists sat around a tea table. There was a copy of Jiangcheng Daily on the table, and the front page was filled with news that the Su family martial arts mall was about to sell 99.7% pure blood marrow stone. 99.7%? A bald strong man sneered while holding the newspaper. The Nangong family's best top grade ore is only 51% pure. Does the Su family think the entire Jiangcheng is a fool? It's probably just a gimmick. These noble families are willing to make up any lies in order to grab the market. He spat out the tea dregs and said, if the purity is fake, the Su family's reputation will be ruined. We can just watch the show. The young female warrior who was wiping her sword in the corner raised her head and interrupted, the Su family has always had a good reputation, maybe there really is some new technology. New technology? The bald man slapped the table, causing the teacup to clatter and bounce. The purification technology of blood marrow stone has not been broken through for decades. The top foreign groups have only achieved 70% purity. How can his Su family achieve 99.7%? Face the gap, don't be complacent, and don't brag about being far ahead. The old man in a gray cloth shirt stroked his beard and shook his head. The Su family is a century-old brand, it shouldn't do something like this that would ruin their own career. Could it be that they were deceived by some charlatan? It's definitely a fake. If it's really this pure, would it be our turn to get a bargain? We're going to fight the fakes on the spot tonight. At night, in the main hall of the Su family's martial arts mall, the weapons and armor originally on display had been cleared out and replaced with 50 transparent display cabinets. Each display case contains a fist-sized blood marrow stone sample, with a real-time monitoring screen embedded underneath, and the jumping value is constantly between 99.6% and 99.8%. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, the spotlights on the mall dome suddenly lit up, and the ally gate slowly rose with the sound of hydraulics. The door was already filled with a dense crowd of people, estimated to be more than 3,000 people. The warriors in the front row were pushed into the door by those behind them, and curses and exclamations rang out. I brought a portable psychic analyzer. We can tell whether it's true or not with just one test. What the hell? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Get out of the way. I want to see what tricks the Su family plays. Everyone. Sully stepped onto the booth, and the loudspeaker suppressed the noise. All blood marrow stones are subject to on-site testing. If the purity is insufficient, the Su family will compensate tenfold. The moment you step into the main hall, the noise stops abruptly. Everyone stared at the display case with wide eyes. A middle-aged warrior wearing glasses staggered to the display cabinet, tremblingly took out a portable detector and aimed it at the sample. Drip 99.7% purity. Impossible. This instrument is broken. Another person took out a professional detector of military standard. Drip 99.72% purity. The crowd exploded with boiling noises. What the hell? Chapter 41 Want to kidnap my daughter? Really? Get out of the way. I'll test it myself. Where did the Su family dig the ore from? This must be the mother ore of blood marrow stone. Don't push. Line up at the back for verification. Captain Wang, wearing the uniform of the Night Watch, walked up to the booth. According to the Jiangqing Night Watch, the blood marrow stone samples provided by the Su family have a purity of more than 99.5%, and some have reached 99.7%. The relevant test reports have been synchronized to the Martial Arts Association database. The last doubts were shattered and the crowd went completely crazy. The Su family is too kind, isn't it? They are truly living bodhisattvas. They sell a blood marrow stone of such high purity for the same price as the Nangong family's 30% pure one? I want 100 kilograms. Cash. Get lost. I'm third in line. Load the goods for me first. Give me 20 kilograms. The bearded man squeezed to the counter and slapped his credit card. With this thing, the power of my collapsing mountain fist will be increased by at least 30%. The warriors who had been watching coldly went completely crazy. The crowd pushed and shoved their way towards the cashier counter, and the security guards had to activate the emergency force field to maintain order. Late at night, Sully stared at the sales data on the screen. 60 tons of blood marrow stone were sold out within 3 hours, and the account turnover exceeded 2.4 billion. Inside the meeting room of the Nangong family's ancestral home, the air was as thick as lead. Nangong Lai's pale face was reflected on the floor. He knelt in the center of the meeting room, cold sweat dripping from his forehead and his whole body shaking. Bang! The head of the Nangong family, Nangong Hong, carried a strong wind in his skinny palm and slapped Nangong Lai's right cheek heavily. The power at the peak of the seventh realm is controlled extremely precisely, only causing the skin and flesh to tear, but not hurting the bones. Blood splattered, Nangong Lai staggered and held onto the ground, a fishy and sweet taste rising in his throat. Asshole. The family has spent decades of hard work to monopolize the mineral vein, but it was destroyed by a prodigal like you. He picked up the blood marrow stone sample on the table, and the crystal edges were deeply embedded in his palm. Purity is 99.7. The value of this mineral vein is enough to buy the entire Jiangcheng. Nangong Lin stood beside his father, his face livid. He had personally helped his son ascend to the position of young master, but now he felt that the swollen face was extremely unfamiliar. The black iron ruler hummed in his palm, and the spiritual power of the early sixth realm poured into the ruler, emitting a dazzling cold light. Father! Grandpa! Nangong Lai struggled to raise his head, his right eye was covered with blood and he couldn't open it. I didn't know this would happen. I was also careless. Have no idea? Nangong Lin kicked him on the shoulder blade. As a father, Nangong Lin couldn't bear to hit his own son. But in order to calm the head of the family down, he, as a father, had no choice but to join in the fight. This way, maybe I can save my son. Nangong Lai was beaten so hard that he curled up into a ball, with vomited blood all over the floor. The ruler came down with a sound of breaking through the air, and the skin on his back was immediately torn apart. The family invests hundreds of millions in you every year, and you use it to support women and play with cars. Isn't that enough for you to spend? Do you want to earn a living by selling off your family inheritance? Even if you do nothing, the mineral vein will still be under the name of the Nangong family. But for a mere 100 million, you caused the Nangong family to lose hundreds of billions. What the Nangong family lost was not just that piece of mineral vein, but almost the entire blood marrow stone market. Last year, nearly half of the Nangong family's income came from the sale of blood marrow stones. The Su family's high-purity blood marrow stone was put on the market, and the selling price was the same as the Nangong family's low-purity blood marrow stone. The most important thing is that the supply is completely unlimited. This caused the Nangong family's blood marrow stone business to plummet by 95%. As the situation changed, the Nangong family completely lost the qualifications to compete with the Su family for Jiangcheng. If this continues, the Nangong family will become a second-rate or even third-rate family within 20 years. Without huge funds to maintain relationships with bigwigs in the provincial capital, he would not be able to keep his position as a member of parliament. In addition, during the decades that the Nangong family has grown, it has offended many forces. When the Nangong family was strong, they kept their troops inactive. But once the Nangong family declines, these forces will rush up and attack them madly, adding insult to injury. Nangong Hong could already see the tragic future of his family. Nangong Hong took the ruler and raised it again. Nangong Lai curled up instinctively. The blow did not land. Nangong Hong's hand was suspended in the air and suddenly trembled violently. He recalled that when his grandson awakened his S-level talent burning heaven fire at the age of 8, he had burned incense in the ancestral hall to comfort his ancestors. The pride I once had made my eyes red. Nangong Lai's pupils dilated due to the pain. In a trance, he saw the family elders sitting on both sides. Those faces that once showed him extremely kind smiles now only had cold scrutiny. He couldn't help asking himself, did I really do something wrong? No. I am not wrong. Chu Tian, you've already planned this out, right? That should have been mine. Mine. My woman. My position as the richest man. He couldn't imagine how cheerful he would be if he had mined this vein of minerals. How will the family reward him and how will the world respect him? Now all of this has come to nothing. Chu Tian must die. The second elder, Nangong Ji, suddenly stood up, and his old voice was like a blunt knife scraping across bluestone. According to the clan rules, those who damage the foundation of the clan should have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the clan. No. Nangong Lai squeezed out a breath from his throat and struggled to look at his father. However, Nangong Lin had already turned his back. Nangong Hong sighed, threw him to the ground, and a dark blue flame condensed in his palm. The pressure from the seventh realm was like a mountain pressing down on his head, and Nangong Lai's bones creaked as he could not bear the weight. I will destroy your cultivation today. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Nangong family. When the flames approached the Qihai acupoint, Nangong Lai finally roared, wait! The mineral vein is still in the buffer zone. We can take it back. The flames suddenly stopped. Nangong Hong narrowed his eyes, as if examining a dying prey. Go on. The Night's Watch only sent 2,000 miscellaneous soldiers to garrison. Nangong Lai climbed up coughing up blood foam. The highest level in the Su family's mining team is only at the 5th level. As long as we disguise it as a beast-tide attack, we can use explosives or poison gas to destroy those mines. Even if we can't destroy them, it can still cause difficulties for their mining and greatly reduce production. This way, we can at least preserve some of the interests of our Nangong family and avoid completely losing the blood marrow stone market. Bang! Another slap knocked him over. Nangong Hong stepped on his chest and laughed in anger. Why do you think Chu Tian dares to openly mine? Do you think that old fox Su Quanhai would not have thought of this? This morning, the 7th Military Region has sent a Special Forces regiment to the mining area. I'm afraid those old foxes in the Provincial Council have even drawn up a plan for the distribution of the slag. We think so highly of you. Look at your classmate Chu Tian from the next class. He was the one who took the initiative to transfer part of his shares to the Jiangcheng Night Watch, the Su family, and the big shots in the provincial capital. At such a young age, he can think so comprehensively and consider the interests of all parties. And you? You are still here dreaming these wild and unrealistic dreams. Chu Tian, it's the fucking Chu Tian again. This Chu Tian, why does he want to snatch everything from me? Are you going to use even my grandfather to drag me down? Nangong Lai collapsed in a pool of blood, feeling helpless. Is there really no way? Am I really going to have my cultivation abolished and be expelled from the Nangong family? There is another way. Nangong Lai suddenly knelt forward, his blood-stained eyes bursting with madness. Chu Tian has 2 sisters. I can tie them up and force Chu Tian to hand over his shares. Chapter 42, Treason? A cornered dog will do something desperate. Nangong Lai had already thoroughly checked Chu Tian's household registration. Suli was very reliable in her work, so Nangong Lai didn't find out that the two girls were only registered in Chu Tian's family a few days ago. Nangong Lai had nowhere to retreat, and he didn't want to experience a free fall from heaven to hell. He acted in a high-profile manner and offended at least 8,000 people. If he was really expelled from the Nangong family and his cultivation was destroyed, he would be a lamb to be slaughtered. For the next few decades I will have to live like a dog. He could never accept this kind of outcome. So if you want to turn things around, there is only one way. He kidnapped Chu Tian's sister and used his sister's life to force Chu Tian to hand over his shares. This is his last resort. Bang! Nangong Hong slapped Nangong Lai on the left cheek again. His gloomy face was full of disappointment. And then what? Even if you really succeed, you'll only get the shares temporarily. As long as they declare the share transfer invalid, all this will be in vain, and our Nangong family will be nailed to the pillar of shame and become the target of public criticism. Desperate dogs must use proper methods. Even if they succeed by using such despicable means, they will be condemned by the Martial Arts Alliance. You idiot, why do you always come up with stupid ideas that will lead to the extinction of the Nangong family? Nangong Lai grabbed Grandpa's trouser legs and said with difficulty, Grandpa, please listen to me. I know the son of Sato Ryuichi, the general representative of the Blackwater Group's Chinese branch. I can let Chu Tian transfer the shares to my shell company registered in Japan. As long as Chu Tian signs an agreement to voluntarily transfer 45% of its equity, we can receive the equity in the name of business cooperation. In this way, nearly half of the revenue from mining can be deposited into the company's account. After that, we will transfer the proceeds back to our family foundation in China using cryptocurrency. As soon as these words were spoken, the meeting room fell into silence. Nangong Lin suddenly asked, why would Blackwater Group cooperate with us? Because of profit. Japan is a small island with scarce mineral resources, so it has been deploying its resources around the world through the Blackwater Group. They are in urgent need of a stable supply. If we promise to sell 30% of the mine output overseas through the Blackwater Channel, we will give them another 10% stake. After all, with a 45% stake, you are the largest shareholder and have the power to decide where the minerals are sold. After hearing this, Nangong Han's cloudy pupils shrank slightly and he sighed softly. If this is discovered, it will be treason. Nangong Lai forced himself to stand up straight. Grandpa, we have no other choice. Even if we are discovered, the higher-ups will not turn against us completely because of the power of Blackwater and the Japanese behind it. You see, we took away Chu Tian's shares alone, not the shares of the Night Watchman and the Su family. He wiped away the blood, his eyes showing a desperate and fierce look. They have backers, but Chu Tian doesn't. Will the higher-ups go against Blackwater and Japan just for a little bastard like Chu Tian? Blackwater Group is the third largest multinational martial arts company in the world and the largest in the continent. It is controlled by the Japanese government and actually controls 489 subsidiaries across 37 countries. Blackwater Group has business in Xihai province and even across the country, and is one of the earliest multinational companies to enter China. The group has at least 1,200 secret agents in Xihai province, and more than half of them are warriors above the fourth realm. Nangong Hong tapped his fingers on the armrest. He is making a choice. This decision may affect the entire Nangong family's future 100 years, whether it will prosper or perish. Although this idea is risky, it seems to be the best way to prevent the demise of the Nangong family. You can only fight to the death. Nangong Hong closed his eyes and pondered for a long time, then said, okay, you can lead your men to carry out this plan. Nangong Lai's eyes flashed with ecstasy. Okay, Grandpa, I will definitely not let you down this time. Nangong Hong interrupted him, however, there is one condition. You say. You can't do this in the name of the Nangong family. At least on the surface, this matter cannot have anything to do with the Nangong family. Nangong Hong grabbed his neck and said in a cold voice, I will expel you from the Nangong family tomorrow. If I succeed, you can come back in the future. If you fail, you will have nothing to do with the Nangong family. Nangong Lai's face turned pale, but he still gritted his teeth and nodded, I understand. If I mess up, it will be my personal behavior and has nothing to do with the Nangong family. This time, I will definitely win. Nangong Lai's face was full of determination. In this matter, only success is allowed, not failure. If you make a mistake at any step, you will be crushed to pieces. Moreover, if you are going to take action, you have to do it as soon as possible. Chu Tian and his two sisters are still staying in the outer city, which is poorly guarded. But he is now about to become the richest man in Jiangcheng, and he will probably move to the inner city soon. Taking action in the inner city is much more difficult than in the outer city. After leaving the Nangong family, Nangong Lai brought with him several strong men from the Nangong family. These strong men were secretly cultivated by the Nangong family. On the surface, they had nothing to do with the Nangong family. The aura of these 5 black-clad warriors was as condensed as substance. 4 of them are in the early stages of the 4th realm, and the other one has already reached the great perfection of the 5th realm. The pressure from the 5th realm made the air tremble slightly. Such a lineup is already luxurious enough to deal with Chu Tian, a kid in the 2nd realm. The gap in power between the two sides is so great that no accidents are likely to occur. In front of Nangong Lai, these 5 people deliberately restrained their edge, as if they were 5 sharp blades that had not been unsheathed. Remember, Nangong Hong's voice was hoarse. Once you fail, the Nangong family will have nothing to do with you. The 5 people nodded silently, their eyes behind the masks were as cold as ice. Nangong Lai stood in the shadows, the bruises on the corners of his mouth had not yet disappeared, but his eyes were burning with madness. This time, he not only wants Chu Tian's equity. And Chu Tian's life is also required. Only when Chu Tian dies can those shares be secured. Most importantly, he couldn't wait to get back at the humiliation Chu Tian had brought upon him. At the Su Family Martial Arts Mall, Chu Tian and Su Li were checking today's sales data. Today, their blood marrow stones have been shipped to other places for sale. According to rough estimates, 5 billion credit coins can be received every day. This ability to attract money is truly terrifying. You know, apart from staff salaries, they don't have to pay any costs. Out of the 5 billion, at least 4 billion is pure profit. Looking at these riches, Chu Tian showed joy on his face. Su Li, I have already told my mother about the origins of Yayani, and my mother has accepted it. Well, that's good. We can move to the inner city soon. The outer city is crowded and unsafe, which is not good for the growth of our 2 daughters. Su Li nodded in agreement. Anyway, we have money now, we can go look at houses in a few days. Suddenly, Chu Tian's cell phone vibrated. Chu Tian pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone, my mother Fan Lihua's voice was tearful, with the shrill sound of sirens in the background. Xiao Tian. Yeah and Yi are missing. Huh? What? Say it again. I went out to buy a bag of salt, and when I got home, yeah and Yi were missing. I searched several nearby communities but couldn't find them. I've called the police now, so you should go home quickly. Mother's words were like a thunder, exploding in Chu Tian's ears. His pupils suddenly contracted and his phone fell to the ground. He stumbled back, his breath seeming to be strangled by an invisible hand. Chu Tian? The moment Su Li turned around, she was facing his pale face. The child is lost. Chu Tian's face was ashen, and his voice was hoarse and not like his own. Chapter 43, Daughter is missing. I was just thinking that the outer city is not safe and I should move to the inner city. And then something went wrong in the blink of an eye? Or missing? Did he simply get lost? Or kidnapped? This all happened by coincidence. This forced Chu Tian to think in this direction. When Su Li heard the news, she was stunned. Her legs went limp and she fell to the ground. Impossible. Chu Tian mechanically bent down to pick up the phone, his fingertips trembling so much that he could hardly hold it. The mother's sobbing in the receiver was like a knife scraping across my eardrums. The police came, but they couldn't find any clues. Su Li held back her tears and suddenly grabbed his wrist. Go home. Now. Her eyes were red and tears were swaying in her pupils. When walking out of the mall, Aunt Wang took the data tablet handed to her by Su Li and keenly noticed something unusual. The 2 people in front of him seemed to have their souls sucked out. Veins bulged on Chu Tian's forehead and his eyes were bloodshot. Su Li's nails dug into her palms, and blood seeped into her cuffs. I leave this to you. Su Li's voice was very tense. Aunt Wang nodded heavily and watched them rush out of the mall. 3 police cars were parked in front of the old residential building. Chu Tian pushed open the unit door and rushed up the stairs. If anything happens to the 2 girls, I won't live anymore. The security door was wide open. My mother was slumped beside the sofa, crying her eyes out, holding Yaya's plush hairpin tightly in her hand. My mother only found out yesterday that the 2 girls were her granddaughters, and today they both disappeared. No one can accept this kind of thing. All doors and windows are intact, and there are no pry marks on the lock core. Li Kongshan walked out of the bedroom and swept the ultraviolet light across the windowsill. The dust on the ground is evenly distributed, and there are no footprints of outsiders. On the way here, Chu Tian called Li Kongshan and asked him to help. With the help of this captain of the night watch, things can be resolved faster. Chu Tian looked around the living room stiffly. Children's picture books were neatly stacked on the coffee table, and Yi's water cup still had half a milk stain on it. Everything was the same as usual, except for the children's laughter. Have you checked the surveillance? Li Kongshan said in a deep voice. The surveillance cameras of the entire community happened to be under maintenance yesterday, so they didn't capture anything. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Chu Tian said to himself. This is directed at me. I thought so too. The surveillance camera outside the community captured an unlicensed van, but it disappeared after tracking it for 2 blocks. Li Kongshan looked solemn. The other party is very professional, and the signal jammer they used is a military product. They also used hypnotic gas, the concentration of which was enough to make an adult unconscious within 10 seconds. The children showed no signs of struggling. It is obvious that the other party came prepared. They used military supplies, which would not leave any traces in the room, and they could find Chu Tian's home address within a few days. This group of people must not be ordinary bandits. Bang! Chu Tian punched the wall, blood spurting out of his knuckles. It's all my fault. I was busy with the mine these days and didn't send guards to my house. Li Kongshan patted Chu Tian on the shoulder and said, Don't blame yourself. The other party must be strong. Unless you guard them day and night, they will take action no matter how many people guard them. The other party is obviously coming for the mine in the north of the city. Who could it be? Various forces with motives and abilities emerged frantically in Chu Tian's mind. What is certain is that the ultimate goal of that group of people is to force Chu Tian to give up his shares in the mining vein. Kidnapping and extortion are very disgraceful things. Once exposed, he will be ruined. For some forces, even if Chu Tian gave them the shares, they would not be able to launder these shares and put them in their pockets. Therefore, the forces that do this must be confident enough not only to take over the equity, but also to use special means to convert the shares into actual benefits. And it can also hide it from the outside world and avoid exposing itself to the center of public opinion. If they were just ordinary bandits or mercenaries, even if they got the equity, Chu Tian could easily deal with it by going to the court to apply for the transfer to be invalid, making their work in vain. Military? The first group Chu Tian suspected was the military. The group used the jamming equipment produced by the military to escape. The military did not gain any benefit from the mineral veins in the north of the city this time. Or maybe a big shot in the provincial capital? Both of these forces have the above-mentioned capabilities. As for the Nangong family, they have the strongest motives. But Chu Tian doubted whether they had the ability to digest those shares. The Nangong family has great influence in Jiangcheng, but it is limited to Jiangcheng. The mineral veins in the north of the city involve at least provincial-level power struggles, and they do not have the ability to do so yet. In other words, has the Nangong family found a new backer? Suli slumped on the edge of the sofa, her fingers tightly grasping Yaya's fallen pink hairpin. The little bunny ears on the hairpin hurt her palm, but she refused to let go as if it was the last straw. There was a buzzing in my ears, and the police officer's questioning and the rustling sound of Li Kongshan flipping through animal evidence became unclear. It was my fault. Suli suddenly curled up, resting her forehead against her knees and shaking violently. The energy and blood of the chaos god rushed through the meridians and seemed to be backfiring. I shouldn't have let them stay here. I have a place to stay in the inner city. I was so stupid. In order to prevent her family from knowing the relationship between the 2 little girls and her, Suli did not let the little girls and Chu Tian's mother move to the inner city. Now Suli regrets it so much. From the inner city to the outer city, strict identity checks are required, and it is impossible for kidnappers to take people away so easily. If they lived in the inner city, perhaps none of this would have happened. Chu Tian knelt on one knee in front of her and placed his palm on the back of her cold hand. Tai Huang Dao's qi and blood flowed in gently, but it still couldn't suppress the turmoil surging in her body. He could clearly feel that Su Li's spiritual power was tearing her internal organs like a wild horse. This is a sign of the intensifying backlash of Shinto. Breathe. Breathe slowly. He pressed his thumb on the acupuncture point on the back of her neck and said in a terrifyingly steady voice, the other party didn't kidnap people to silence them. Yaya and Yi will not be in danger for the time being. Mom and Suli are both so sad. Now, no matter how sad Chu Tian is, he must force himself to calm down and find a solution. What should we do? Suli screamed and grabbed his collar, tears finally bursting out. They are so young. How scared they must be to be tied up by that group of people. Cries even when she gets an injection. Yaya has to hold a doll when she goes to bed at night. How can I be calm? Chu Tian let her tear until she sobbed exhaustedly on his shoulder. Li Kongshan felt a little strange when he saw Su Li's grief-stricken expression. It is understandable that Chu Tian and Fan Lihua are so sad. After all, the missing people are their closest relatives. But Su Li's grief seemed no less than theirs, in fact even stronger. Why is this? That's unreasonable. Chapter 44, Alone in Danger. Chu Tian hardened his heart and spoke word by word, "Give me 3 days. After 3 days, I promise to bring my daughter back intact. You calm down first. If you continue like this, your blood and energy will backfire." Chu Tian himself had no idea whether he could bring them back within 3 days. But Su Li's condition is very bad now, and this is the only way to stabilize her temporarily. The next second, Chu Tian's phone suddenly vibrated. Chu Tian immediately turned on his phone as a reflex. A video was sent via text message. Chu Tian clicked it tremblingly. In the picture, there are his 2 daughters. Yaya was tied up with her hands behind her back on an iron chair, with a circle of bruises on her neck that was shocking. She bit her lower lip tightly, tears welling up in her eyes, but she tried hard not to let them fall. When the camera turned to the child's face was red from crying, and her voice was so hoarse that she couldn't utter a complete sentence. She only shouted intermittently, "Dad, Mom is afraid." Suli snatched the phone away, stared at the screen with a pair of tearful eyes, and her cracked lips trembled wildly. When the video looped for the 3rd time, she suddenly arched her body and retched, with veins bulging on the back of her hands. Bite. A new message pops up. The kidnappers asked Chu Tian to leave the city alone from the south gate, and would update him in real time on where he would go next along the way. At the same time, he also said that if Chu Tian dared to bring helpers, he would be killed immediately. Don't take any chances, I'm not kidding. These are the exact words sent by the beast on the other side. Li Kongshan grabbed his mobile phone and rushed into the technical vehicle. 3 decoders were connected to the signal source at the same time. 5 minutes later he slammed the door and punched the wall. The other party used a military-grade anti-tracking program, and the IP address jumped to servers in 17 countries, and was finally located on the high seas. We night watchmen have just received new equipment. I don't know if we can locate it. I'm going back to the base now. Keep in touch. Li Kongshan threw down a sentence and hurriedly jumped from the 7th floor to the 1st floor. Suli staggered and grabbed Chu Tian's sleeve. Her voice was hoarse and it was totally unrecognizable as hers. I'll go with you. Suli wanted to go with them, not only because she wanted to contribute but also because she wanted to contribute. The other party clearly wanted Chu Tian's 45% shares. Although after observing for a few days, Chu Tian's love for the child is no less than hers. But the human heart is the most vulnerable to test. She really didn't dare to gamble with the lives of her 2 children. This is hundreds of billions of assets. How many people in the world can resist such temptation? She had only known Chu Tian for less than 5 days, and she had no idea what kind of person Chu Tian was. If Chu Tian was unwilling to exchange his shares for his daughter, or even hesitated for a moment, or tried to be clever, it might lead to the other party killing her. At this time, Suli didn't want any accidents to happen. Chu Tian held her shoulders and said, "We can't take any risks. You stay here and I'll go alone. Don't worry. Don't worry, these 2 girls are everything to me. No matter what the price is, I will not hesitate, even if it's my life." Chu Tian's words were particularly firm, which made Suli feel a little more at ease. Even if I'm worried, it's of no use. The beasts on the other side are really capable of killing someone. Going with Chu Tian would only bring trouble. Even if he was unwilling, he could only gamble on Chu Tian's conscience. Suli cried and said, "If necessary, my shares can also be given to those beasts. They came after me because they saw that I had no backing, and even if you gave them the shares of the Su family, they might not dare to take them. I am the only one who can solve this problem. Just stay here and don't go anywhere. Heal your wounds. There is blood I stored in the freezer. Use it if you need it." After saying that, Chu Tian also jumped down from the window on the 7th floor. Chu Tian drove the night watch military vehicle, took the Night Watch Pass token that Li Kongshan had given him a few days ago, and left the south gate of the base city. Along the way, we will pass through dozens of military bases. If it weren't for the token of the Night Watchman's highest authority, Shu Tian wouldn't even be able to leave the city gate of the base city. In the rearview mirror, the outline of the military base gradually shrank into a pinpoint of light. All along the way, the vehicle's onboard radar was blaring alarms, indicating the presence of biological heat sources. Even in the military-controlled area, there are many strange beasts, but Shu Tian can't take care of them now. He only wanted to reach the edge of the military-restricted area as quickly as possible. The other party is very smart. Knowing that the transaction location should be chosen 200 kilometers away from Jiangcheng Base City. It is not like before the Great Nirvana, when the Night Watch and the army could go anywhere to round up criminals at will. Even regular troops rarely set foot in areas 200 kilometers away. When negotiating in such a remote place, the control is completely in the hands of the other party. Even if the other party regrets after receiving the shares, Shu Tian will be helpless. 5 hours later, Shu Tian arrived at the last military base number 78. Further south is the area where exotic beasts are active. Once you leave here, you will be completely away from civilized society and come to the most primitive and crazy area ruled by monsters. Brother, are you going out to carry out the mission? It's late at night and you night watchmen must be working hard. Shu Tian rolled down the window and handed the sentry a pass. The sentry glanced at the token and the laser verification device emitted a green light, verifying that it was authentic. Brother, go 30 kilometers south and avoid Yuashan Gorge. There is a group of armored rhinos that have just moved there. He tapped the tablet, and the thermal image showed dense red dots. The leader is a person who has reached the 5th level of perfection. He has led a group of beasts to charge several times in the past few days. He is like crazy. Shu Tian seemed to be thinking about something. Iron-armored rhinoceros? The iron-armored rhino is an A-rank exotic beast. The strongest individual can cultivate to the 7th realm, becoming a terrifying existence. Suli had previously used the armored rhino's blood and spinal fluid to suppress the Shinto's backlash. After Chu Tian was born, these things were used as supplements for Chu Tian, and there are still a few bottles in the trunk of the car. Thank you. Chu Tian stuffed a medium-sized blood marrow stone into the sentry's hand to express his gratitude. The other person's head turned around and tacitly stuffed it into the backpack. As the railing came up, he took one last look at the base wall. The alloy plates of the wall were covered with fresh claw marks, one of which was deep enough to fit a palm. It should be the work of that 5th-level iron-armored rhinoceros. Although the mining area in the north of the city is close to the area where alien beasts are active, it is still within the range of the military's radiation, and there is also a military base in the north blocking it. Crossing military base number 78 was the first time in Chu Tian's life that he left the human activity area alone. The moment the car lights cut through the thick fog, Chu Tian saw the roots of the mutant banyan tree hanging on the windshield like countless dead blood vessels. The radar suddenly screamed and Chu Tian slammed on the brakes. A group of night owls with wingspans as long as 3 meters flew over the roof of the car, and their sharp claws made a harsh friction sound on the roof. In the rearview mirror, the last night owl had a spherical object hooked in its claws. It was a broken mechanical reconnaissance probe with wires dangling in the air. Not long after I drove out, I received a message from my cell phone. 57 kilometers northwest of Base 78, Mountain Temple. Don't play tricks. Chapter 45 Equity Transfer, Life and Death. After driving for another hour, Chu Tian finally arrived at the agreed location. Chu Tian parked the car in an open space covered with weeds. The mountain temple stands on a small hill of 100 meters, and its outline is looming in the night. As soon as Chu Tian opened the car door, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. At least 5 gazes locked onto his position from different angles. I think they are the beasts who kidnapped my daughter. The stone steps in front of the temple were covered with moss, and 2 black-clad warriors silently blocked the entrance. One person held a scanner close to Chu Tian's body, and the other person's blade was always hanging 3 inches from his neck. After confirming that he was not carrying any weapons, the 2 men blindfolded him with a black cloth and led him up the wooden ladder. In the lobby on the first floor, the smell of damp and mold hit us in the face. 20 warriors stood on both sides, their breathing was so light that it almost disappeared. As Chu Tian was pushed through the crowd, he could clearly feel the fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from them. Even the weakest one has reached the early stage of the 3rd realm. The space on the 2nd floor is even more cramped. The moment the blindfold was pulled off, Chu Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. Ye and Yi sat on a tattered wooden bench, with iron chains tightly around their hands. The moment she saw Chu Tian, Ye's muddy little face suddenly raised up, and her originally dim eyes suddenly burst into light. She opened her mouth and big tears flowed down her chin and fell on her legs. "Dad, you're finally here." As Ye cried hoarsely, she suddenly started coughing violently. Yi was awakened by a cough, and her swollen eyelids barely opened a crack. The moment she saw her father, Yi finally couldn't hold it anymore. Wow, Yi feels so uncomfortable. "Dad, you finally came. I thought you didn't want us anymore." "Dad, where is Mom? I miss her." Yi's voice was weak, even a little unclear. Every word hit Chu Tian's eardrum hard. Most of the child's braids, which were stained with grass debris, were loose, and the hair rope was torn off by someone, leaving only a few strands of hair stuck to his sweaty forehead. Fortunately, no serious injuries were seen on them for the time being. The two daughters looked extremely pitiful, which instantly aroused Chu Tian's fatherly love and overwhelming hatred. Without exception, all of these beasts at the scene were on Chu Tian's kill list. Including the forces behind them, Chu Tian will definitely dig them out and eliminate them together. Chu Tian suppressed the anger that was almost burning in his heart, subconsciously took a few steps forward, and clenched his fists tightly. Just as he took a few steps forward, the warrior behind him raised his hand to stop him. Chu Tian looked up and saw 5 men in black robes standing behind his daughter. 4 of them have already reached the 4th realm of cultivation. The half of the leader's face under the hood was covered with scars, and his spiritual power was extremely fierce. It was the martial artist who had reached the 5th level of perfection, Hu Chi-wei. Such a lineup is not something that any ordinary force can send out. The equity transfer agreement is here. Nangong Lai walked out from the shadows, his voice hoarse and distorted under the mask, and threw out a document. "Sign and stamp your blood, otherwise." Sparks flew out from his fingertips and landed accurately on the oil barrel beside Yi's feet, and the flames instantly shot up half a foot high. Although the man was wearing a mask, Chu Tian could not recognize him. But the fluctuation of his spiritual power is exactly the same as Nangong Lai. This fluctuation of spiritual power is exactly Nangong Lai's S-level martial arts talent, Burning Sky Fire. Before in school, Chu Tian had seen Nangong Lai use this talent with his own eyes. Ever since he awakened his innate Taoist physique, his perception of the elements has become extremely sharp, so he could feel that the person in front of him was undoubtedly Nangong Lai. It seems that the person behind the scenes is the Nangong family. Good. Very good. Knowing who the opponent is, you will have a direction for revenge in the future. If the opponents come from other forces, perhaps they only want Chu Tian's shares. The other party doesn't care about their lives. But if the opponent is Nangong Lai, it will be completely different. Chu Tian knew very well what kind of character Nangong Lai had. He is the kind of petty person who will never let go of any grudge and will not suffer even the slightest loss. So be prepared for the worst. The enemy is strong and we are weak, so every step that follows cannot be wrong. Chu Tian took over the equity transfer agreement. Opening the agreement, the beneficiary is Roki Company, Ltd. From the name, you can tell that the beneficiary is a company registered in Japan. At this point, Chu Tian knew what the Nangong family relied on and who backed them. I see. So, the Nangong family is planning treason? It's really unreasonable. Chu Tian knew very well that if he signed this, the consequences would be disastrous. 45% of the shares means that this Japanese company will become the largest shareholder of Changbei Mining Company. By law, they are fully qualified to decide on the sale of mineral veins and can exert significant influence on the company's decisions. For Chu Tian, the meat he had just obtained was thrown away, and was thrown to the Japanese and the beasts in front of him. Sign and stamp with blood. Nangong Lai raised his foot and stepped on the chain behind Yi, causing the child to look up. Now. Don't want. I'll sign. The most urgent task is to rescue my daughter. As for the rest, we can only take it one step at a time. Chu Tian no longer hesitated, took the pen and signed, biting his thumb and pressing on the agreement. Nangong Lai looked at the agreement in his hand, and his face under the mask, which was bruised and swollen by Nangong Hong, showed a long-lost smile. Government Affairs System, Face Recognition. According to the law, paper documents alone do not represent a change in equity. The equity holders also need to use facial recognition on the government system to completely transfer the equity. The man in black behind him opened the laptop, and an iris verification box popped up on the government system interface. Nangong grabbed Chu Tian by the collar and dragged him in front of the camera. Mr. Chu Tian, your 45% equity has been transferred to Lu Jing Company, Ltd. The sound of the mechanical female voice represented that these shares had nothing to do with Chu Tian anymore. However, Chu Tian didn't have time to think so much. He shook off the black-clad warrior beside him and ran straight towards his two daughters. Nangong was too busy enjoying his victory to stop it. At this point, all the humiliation he had suffered disappeared. The equity was obtained from Chu Tian, his mortal enemy. It's so refreshing. Chu Tian rushed forward and broke the chain. As soon as the chain fell to the ground, Yi threw herself into his arms and sobbed. Her body temperature was frighteningly hot. She trembled with her forehead against his collarbone and whimpered like a wounded little animal from her throat. When the girl raised her tear-stained face, water drops rolled down her eyelashes, and her cracked lips moved to squeeze out a breath. Dad. He finally waited for you. Dad is late. He squeezed out these words with his Adam's apple rolling, pressing his palm on his daughter's thin back. The chi and blood of the innate Taoist fetus flow silently, dispelling the coldness in the child's body. Ye's hand holding the corner of his clothes suddenly tightened. We knew that Dad would come? The sourness exploded in his nasal cavity, and Chu Tian lowered his head and pressed it against the top of his daughter's head. Countless scenes flashed back in my mind. For those cold numbers, he let the young children face darkness and fear alone. At this moment, every sob of his daughter was like a whip lashing his nerves, reminding him of his most fatal dereliction of duty as a father. On second thought, Chu Tian realized that the current crisis was far from over. He suppressed his concern and apology for his daughter. The equity is yours now. Chu Tian picked up the curled up Yi, his hoarse voice wrapped in suppressed tremors. Can we go now? Nangong sneered from his extremely ugly face under the mask, nodded slightly, and agreed to Chu Tian's request. Despite this, Chu Tian could clearly feel the murderous intent emanating from behind Nangong's mask. Although this murderous intent did not materialize, Chu Tian was able to clearly capture it thanks to his blood's resonance with danger. So, get out of here as soon as possible. There is no time to lose. Chapter 46 Hunting Game. With the talent of exotic beasts and Shinto bloodline, Chu Tian has a chance to escape from here. But with two children, he was not sure. On the opposite side, there is a powerful man in the fifth realm. The gap is so huge, like a natural chasm. This gap cannot be made up by martial arts talent alone. After getting Nangong's consent, Chu Tian pressed Yi's head against his shoulder, keeping his right hand on the back of Ye's neck, and immediately went downstairs. The wooden ladder groaned under the weight, and every step felt like walking on the edge of a knife. The innate Taoist fetus's perception expanded to the limit, capturing the fluctuations of spiritual power coming through the window on the second floor. If he really had to fight, the holy fighting technique could predict the danger 3 seconds in advance, allowing him to prepare in advance. When they reached the first floor, the black-clad warriors consciously made way, as if they had received orders in advance. After leaving the temple, the mountain wind blew rotten leaves on his face, and Chu Tian walked down the steps holding a maid in one hand. There are more than 300 steps from here to the parking lot at the foot of the mountain. Chu Tian carried his two daughters down the mountain. The stone steps were covered with slippery moss, and he had to use his toes to touch the edge with every step to keep his balance. This road, which few people have walked on for decades, shows that Chu Tian has a very skillful control over his spiritual power. If it was someone else holding two children, they would not be able to even walk up one step and would have fallen to death. Ye's arms were tightly around his neck, and Yi's hot forehead was pressed against his collarbone. The two children's rapid breathing rubbed his nerves like sandpaper. He could feel the clothes on his back being soaked with cold sweat, and the wind was freezing cold. More than 300 steps meandered downwards, and the moonlight cast a pale light on the stone surface. When Chu Tian counted to the 73rd step, his left calf suddenly twitched and he almost fell to his knees. He gritted his teeth and lifted Yi up. The child was delirious with fever and was calling for his mother incoherently. Spiritual energy circulates in the meridians, barely maintaining physical strength, but perception has been extended to the limit. At the entrance of the mountain temple behind them, there were more than a dozen auras watching them. What are they waiting for? Logically speaking, they should have taken action a long time ago. This place is completely far away from human activities, and no one will know if they take action. Chu Tian wiped the sweat that flowed into his eyes and continued walking down. Yi's body temperature was getting higher and higher, and you could feel your skin getting hot even through your clothes. On the 97th step, he stepped on a loose stone and hit his knee hard on the edge. In order to protect the child, he bit down his teeth and suppressed his cries of pain. He looked up at the top of the mountain. The carved wooden windows on the second floor of the mountain temple were open, and the moonlight outlined several human figures. The mountain breeze carried the cry of a night owl past my ears. Chu Tian finally figured it out. They are playing a hunting game. Nangong Lai took off his mask, revealing his face, and met Chu Tian's gaze several hundred meters away. At this moment, he didn't want to pretend anymore. Chu Tian is doomed to die anyway, so what if he knows that it was Nangong Lai who kidnapped his family? Can Chu Tian still come for revenge? He leaned half of his body out of the window, shaking the red wine glass in his left hand, and the bright red wine dripped from his fingers onto the window frame. Look at our great hero Chu. His voice was shrill with excitement. The way you hold these two little burdens makes you look more miserable than a stray dog. The four masked men behind him let out suppressed laughter. A short man came forward and flattered, "Young Master Lai's trick of playing cat and mouse is really clever. You have to make him think there is a hope of escaping, and then finally." He made a throat-slitting gesture, and his gold teeth gleamed in the moonlight. This is art. Nangong Lai raised his head and drank the remaining wine. He looked at the staggering figure below, and the veins in his neck bulged. Killing him directly is too easy. I want him to watch his sister die before my eyes, then I'll chop him into a human stick and throw him into a cage. Nangong Lai's hoarse, undisguised laughter floated down from the top of the mountain. Interesting, fun. Cool. This way of revenge is the most satisfying and satisfying. Let your enemies jump back and forth between despair and hope. The feeling of powerlessness that comes with trying one's best but still being unable to escape from his grasp is the most painful struggle. Chu Tian couldn't care less and could only keep running. He could walk up more than 300 steps in 1 minute. But this moment seemed to stretch out infinitely and would never end. Every few steps, he would use his spiritual power to sense the position of the strong man behind him. Chu Tian's soles were worn out. Yaya suddenly reached out to wipe the sweat off his chin and whispered, "Dad, are you tired? Put me down, I can run." Yaya seemed to sense that they were in danger, and she held Chu Tian's face with her cold little hands. "It's okay, Yaya, it's okay, Daddy is not tired." A searchlight suddenly lit up on the top of the mountain. Nangong Lai was sitting on a chair, and 4 of his men were massaging his legs. Nangong Lai licked his lips, stood up, and leaned on the windowsill with half of his body hanging in the air. In the moonlight, his face was twisted like a devil, veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He let out a broken laugh from his throat, his fingers digging into the wooden window. Just like a mad dog, watching his prey struggling for life. How he wished that time could slow down 100 times at this moment. He wants to feel this wonderful feeling frame by frame and second by second. Run. Keep running. Crawl like a lame dog. I wonder how long you can hold on. Finally, Chu Tian walked up all the steps and arrived at the parking lot. Stuff Yaya and Yi into the passenger seat. Yi curled up into a ball, her forehead burning, her lips cracked and bleeding. "Dad. Yi can't breathe. My mother prepared some medicine at home, and I felt better after drinking it." Chu Tian took off his coat and wrapped the child, then fastened the seatbelt with trembling fingertips. Yaya hugged her sister tightly, her voice trembling. "Don't be afraid, sister, Mama's waiting for us." Ha 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 ha. The next second, a sharp scream suddenly exploded from the top of the mountain. Nangong Lai raised his left arm high, and his fingers suddenly twitched twice. The 5th realm warrior standing behind him immediately leaned forward and said, "Master, do you want to take action?" Nangong Lai grinned, blood seeping from his broken gums. "Go ahead, surround them first, I want to kill these 3 preys myself." 20 warriors in the temple drew their weapons at the same time. Spiritual energy gushed out of their bodies, and the air was squeezed out making explosive sounds. The ground shook, the temple walls cracked, the pressure of the 5 realms rolled over the mountains and forests, and the tree trunks snapped. The gravel on the ground shook and floated in the air, and the birds and beasts within a 5-kilometer radius fled in terror. Suddenly, more than 20 black shadows swooped down from the mountain ridge, and the sharp sounds that cut through the air pierced the eardrums. As Chu Tian just inserted the car key into the keyhole, his back suddenly tensed up. A huge amount of spiritual pressure enveloped the foot of the mountain. In the rearview mirror, dozens of faint blue lights appeared on the mountainside. Sure enough, they took action. There is no other way, I can only use that trick. Chu Tian rushed to the rear of the car and opened the freezer. The 3 bottles of armored rhinoceros spinal fluid glowed dark red in the moonlight, and frost condensed on the bottles. He grabbed one and held it in his palm. I can only take a gamble. Crack! He bit the glass bottle with his teeth, which tasted blood, and then he crushed it. The iron-armored rhino's spinal fluid mixed with his Shinto blood seeped into the soil. A pungent fishy smell rose into the sky, and the sweet and fishy scent spread with the wind. The guards at military base number 78 said that there was a 5th-level armored rhinoceros and a large number of exotic beasts nearby. As far as he knew, the armored rhinoceros had an extremely sensitive sense of smell and was a social animal. The smell of their own spinal fluid drives them crazy. And Chu Tian's Shinto blood can spread this smell faster. If he were to fight against dozens of warriors alone, the 3 of them, father and daughter, would have no chance of survival. Only by muddying the water can there be hope of survival. Chapter 47, Stop Pretending, Let Us Show Our Cards. The armored rhinoceros herd lives in the valley on the north side of Yu Mountain. The area was covered with rocks that had been trampled into powder, and the ground was littered with the remains of giant ferns that they had gnawed on. More than 30 iron-armored rhinos huddled in the nest, their thick shells colliding with each other, making dull sounds. The adult is over 8 meters long, with a very conspicuous horn on the tip of its nose. The midnight mountain wind was particularly damp, sweeping over the nest with the smell of rotten leaves and blood. A female iron-armored rhinoceros lying on the periphery suddenly raised her head, her nostrils flaring violently. Its sense of smell can distinguish the scent of its own kind within 5 kilometers. And now the smell coming over was unusually strong. It was a mixture of the sweet and fishy smell of the armored rhino's cerebrospinal fluid and the smell of human blood. Ouch! The female rhino let out a deafening roar and stomped the rocks hard with her front hooves. The entire herd of animals was awakened instantly, and the cubs hurriedly crawled under the mother's belly. When the leading male 5th-level iron-armored rhinoceros stood up, his carapace almost touched the 10-meter-high rock wall. The horns on its head were covered with dents from battle, and its left eye had been burned blind by a 6th-level warrior during a battle with the military 10 years ago. Amid the commotion of the herd, the leader slowly walked to the direction where the smell was the strongest. It raised its head and sniffed, then suddenly used its horn to pick up a piece of dirt stained with dark red liquid. The cerebrospinal fluid residue dissolved at the tip of the nose, and the animal's pupils instantly became bloodshot. This is evidence of our own kind being slaughtered. Boom! The leader's right hoof created a deep pit with a diameter of 1 meter. All the armored rhinos stopped making noise immediately. It raised its head and let out a long howl, and the sound waves caused the rock wall to fall into pieces. All the nocturnal beasts within a 5-kilometer radius were awakened. The shadow wolves retreated into their caves with their tails between their legs, and even the bloodthirsty mantises retracted their sickle legs. 20 armored rhinos formed a wedge formation, with the miners protected in the middle. The leader's horn pointed to the south, and the smell of blood from there became stronger and stronger. It suddenly accelerated and charged forward, and the herd of animals behind it immediately followed, causing the ground to shake like an earthquake. Chu Tian controlled the steering wheel with his left hand and summoned the chi and blood force field with his right hand to protect his daughter. In the rearview mirror, more than a dozen dark shadows were speeding along the tree trunks. At the front were nearly 20 warriors at the third realm. Nangong Lai was left behind because he was only in the middle stage of the second realm and could not fly for a long time. Nangong Lai was surrounded by all 4 4th-level warriors and the 5th-level warrior. Behind Chu Tian, the leading warrior slapped out ice cones with his palms, trying to stop the speeding vehicle in place. In other words, the night watchman's vehicle had sufficient horsepower, but a thick crust of ice still formed instantly on the rear of the vehicle. Hold on tight. Chu Tian turned the steering wheel sharply, and the car body swung sideways and hit the bushes. Yi, who was sitting on the passenger seat, was thrown towards the car window by inertia, but her sister held her back with her body. Suddenly, there was a dull thud of something heavy falling from the roof of the car. 3 third-level warriors actually jumped directly onto the roof of the car, and their blades pierced through the iron sheet and stabbed towards Chu Tian's head. Mountain collapse style. Chu Tian's right fist blasted out a spiral of energy upwards, and the iron sheet on the roof and 3 warriors were blown away 10 meters high. The shattered roof of the car let in a strong wind, and he took the opportunity to throw the falling sky blade out of the driver's window. Sky-splitting slash. Amid the buzzing sound of the blade cutting through space, a giant tree 20 meters away was broken in half. 3 warriors who had just jumped down from the treetops were turned into bloody mist by the space cracks. The furnace of chi and blood roared, and 3 warm currents flowed into Chu Tian's meridians. Suddenly, a fire exploded behind the car. More than 20 third-level warriors surrounded the car in a five-cornered formation. Suddenly, a wall of earth rose up from the ground, blocking the three people's way. Chu Tian braked suddenly and spun his car, leaving scorch marks on the muddy ground due to the tires. Take my sister and hide in the tree hole. He stuffed the two children into the hollow of the rotten wood, and when he turned around, the falling star blade was back in his hand. The pattern on the handle glows blue, and the gravity is adjusted to 3 times. This means that all living things near Chu Tian, except him, have to withstand 3 times the gravity. The double-axe warrior who rushed over first ran into the gravity field head-on, and his movements were instantly delayed. Chu Tian rushed forward, stepping on the blood and chi ripples of the Taiyuan tempering body art. The 9-fold shockwave of Star Crusher was transmitted into the opponent's body through the axe blade. When the warrior fell to the ground with blood gushing from all his 7 orifices, Chu Tian had already used the recoil force to leap backwards, and the blade of his sword slashed across the throat of the attacker behind him. Cloud change. The 9 heavens thunderblade split into 36 electric snakes, forcing back the 3 crossbow-wielding warriors. But the left side was exposed, and a chain hammer wrapped in poisonous mist from a third-level warrior came smashing down. The holy fighting technique predicted the trajectory 3 seconds in advance, and Chu Tian's shadow leapt and flashed behind the chain hammer. When the meteoric sky-splitting knife stabbed into the opponent's lower back, he twisted the handle. The gravity field instantly soared to 4 times, and the muffled sound of internal organs being crushed was tooth-grinding. The smell of blood stimulated the remaining enemies, and 7 third-level warriors formed seals at the same time. Vines sprouted from the ground and wrapped around Chu Tian's ankles, and icy spikes condensed in the air poured down like a rainstorm. Chu Tian's pupils glowed with golden light, and the holy fighting technique engraved every attack trajectory into his mind. Break the world style. The muscles in his right arm suddenly expanded 3 times in size, and while the wind from his fist shattered the ice, the aftermath blew away the 3 warriors who were performing hand seals. The falling star blade in his left hand was inserted into the ground, the star soul body protection was activated, and the azure light shield repelled the poison dart. Upon seeing this, the warrior on the opposite side threw out all his flying props at once. After enduring 20 impacts, the light shield finally broke, and a poison sleeve arrow pierced Chu Tian's right shoulder. The moment the poison entered the body, the furnace of chi and blood started to run wildly. Fortunately, the existence of the bone-corroding poison membrane prevented Chu Tian from falling to the ground immediately after being poisoned. The chi and blood of the 4th-level warrior who was just killed was extracted by 5%, and the dark green venom was automatically forced out through the wound by the bone-corroding poison membrane. How is this possible? This venom can kill warriors below the 3rd level instantly. How could he? Be careful, the other side is not a good one. The leader of the 3 realms stopped and sneered, Chu Tian, if you kneel down and beg for mercy from young Master Nangong now, maybe young Master will treat your 2 sisters well. You talk so much nonsense. I hope you still have so much to say when you die later. There's no point in talking anymore, let's fight. After he finished speaking, he was filled with murderous intent, his blood and energy exploded, and he leaped into the enemy camp like a dark shadow. The sweep of the Starfall sky-splitting sword triggers Starfall. 3 meteorite phantoms fell from the sky and smashed the warrior named Xiao into the ground. Ah, help, save me. The fiery red surface of the meteorite burned him to a point where he was worse off than death, and he screamed in agony. After struggling for only a few seconds, he lost his life like a dead dog. Pa! Suddenly, applause broke out in the woods, and the sound of dead branches being crushed by shoes came from far away. Nangong Lai lifted his hood, revealing the crisscross of new and old scars on his face that were horrific to look at. 4 4th realm warriors formed a diamond shape to guard him, and the 5th realm old man followed him 3 steps behind like a shadow. Chu Tian, look at what you look like now. You are covered in blood, like a stray dog. Nangong Lai glanced coldly at the broken limbs and blood everywhere, and kicked away the broken hand at his feet. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and crawl over here to lick the soles of my shoes clean, and I'll make you die quickly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chu Tian spat a mouthful of blood foam, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a disdainful sneer. Master Nangong, are you finally willing to show your face? I thought you Nangong family beasts didn't dare to show your true face. Did a wild dog bite you on the wound on your face? Or is it because he did something stupid and was punished by the family? No wonder he wears a mask all day, afraid of scaring his lackeys? The corners of Nangong Lai's mouth twitched twice, and his knuckles cracked. The scar on his left cheek that was so deep that the bone could be seen suddenly opened up, and pus and blood dripped down his chin onto his silver fox fur collar. This Chu Tian, who was in a desperate situation and on the verge of death, actually dared to poke at his sore spot. Are you thinking you're not dying fast enough? Or does he think that this will make me admire his integrity and let him go? The reason why Chu Tian was willing to argue with Nangong Lai here was very simple. He was waiting for the armored rhinos. The more time you spend here with Nangong Lai, the higher your chances of survival. Court death. Nangong Lai suddenly jumped up, his eyes were bloodshot, and a fierce laugh suddenly exploded. The giant palm condensed from the burning heaven fire slapped towards the tree hole behind Chu Tian. Not good. Chu Tian felt panicked. Chapter 48, Killing Spree. Nangong Lai condensed his fire palm and slashed towards his two daughters. Ye felt the approaching fire and immediately covered Yi's eyes and closed her own eyes tightly. Chu Tian tried his best and threw the falling sky blade out of his hand. The blade rotated and cut through the fire palm. At the critical moment, the remaining power of the scattered fire palm was absorbed by the starfall sky-splitting sword. But the price of being distracted was that he was hit on the back by a full-strength attack from a 4th-level warrior, and the sound of the protective chi breaking was clearly audible. He is worse than an animal. Even with all the advantages, they still resort to such despicable calculations. Come on, Dad. Beat the bad guys. Amid Ye's cheering, Chu Tian turned around with blood foam spurting out of his mouth. He pushed the Great Emperor body tempering technique to its limit, and took 3 heavy blows to get closer to the last 4th-level warrior, breakthrough style. The moment the right fist penetrated the abdomen, it only barely repelled the opponent without causing any harm. At this moment, there were still Nangong Lai, 23rd-level warriors, 4 4th-level warriors, and 1 5th-level warrior left on the battlefield. Judging from the time, the iron-armored rhino will be here soon. Chu Tian could now faintly hear the ground shaking in the distance. So then you can start killing people. Nangong Lai stood behind the chi shield of the 5th realm expert, with a ferocious smile on his face. Kill him. Kill. Just remember to leave your last breath to me. As Nangong Lai gave the order angrily, 23rd-level warriors pounced on Chu Tian like hungry wolves. Chu Tian looked at the warrior rushing towards him with a stern face and eyes full of disdain. That is disdain for life. In his eyes, this group of people were no different from strange beasts or piles of rotten meat. The first to rush over were 3 people wielding hook and sickle spears. The tip of the gun was filled with poison, a deadly venom that killed instantly upon contact with blood. The bald man in the middle grinned and said, "Brothers, we have killed 6 people in the 3rd realm in the wilderness. You are the first." Before he finished speaking, Chu Tian suddenly ducked and rolled into the gun formation. The gravity field of the meteorite knife instantly increased 5 times, and the 3 spears sank half an inch at the same time. Taking advantage of this split second of opportunity, he grabbed the gun barrel with his left hand to gain leverage and then kicked the bald man's throat with his right leg, creating an explosive kick that shattered his larynx. Before the remaining 2 people could react, Chu Tian had already jumped up by stepping on the corpse. The fighting saint predicted that the warrior on the left was going to block with his spear, so he changed his moves in mid-air and used the blade of his sword to cut off the opponent's 5 fingers. Aha! Amid screams, the 3rd man's hook and sickle spear pierced 3 inches below Chu Tian's ribs. Hey, I did it! I did it! He roared wildly, thinking that he had seriously injured Chu Tian. But for some reason, when he continued to push, trying to insert the gun into his flesh, he found that no matter how hard he tried, it didn't move at all. The hook and sickle spear is stuck like this? The warrior let go in fear and retreated, but just after he took 2 steps, Chu Tian grabbed his face with his slender fingers and threw him hard against the rock. Red and white burst out together, and blood splattered on the faces of the other 2. Seeing this, the remaining warriors of the 3rd realm knew that they would not be able to subdue Chu Tian by just advancing one by one. This young man is so evil. No wonder the Nangong family has to spend so much effort to deal with him. If this kid grows up, the consequences will be disastrous. Form a formation. 10 3rd-level warriors suddenly dispersed their formation, and each of them shot out a red chain from their sleeves. There was a barbed iron hook at the end of the chain. The leading monk bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the formation plate. Soul-locking formation. The 5th realm expert smiled slightly. Now no matter how strong Ren Chu Tian is, he can't break free. Nangong Lai was overjoyed when he heard this and kicked away the gravel at his feet. Okay. Nail him to death in the center of the formation. 10 chains were stretched straight at the same time, and the iron hooks with a faint glow pierced Chu Tian's limbs. The gravity suddenly increased by dozens of times at the center of the formation. Chu Tian's knees slammed heavily into the ground, and the meteorite sword made a buzzing sound as if it could not bear the heavy load. Master Lai, please look. The middle-aged cultivator proudly turned the array plate. This array can drain the chi and blood of people in the array, and the 5-level beasts will not be able to escape death in it. Nangong Lai looked towards Chu Tian in the formation. At this moment, he was kneeling in the formation, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. It really looked like he was trapped. Then, in the astonished gaze of everyone, Chu Tian formed the mysterious hand seal of Taiwan body tempering art with his hands, and light golden mist gushed out of the pores all over his body. He actually took the initiative to dissipate all the protective energy. Court death. The monk who controlled the center of the formation urged his spiritual power with a grim smile. Even in this state, he actually dissipated all the protective energy? Is this an admission of complete defeat? As expected, the weak defeating the strong and evil defeating good are just the fantasies of losers. Our Nangong family is so treacherous and greedy that we use our numbers to bully the few and the weak, and we abuse a high school student and a girl who is less than 10 years old. But aren't we still living well? Want revenge? Maybe next life. As the internal energy around Chu Tian dissipated, the chains tightened instantly, and the iron hooks pierced into his flesh, causing blood to splatter. It really seems like there is no way to fight back. Under normal circumstances, it would only take 10 minutes for Chu Tian's energy and blood to dissipate completely, turning him into a useless person. The third realm warrior smiled and walked up to Nangong Lai. Master, Chu Tian has been trapped in this soul-locking formation and can't move. Nangong Lai was overjoyed, a sinister smile appeared on his lips, and he deliberately raised his voice to let the sound penetrate the battlefield. Bring Chu Tian's sisters here. I want Chu Tian to watch them die with his own eyes. Upon hearing this, the warriors of the third realm responded immediately and happily rushed towards the tree hole with their weapons in hand. One of them swung his knife to chop open the rotten wood, and the cold light pointed directly at Yaya and Yi, who were curled up in the tree hole. Yaya protected her sister tightly, her big eyes full of fear. The next moment, Chu Tian in the formation smiled slightly. All the chains suddenly trembled violently. Something's wrong with him. He is using his blood and energy to flow back into the array center. The 5th level old man suddenly shouted. Stop casting spells and withdraw. It's too late. From the wound that Chu Tian was torn by the iron hook, the divine blood flowed upstream. The purification function of the soul-locking array encounters alien energy, just like pouring cold water into a hot oil pan. The spirit stones on the array plate exploded one after another, and the backlash spirit power flowed along the chains into the bodies of all the array casters. The leading third-level cultivator's eyes popped out, and his right hand holding the formation instantly carbonized. All the monks in the formation started bleeding from their mouths and noses at the same time. The backflow of divine chi and blood caused their meridians to burst. In an instant, they collapsed to the ground and convulsed. Before the smile on Nangong Lai's face faded, Chu Tian had already stepped on the broken formation plate and flew into the air. The meteoric blade absorbed the spiritual power of the formation, and dark red lines appeared on the blade. The gravity field directly soared to 8 times. The remaining few third-level warriors tried to retreat when they were crushed to the ground by the sudden gravity. They were horrified to discover that even lifting a finger took all their strength. Chu Tian walked slowly towards him, the tip of his knife dragging on the ground, leaving sparks. What kind of rubbish formation is this? Do you still want to trap me? Maybe in the next life. The expressions of the remaining few third-level warriors suddenly changed. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in being afraid. We can only fight with our backs against the wall. The thin man wielding the sword took the lead and stabbed Chu Tian's throat with the tip of the sword. Chu Tian dodged the attack with a shadow leap and grabbed the opponent's wrist with his backhand. The thin man's arm cracked under the heavy pressure, and his bones shattered. Chu Tian took the sword and the tip of the sword pierced through his eye socket and the back of his head. Next, Chu Tian shook off the brain matter on the tip of the sword and glanced at the bearded warrior wielding the hammer. The opponent roared and swung the hammer at him. Chu Tian did not retreat but advanced instead, taking the hammerhead with his left palm. Under the activation of the Taiwan body tempering technique, the hammer body was actually dented and deformed. The bearded warrior's pupils suddenly shrank. Chu Tian punched out with his right fist, which pierced through his chest and blood gushed out from his back. When the body fell to the ground, he had turned to the third warrior. The warrior held 2 hooks in his hands, leaving afterimages around him. Chu Tian suddenly ducked and rushed forward, cutting the opponent's tendons with the blade. The moment the double hooks landed on the ground, the falling star blade pierced his heart. The last warrior was terrified upon seeing this and turned around to flee. Chu Tian swung his hand and threw the long knife, the blade pierced through his thigh and nailed it to the tree trunk. The warrior fell down with a howl. Chu Tian slowly walked forward, stepped on his back, inserted his fingers into the wound, and cut off his breath. The last person looked at this scene and completely lost the courage to resist. He collapsed on the ground. His eyes reflected Chu Tian's face, which looked like the god of death that had walked out of hell. Chapter 49. My revenge never takes overnight. But Chu Tian would not give him any chance. With one swing of the knife, he was cut in half, with the part above the shoulders flying in the air, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Nangong Lai was behind the chi shield of a 5th level expert, and he was shaking all over when he saw this scene. He watched Chu Tian harvest lives like a killing god. The 3rd level warriors were as fragile as ants in his hands. 23rd realms, all destroyed? Nangong Lai's mind went blank, his legs trembled unconsciously, he took 2 steps back and bumped into a tree trunk, completely stunned. How is this possible? He muttered to himself, we are both in the 2nd realm, how can he be so strong? Hu Chiwei, a powerful 5th level warrior, stood in front of Nangong Lai, his long hair flying wildly in the night wind. Even he was frightened. He stared at Chu Tian, who was covered in blood, and a hint of fear appeared in the depths of his pupils. The ruthlessness displayed by this young man was so frustrating that even a veteran 5th level expert like him felt troubled. Hu Chiwei has been working for the Nangong family for more than 10 years, specializing in eliminating political or business rivals for the Nangong family. Within the Nangong family, he was called the sharpest knife and the most ferocious dog of the Nangong family. The number of souls who died at his hands must be at least 800, if not 1,000. But seeing Chu Tian's fighting mode with his own eyes, even he couldn't help but sigh. Chu Tian, so cruel. He can no longer be described as a human being, he is completely an emotionless killing machine. Every strike went straight to the vital point, aiming to take the person's life, without any delay. Especially his eyes. His eyes revealed a kind of weariness that came from climbing to the top of a mountain of corpses and seas of blood, crushing millions of dry bones, and killing so much that he was too lazy to show mercy. This look shouldn't belong to a high school student who just turned 20. The eyes of the military district's battle-hardened generals and top mercenary killers may not be so terrifying. After thinking for a long time, Hu Chiwei realized it. In Chu Tian's eyes, the flame of hatred was burning. It was the hatred for the kidnappers of his family that drove him to become the murderous man he is today. It seems that today's fight will end to the death. Fortunately, we have the advantage. No matter how strong the opponent is, he is only at the 2nd level. And I have already reached the 5th realm. Nangong Lai hid behind Hu Chiwei, his fingers tightly grasping the corner of Hu Chiwei's clothes. Uncle Hu, hurry up, kill him. Kill him quickly. Don't hold back, kill him quickly. Nangong Lai is now completely panicked and doesn't expect to enjoy killing Chu Tian. He was afraid that if he delayed any further, something unexpected would happen. Hu Chiwei nodded slightly and took a step forward. Boy, you deserve to die for forcing me to use this trick. Hu Chiwei's voice was like a muffled thunder, and the energy and blood in his body suddenly exploded. The muscles in his right arm bulged, the air made a sharp explosion, and the ground was plowed by the wind from his fist, leaving a half-meter deep gully. Mountain-splitting fist. This attack was filled with tremendous blood and murderous intent, and seemed to tear the space apart. The 4 4th-level warriors also held their breath nervously. They knew that this was Hu Chiwei's ultimate killer move. Even if a strong man in the same 5th realm were to be hit by one punch, he would be seriously injured. Chu Tian looked up at the bloody fist shadow coming towards him, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. He could feel that the power of this punch was enough to smash a mountain. Fear twisted its way up his spine. He couldn't take this blow. So we can only avoid its sharp edge. The scarlet trajectory of the holy fighting technique jumped wildly on the retina, breaking down every change of the fist shadow into slow motion. Chu Tian held the falling sky sword tightly in his left hand and inserted the tip of the sword into the ground for leverage. The moment Shadow Warp was activated, a blood-red fist shadow brushed past his left shoulder, and his armor was torn apart by the energy, revealing a wound deep enough to see the bone. Want to escape? Hu Chiwei sneered, and the fist shadow suddenly split into several afterimages, blocking all of Chu Tian's retreat routes. Chu Tian's pupils suddenly shrank, and he inserted the falling sky-splitting sword into the ground, causing the gravity field to soar to 8 times. The speed of the fist shadow slowed down suddenly under the heavy pressure, and he took the opportunity to swing out his long sword, and the blade rotated to split two of the afterimages. But the remaining four fist shadows still attacked. Chu Tian bit his tongue and blood sprayed onto the meteoric sky-splitting sword, and the blade made a trembling sound like a dragon's roar. He rushed towards the nearest fist shadow, and under the activation of the Taiwan body tempering technique, his right fist met the bloody fist shadow. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, the airwave raised dust dozens of meters high. Chu Tian's right arm was twisted and deformed under the huge force. Die! Hu Chiwei roared and rushed forward, gathering energy and blood in his right palm, vowing to crush Chu Tian's head. Just as the palm shadow was about to touch Chu Tian's face. Boom! A bright knife light tore through the night sky, and then a tang sword flew from nowhere and accurately chopped Hu Chiwei's wrist. Hu Chiwei retreated in a hurry, and when he looked carefully, he saw that the person who came was standing on the void, and the pressure from the five realms around him was like a mountain pressing down on his head. It turned out to be a strong man of the same level as him. Li Kongshan? Hu Chiwei's pupils trembled violently. Although Li Kongshan was unable to locate Nangong Lai, he had linked his cell phone to Chu Tian. In order not to attract the kidnapper's attention, only one aircraft was sent. Fortunately, I made it in time. Li Kongshan was dressed in black and his tang sword was shining coldly. He glanced at Chu Tian, who had fallen to the ground, and shouted in a deep voice, "Nangong family S-dog, what is the point of bullying the younger generation?" Hu Chiwei licked his lips sinisterly. Captain Li has such great authority, is he going to interfere in the private affairs of the Nangong family? Do you really want to make enemies with the Nangong family for a junior? Li Kongshan sneered, and pointed his tang sword at Hu Chiwei's throat. No matter who you are, you have to get past me first. Su Li also jumped off the night watchman's spaceship and saw Chu Tian, covered in blood, half leaning against a tree, with his two daughters huddled behind him like frightened deer. Her throat was instantly clogged with bitterness, and she staggered over, her fingertips trembling as she touched Chu Tian's bloodstained cheek. "Chu Tian, how are you?" Chu Tian forced a pale smile and was about to speak when Ye and Yi suddenly broke free from his arms and threw themselves into Su Li's arms, crying. The two children's faces were still stained with blood, and their clothes were torn. Su Li's eyes immediately turned red, and she hugged them tightly in her arms. "Mom is late. I'm sorry, it's my fault that I failed to protect you." Her tears fell on her daughters' heads and her voice was so choked that she could hardly speak. Li Kongshan stood aside, watching this scene, then turned around silently and looked at the shaking mountains and forests in the distance. The ground was shaking more and more violently, and the dead leaves were flying wildly in the air currents. "Student Chu, we saw a group of mad armored rhinos on the way here. I don't know why they were running towards us. They are almost here." Chu Tian stood up by holding onto the tree trunk, blood dripping down his trouser legs onto the moss. "I used the spinal fluid of the armored rhino to lure them here." Li Kongshan frowned slightly, then suddenly realized, what a good plan. Nangong Lai on the other side also felt the ground shaking more and more obviously. His teeth chattered, and when he turned around and saw Hu Chiwei's serious expression, he screamed, "What's going on? What on earth is that?" Hu Chiwei's knuckles turned white from rubbing his hands. His perception of the fifth realm allowed him to clearly catch the overwhelming roar of beasts in the distance. It's a group of strange beasts, at least 30, and the leader is at least a fifth realm. When Nangong Lai saw Li Kongshan coming and the approaching group of strange beasts, he was already very disappointed. It was only one step away from killing Chu Tian. Nangong Lai regretted very much why he had to play the so-called hunting game just now. If he had acted earlier, Chu Tian would have become a corpse. Now that things have come to this, the best thing to do is to leave. Anyway, I have already obtained Chu Tian's shares and have explained it to the family, which can be considered a great achievement. As for Chu Tian, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill him in the future. Master Lai, those strange beasts will rush over in less than 5 minutes, please leave immediately. His voice trembled in a rare moment. Even if I can stop the leader of the fifth realm, the others can't stop the beast herd. Nangong Lai stared at Chu Tian's figure in the distance. "Let's go!" He suddenly shouted, "Go back to the mountain temple. Get on the aircraft and leave here quickly." Li Kongshan looked at the beasts in the distance, saying, "Student Chu, it's time for us to leave too." He reached out to pull Chu Tian, but saw that the other party dodged and the star-splitting skyblade stabbed heavily into the ground. Chu Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the direction where Nangong Lai fled with burning eyes. "Captain Li, you take Su Li and the children and go first. My revenge never takes overnight." Chapter 50 Hiding in the Dark. Hearing Chu Tian's words, Su Li's arms around her two daughters suddenly tightened. She looked at Chu Tian's bloodstained back and said, Chu Tian, you are already injured. There is a 5th level expert on the other side. You have to choose the right time to take revenge. Don't worry, I know my limits. Captain Li, please take off immediately and use the weapons on the spacecraft to blow up all the aircraft parked outside the mountain temple ahead. Li Kongshan's hand holding the Tang sword suddenly tightened, and the blade trembled slightly. He stared at Chu Tian's blood-stained face, his Adam's apple rolled twice, as if hesitating about something. It seems that Nangong Lai has already obtained Chu Tian's shares, which means that the Nangong family will not fall easily in the future. If he was the one who killed Nangong Lai, then the Nangong family and the Night Watch would have a feud in the future. It would be fine if he was the only one to bear it, but he is the captain of the Night Watch after all. Chu Tian saw Li Kongshan's hesitation and wiped the blood off his face. Don't worry, Captain Li, I just want you to take off now and blow up the aircraft before they arrive. I'll do the rest myself. Seeing Chu Tian's determination, Li Kongshan said, okay, you have to be careful too. After we take off, we'll wait for you 3 kilometers to the north. Then we'll go back to the city together. Yeah. Chu Tian said in a deep voice. Mom, Dad will be fine. Yaya suddenly poked her head out from Su Li's arms, tears still hanging in her big eyes. Dad is a great hero, he will defeat the bad guys. Chu Tian turned around and forced a smile at his daughters. Su Li wanted to say something else, but Li Kongshan gently held her shoulder. As the aircraft's door slowly closed, she saw Chu Tian's lonely back turning and walking into the depths of the dense forest. Just now, Chu Tian had killed 27 third-level warriors. The chi and health values of warriors in the third realm are all above 500 points. Unfortunately, the blood and chi value extracted by the blood and chi furnace from a warrior is only 1/10 of that of a strange beast. But fortunately, we killed enough of them, and the total number is not small. Health value plus 67.5 27 third level warrior basic value 55%. The total chi and blood value has reached 153. Chu Tian felt that the chi and blood in his body were surging wildly. It is only one step away from the late second realm. If we could kill a few 4th level or even 5th level warriors through a surprise attack, we would have a chance to overcome this step. The basic chi and health value of a 4th level warrior is 1,500 points. The 5th realm has 3,000 points. But this is not the reason why Chu Tian insisted on taking this risk. But every scar on the 2 girls' bodies was reminding him. Nangong Lai and his dog almost caused him to lose his daughter and almost destroyed his family. The overwhelming hatred surged in Chu Tian's chest like a volcanic eruption. Nangong Lai's laughter, threatening words, and images of hurting children intertwined in his mind, turning into endless murderous intent. At this moment, Chu Tian didn't care about life or death, or his injuries. There was only one thought buzzing in his mind. Kill Nangong Lai, make him disappear forever, and completely eradicate the cancer that threatens the family. This kind of hatred is Chu Tian's most primitive instinct as a father. Nangong Lai, even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I will tear your head off. Li Kongshan's aircraft took off and flew towards the mountain temple. Nangong Lai was being carried by Hu Chiwei and fleeing among the treetops. The roar of the engine above his head was getting closer and closer. He looked up suddenly when he heard the noise. He squinted his eyes and looked up at the night sky, and suddenly sneered, Uncle Hu, do you think Li got kicked in the head by a donkey? The base city is in the north, so how can flying to the mountain temple be considered a retreat? Are all the Night's Watch such idiots? The next second, Hu Chiwei looked at the open missile launch bay of the aircraft and his Adam's apple rolled twice. It's broken. Before he finished speaking, 5 missiles with tails of flames flew over everyone's heads and headed straight for the mountain temple. Nangong Lai's laughter stopped abruptly, and he watched the missile crash into the open space next to the mountain temple. Boom! The explosion caused severe pain in his eardrums, and he staggered and fell to the ground in fear. When I looked up, I saw flames rising from the direction of the mountain temple, and thick smoke wrapped in wood chips rising to a height of 20 meters. This is. Nangong Lai's teeth were chattering and a large area of his trouser legs were wet with urine. He jumped up and pointed at the sky, screaming, Is that Li man crazy? How dare he blow up our aircraft? I will bury his entire family with him. Let the night watchman. Master, calm down. Now is not the time to talk about this. At this critical moment of life and death, Hu Chiwei rarely made a scene and shouted angrily. Nangong Lai was also shocked by Hu Chiwei's sudden anger. He had never dared to speak to him like that before. But on second thought, Maybe he really felt the crisis and was anxious for a while. Uncle Hu, all our aircraft are in the mountain temple. What should we do now? Hu Chiwei suddenly squatted down and pressed his palms on the shaking ground. The perception spread rapidly, capturing the movements of the herd. After a moment, he stood up suddenly. The beasts are coming for the mountain temple. We must bypass them. Nangong Lai gnashed his teeth and said, how could it be such a coincidence? Why would the beasts riot for no reason? And are they heading towards the mountain temple? I don't know, but now that things have come to this, we can only walk back to the city. Nangong Lai wiped the cold sweat from his face and suddenly grabbed Hu Chiwei's collar. Are you sure? If we encounter a herd of beasts, staying here is a dead end. Going west still offers a glimmer of hope. When he turned around, the hem of his clothes blew up a sharp gust of wind. Walk! Hu Chiwei pulled Nangong Lai up. When he turned around, the hem of his clothes created a sharp gust of wind. Nangong Lai was dragged and stumbled. He turned his head to look in the direction of the fire and screamed, Shu Tian! Li Kongshan! I, Nangong Lai, swear that I will not be a human being if I don't avenge this. The group crouched down and went into the dense forest. Nangong Lai covered his swollen cheek with his hands, his eyes full of resentment. I originally thought that tonight was his game to hunt down Chu Tian's family, but how come he has become someone else's prey now? Why didn't things go as I imagined? Nangong Lai crouched as he walked through a valley. The thorns scratched the back of his hands, and blood mixed with cold sweat flowed down his body. He looked back from time to time, the moonlight shining on his face, making his expression changeable. Hu Chiwei led the way in front, with the perception of a fifth-level strongman fully activated. Uncle Hu, how long will it take before we can get out of here? Nangong Lai's voice trembled, my legs are weak. Hu Chiwei didn't look back, but put his palm on the tree trunk to feel the vibration. From the noise, the herd of strange beasts seems to have stopped near the mountain temple and is not chasing us. That's good. Once those beasts are far away, we'll ask the family to send a plane to pick us up. Nangong Lai ran wildly in the woods, taking one deep step and one shallow step, looking around from time to time. Uncle Hu, I always feel like there are things watching us from the mountains on both sides. His voice trembled, my back felt cold, as if there was a ghost. Hu Chiwei turned his head and glared at Nangong Lai, cold sweat dripping down his chin. Mr. Lai, you scared yourself. Having said that, his heartbeat has been abnormally fast since he entered this valley. The energy and blood in his body were also fluctuating violently, vaguely reminding him that something was about to happen. He always felt that there were a pair of eyes hiding in the darkness, staring at them like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. How should I describe this feeling? It doesn't feel like the gaze of a strange beast. It's a feeling of oppression that's almost suffocating. Despite the strong feelings, every time he turned around, he only saw the silent mountains and forests, and the occasional startled flock of birds. At this time, Chu Tian was standing on a huge rock on the top of the mountain. Previously, Chu Tian had killed the third-level B-level alien beast Shadow Wolf, allowing him to obtain its alien beast talent Shadow Affinity. This made Chu Tian's breath, body temperature, and even visual perception in the eyes of others drop by 73% in the dark night. Therefore, as long as Chu Tian concealed his breath a little, even if the moonlight shone brightly on him, all others would see and feel would be a wisp of transparent smoke. The moonlight shone on his well-defined face, and his originally handsome eyebrows and eyes were now distorted to be almost hideous. The pupils shrank into needle-like shapes, emitting a cold light. The corners of his mouth curved into an exaggerated arc, revealing his white teeth. This hideous smile was like that of a demon crawling out of hell. It was completely different from his usual gentle temperament and even made the air around him tinged with a bloody smell. Chapter 51, Arrogant at first and respectful later. When the iron-armored rhino hurried to the mountain temple where the smell of its kind was the strongest, he saw only human creations burning with flames all over the ground. No similar bodies were seen at the scene. The leader of the armored rhinoceros of the fifth realm lowered his head and used his horn to pick up a piece of debris stained with dark red liquid. The leader's eyes instantly became bloodshot. It could tell that this was the cerebrospinal fluid of a strong member of its own race. The leader let out a low roar, and the beasts wandered around him restlessly. After scanning the battlefield again and confirming that there were no corpses of his fellow tribesmen, he finally let out a long sigh towards the sky. Seeing this, the other armored rhinos followed their leader. The sound of hooves gradually faded away, leaving only the whistling of the mountain wind passing through the ruins. Chu Tian lay in the shadow of the mountain ridge, staring at Nangong Lai and his group fleeing in the woods below, with a sneer on his face. The mountain wind brought the roar of the armored rhinos fading away, and he took out the second bottle of armored rhinoceros spinal fluid. Crack! The thumb rolled heavily over the bottle, and the crisp sound of the glass breaking was particularly clear in the silence. Liquid mixed with the blood of the gods dripped through the fingers, and the strong fishy and sweet smell exploded in the night sky again. Chu Tian leaned over and threw the remaining bottle down the valley, watching the liquid spread into dark red mist in the wind. At the mountain temple a few kilometers away, the iron-armored rhino leader suddenly stopped. Its nostrils flared violently as it once again caught the familiar scent of its fellow tribesmen in the wind. This smell was not at all the remnant of the previous smell in the wind, but was stronger and more alive than before. The leader turned his head suddenly, pointing his horns at the ridge where Chu Tian was, and his eyes flashed a bloodthirsty red. Nangong Lai and his group ran several kilometers away. They could clearly feel that the ground shaking had stopped. Nangong Lai sat down on a stone and pulled off his tattered sleeves to wipe the sweat off his face. He looked at the dark forest in the distance and said, "Uncle Hu, listen, are the movements of the armored rhinoceros much quieter?" The mountain wind brought a few sparse roars of animals, which sounded like they came from the mountain temple and were getting farther and farther away. Hu Chiwei squatted on the ground with his palms touching the ground. The vibration of the ground had indeed weakened, and only a faint fishy sweet smell wafted in the mountain breeze, like rust mixed with rotten meat. The intuition of a fifth realm warrior told him that something was wrong. He always felt that there was a vague murderous intent spreading around him. In theory, his perception is enough to cover any movement within a 3-mile radius, and he can sense any threat posed to him by any living being. But at this moment his chest felt stuffy and his breathing was difficult. I opened my eyes, and although everything around me was quiet, I felt a chill on the back of my neck. When the qi and blood circulate in the body, there is a slight pain deep in the meridians, like being pricked by a fine needle. This feeling was fleeting, but it immediately woke him up. As a veteran 5th-level warrior, his body had been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations, but this was the first time he had felt such an inexplicable pain. "Uncle Hu, what's wrong with you?" Nangong Lai asked while chewing wild fruit. "Don't be careless, keep going." Hu Chiwei hurriedly pulled Nangong Lai, who was sitting on the stone. "That's enough." Nangong Lai suddenly jumped up, and the wild fruit fell at Hu Chiwei's feet. "You are just a dog raised by the Nangong family. How dare you order me around again and again? You offended me just now, but I thought you were just trying to protect your master. How dare you keep nagging me now? Do you believe that I will let Grandpa peel off your skin when we get back to the family?" Hu Chiwei stared at Nangong Lai's manic face, bowed his head and clasped his fists. "Young Master Lai, calm down, I was the one who spoke out of turn." Nangong Lai snorted and slumped back onto the rock. He took out the equity transfer document from his arms and smiled grimly. "Wait for me to hand this thing over to Grandpa." Moo! Before he finished speaking, a deafening roar of an animal suddenly came from the distant mountains. The sound waves swept through the forest, shaking the leaves and causing the air to vibrate. Nangong Lai jumped up suddenly. "Why is this voice coming again?" Hu Chiwei immediately turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. He used his mental power to scan the mountains and his face turned pale instantly. It's the iron-armored rhino leader. It seems to have gone mad again. Why does that beast scream like a ghost all the time? The next second, the ground shook violently, and it could be felt clearly from several kilometers away. Nangong Lai asked tentatively, "Uncle Hu, are they going back to their nest?" Hu Chiwei knelt on one knee, his mental power spreading out in all directions, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The vibrations of the beasts running became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, he opened his eyes with horror on his face. "Young Master Lai, the beasts are coming for us." Hearing this, dark marks instantly appeared on Nangong Lai's trouser legs. He stared at Hu Chiwei's pale face, his throat tightened. "Are you mistaken? How could they?" "Listen!" Hu Chiwei interrupted him. "The roar is more urgent than before, and the vibration frequency has also changed. They are speeding up, and more violent than before, as if they are completely enraged." Nangong Lai's breathing suddenly became rapid. "We didn't provoke them. Why are these beasts chasing us?" "Grass." Nangong Lai knelt on the ground with a plop, holding onto Hu Chiwei's trouser legs tightly with both hands. "Uncle Hu, please take me away. As long as you can come back alive, I will ask Grandpa to promote you to the position of elder. Please." Nangong Lai is now completely panicked. He just yelled at Hu Chiwei, saying that he was Nangong family's dog. Now that his life is in danger, he feels anxious. He was arrogant at first and respectful later, which makes people laugh when they think about it. Hu Chiwei felt flattered and reached out to pull him up. Don't worry, Master Lai. I will protect you even if it costs me my life. He turned to look at the 4 Fourth Realm warriors. Protect young Master Lai, run to the southwest. The group stumbled into the dense forest. Along the way, there were mutated vines and thorns everywhere, which scratched Nangong Lai all over his body. The wound on his calf burst open, blood soaked through his pants, and every step he took left a dark red mark on the ground. He gasped heavily, Uncle Hu. I can't run anymore. Hu Chiwei's face became paler and paler. He could clearly sense that the vibrations of the armored rhinos were approaching at an alarming speed, and the tremors in the ground made the rotten leaves jump up. Hold on a little longer, he gritted his teeth and poured spiritual power into his legs, forcing Nangong Lai to rush forward. But Nangong Lai's weight was like a heavy stone, slowing down the team. This feeling was very subtle, as if it was there and not there, and it made Chu Tian's heart twitch. And within 5 minutes, the roar of the beasts was less than 500 meters away from them. It's over. We are finished. Nangong Lai collapsed in Hu Chiwei's arms, the stench of incontinence filling the air. With the strength of the 5th realm, Hu Chiwei can sense the location of the group of strange beasts and their approximate cultivation level. But you are in the 5th realm, and isn't the Iron Armored Rhino leader also in the 5th realm? It could still sense that there was a group of human warriors running desperately in front of it. I don't know if they are the murderers of their own kind, but you humans are the only ones around. I can only take it out on you. Moreover, the Iron Armored Rhino could sense that this group of human warriors were already panic-stricken and confused by the pursuit, and were completely at a loss for words. They liked the feeling of chasing prey and watching their prey become more and more desperate.